right?
I do, no, I think you're right. It takes.
That's why we keep them around.
Yeah.
Either delete or archive it, and that is.
That's it, that's it.
All charm.
That's too much.
No intellect, just all.
You can undo, get out of my.
It's like one extra.
I mean, most of my email.
I mean, if you're swiping through really fast, you know, I just sure you're like, knock them out. Ben, that's exactly right. Ben doesn't even do that. So it makes sense for you.
I'm not gonna read your.
Like, don't send me. I know you, I will ignore them. It's fine.
No, but I think nowadays, I think I do stretch yourself out.
No, I don't leave them on Reddit if I need to like go back.
I love that.
Later. Otherwise, it's just.
Tell people, I'm not mad.
I was hoping it was like a retreat in the Poconos. They each rent cabins, they have bunks.
It was exactly what I was, thought we were doing. We're right. Everybody was hiding their nose when I came in.
Someone knows your problem.
I love a wool caddy.
Right, you're all.
Skills.
Always have to make sure.
You're tired, yeah.
I actually. Used to get
Especially.
Yeah.
A long time.
Yeah.
I was too short for study.
Yeah, yeah.
Very upset when Johnny Carson retired.
It was off on his own, he did so.
Their loss. Yeah, exactly.
Our loss.
Yeah.
We
were-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not between the lines.
We have, yeah.
Maybe Acus after dark.
I think that would be great.
I like it.
I like it.
I was trying to think of that's.
And in my case, Acres in the.
Yeah.
It's machine delivery. It's what really says it. And it's just. And two other. At one point, it was just me and Boyd, and I put a sign on the door with the Boyd Graham Associates. I put a post note over the S at the end. He was just so.
How are you?
This ain't worth so much for you guys, Bill.
I feel like the chair. Yeah, I would inherited that like for a while.
I said it once in an email.
I really.
I don't blame you.
That's right.
Yeah. It's great.
Actually, I don't know the government.
No, I think it's very informal. It's much more. It's very informal.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'll get out of your way.
We might like that. You're like.
Yeah.
I'm just-
Yeah.
I'm just gonna come here.
I'll step out.
Y'all. Good, how are you all doing?
Oh, I got stuff I want to bend your ear about too, once we settle in.
I'm gonna sit right there.
Yes, boy, I'm sure that I can come. I drove up from Rehoboth. How are you doing? Yes. Thank you so much.
How are you?
What's Oh, baby. No, you know, you set up.
I'm probably.
Got like some-
Just-
You gotta go up.
I need to read one chapter.
Now, that was in my.
I started to read. I like page. No, I just shouldn't read it. Like, I try not to like.
It's a really nothing was, right, right.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it
yeah.
was
Just
nothing.
fine,
And
now I can.
Mixed,
Reading this.
it's
Like,
totally
I-
family.
This is why I don't come.
You know, the beach.
You know, Boyd argue in a friendly way. Much more like.
And you know, we're very open, you know.
And then it's really Monday,
Okay.
buddies were giving him a hard time. And when I got back to lunch, we bumped into him. And he started yelling on me, you know, he's having fun. And after about 10 minutes, I said, "Boy, you yelled at me in the lobby for 10 minutes. I can help it. You yell at me in there some more. Yell at me in the lobby. Yeah, no, he was,
Yeah.
he was in
very
a,
places.
he cared about.
No,
it.
no, it's close.
And when he was out of government, he was able to kind of.
It's not.
That he just couldn't do.
3 weeks.
God, they hate Boyden had the biggest case, you know, the Como, everything now. He had the biggest case of Como I've ever seen. Loved, good. Making it work. We didn't even know.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to do it myself. We did like an interview so long ago. It was on individualized guidance, like probably like a year ago, and it was on Zoom. So maybe not remember, but yeah. So thank you again so much for.
Yeah, it turned out well from what I read.
Yeah, and so we did we won't disclose it.
And now you just joined us.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was definitely we just did your info and.
How are you?
I think they.
So that's good. And what would you say it wasn't good?
Oh, that's probably also.
I mean, good night. Yes, everybody.
But ultimately, I think the ACUS member from Labor Day.
Say it, well, how are you when I call you?
Yeah, he-
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
And they were
He
like,
gave some. So
Look at
I'll be here.
I don't think I can use that for a while. John, but I'm getting.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes I think what I've learned, like, 'cause I've only been here for about a year, that was the first recommendation. But I think it's like helpful to give people like material to like react to sometimes, because like if you have like interviews with agencies, they're just like, hey, just talk to us. You know, like, what are you talking about? Whereas like if you say like, hey, even like giving them like the ability to respond. Like,
You know, if I share this.
Yeah.
and they're like, oh, I have something to like.
It's not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Job, I'm making it
Well,
70%.
I don't know.
Well, you know, I want to change the entire agency.
Well, I think we go through the ACUS member, and I think sometimes the ACUS members themselves could be. But sometimes they're not. Yeah, yeah, he's not. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think it's more just like, it's also busyness. Sometimes it can be hard, like, we have limited time to do them.
Set up and.
Are they?
It's how you
Is
did
it
set
up
up.
today or-
It is up to date. Yeah, it's up to date. It'll be set.
Set it up.
Supportive ACUS is very.
Literally set- So Shelby workshops, good one, and then it's 72. It's-
Yeah.
And now.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let him go first then. Great.
Just like call order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it always all?
No, it's all. Products was line. No. And it's 72, it's very tall. Blind guy. Like a nice.
Maybe.
Oh,
yes.
I know, I was, this one's.
It's the one.
How you doing? I lived here for 5 or 6 years.
When we even wanted to change the name.
But I came back.
No. Yeah.
Not at the end. I always just need to be upfront. And you know, this is usually reserved, but it sounds. So there's no sign, and I'm very, I'm very textual.
Now you're on account.
Oh, God, I better move down.
I wasn't gonna ask because I would get
Oh,
That was my response.
Okay, everyone, it's 9 o'clock. I think we'll go ahead with the folks who are here. I'm told that Mr. Scalia is here. So that, oh, there you are. Okay, sitting with Ron, great. Since you're here, I'm not going to force you to listen to my opening remarks and the initial business and all that. So we'll go straight to you, Gene. All right, but for the record, I now call the 81st plenary session of the Administrative Conference of the United States to order. And we are very pleased, I am very pleased to welcome the Honorable Gene Scalia here today to speak to us. Many of you know Gene, Ron, obviously very well. He is presently a senior fellow at ACUS, so very much a longtime friend. He's a nationally recognized attorney and a partner at Gibson Dunn. He co-chairs the Administrative Law and Regulatory Practice Group, and he is a senior member of the firm's Labor and Employment Practice Group and its Financial Institutions Practice Group. And he wanted to mention a couple of cases that he's working on. He's working on an environmental case, and he's working on the non-compete case as well. And of course, Gene has a distinguished history of public service. Early in his career, he was a special assistant to the Attorney General. He was solicitor of the U.S. Department of Labor from 2002 to 2003. He was the Secretary of Labor from 2019 to 2021. And little known fact probably that he is the only one in the whole history of the Department of Labor to hold both those positions. So Gene, welcome. Thank you for talking to us this morning.
Andy, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today and an honor to address this plenary session of the Administrative Conference. I'd be honored to give virtually any address that the year before was given by my administrative law professor, Cass Sunstein. And I'm touched to address an institution that meant so much to my father, Justice Scalia. Serving as ACUS's third chairman was his first big job in Washington. He loved it. It was a perfect job, it turned out, for somebody who was transitioning from a career in the academy to a 40-some-year career in the government. My father's affection for ACUS was so durable that 30 years later, when he was a justice, he actually welcomed an invitation to testify before Congress about ACUS. He said his testimony was purely in his capacity as a former ACUS chairman to offer his perspective on the conference and its work. A cynic would say that he and his dear friend Stephen Breyer were there to galvanize Congress to refund a federal agency. On that unkind theory, the two justices returned to the Hill to testify 6 years later as a sort of victory lap after funding for ACUS had been resumed. Well, there were many things my father enjoyed about ACUS. I expect many of the same things that draw us here now, a half century after his chairmanship. One was the opportunity to exchange ideas, to debate with smart people he respected about matters they agreed were important, but viewed a bit differently. I don't actually know where my father first met Stephen Breyer or Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but I insist on believing it was ACUS or another similar forum. There are fewer similar forums today. That's a loss for the bar and part of a larger loss to the country. As Americans, as citizens in a democracy, we must value debate. We must. And to value debate means to welcome opposing views, not just tolerate them, actually welcome them. Lawyers in particular owe a heightened commitment to the exchange of ideas. Much of what we do is impossible without someone on the other side representing a different view. If we're going to remedy our current national aversion to civil discourse, the cure starts with lawyers, I think. Lawyers, more than anyone else, should recognize the threats posed by ideological intolerance and a stunted capacity for the exchange of ideas. That's why I found the mistreatment of speakers at Yale Law School in 2022 and Stanford Law School last year especially disturbing. But it's also why I'm hopeful that lawyers can help lead the resistance to free speech. In my time as an ACUS member and now as a senior fellow, I've certainly appreciated our debates. And I've even appreciated the occasional chance to make common cause with the radical environmentalists among you against the oppressive statist views of some of the government representatives among you. I actually wanted to begin with some reflections from my own recent tenure in government and talk about a couple of issues that might interest this audience. First is the governmental responsibilities of presidential appointees, simply their responsibilities to govern their agencies. As Labor Secretary, I considered myself accountable for essentially everything the Labor Department did. The president has a responsibility to take care the laws are faithfully executed. And when it came to the 180 or so laws administered by the Labor Department, I was accountable to the president for that responsibility. There is a lore which holds sway in some quarters, especially in the popular press, according to which some things are too sensitive and important to be touched by presidential appointees. I've known Senate-confirmed officials who were gulled into believing this. At the Labor Department, by way of illustration, this might mean that it's wrong for Washington, and certainly for the secretary, to take an interest in an enforcement matter initiated in one of the department's regional offices. The secretary is a political appointee, this argument goes, and we need to keep politics and therefore political appointees out of government. Well, this is complete rubbish, although in the spirit of respectful discourse, if any of you disagree, I am eager for an exchange in the Q&A following my remarks. But I should clarify. Of course, partisan politics should be kept out of law enforcement. When I was solicitor at the Labor Department, the general counsel, I protested to the White House counsel when I believed a White House official was, for reasons of electoral politics, attempting to influence an investigation we had at the department. As solicitor, I was also welcomed to a meeting with a Republican senator who was annoyed that I had authorized an enforcement action against a large company in his state. He was even more annoyed when in the meeting, I did not agree to reverse course. In bringing legal actions, no government official should throw punches or pull punches for reason of partisan politics. But with that caveat, enforcement actions are one important way that agencies manifest policy, and presidential appointees are responsible for agency policy. When I was Labor Secretary, I was supportive of aggressive enforcement against abusive labor practices toward low-wage workers in the agricultural sector. That was policy. I discussed with my staff ways to bring more and more effective cases. In doing so, it would have been natural and appropriate to tell my staff to bring this case rather than that case based on my assessment of the legal arguments that each involved. As Labor Secretary, I considered myself the client, not the lawyer. And for this and other reasons, I was less likely to get involved in such discussions. On the other hand, as the client and as the head of the agency, I had an even greater responsibility for policy. And it was well within my role to take an interest in the most consequential cases that we brought. In fact, it would have been an abdication of my responsibility if I refused to do so. At the Justice Department, the Attorney General holds press conferences to announce the department's most consequential cases. His job does not begin and end with that press avail. Rather, I expect that it's preceded by vigorous engagement with the theories and implications of the case. That's as it should be. When I was secretary, and when I thought about this other view, the view that holds that I should pay no attention to regional enforcement matters, I would occasionally imagine getting a call from the president that I worked for after my department made headline news with a new case filed on a far-fetched legal theory. I imagine the president demanding an explanation and me saying, yeah, Mr. President, that one surprised the heck out of me too. We've got some real characters here at the department, sir. They've got some wild ideas. What's a guy to do? I can't interfere with the work of the agency. The president I served would not have taken that well. No president should. This view of my job animated a small regulatory change I made as secretary, a change that I am disproportionately pleased with. And this is about the only audience that could conceivably, potentially, maybe be interested. So you're going to hear about it. It actually relates to a recommendation you're considering today. For many years, the Labor Department has had a body called the Administrative Review Board, the ARB. It was created to issue adjudicative decisions in the name of the secretary on matters appealed from the department's administrative law judges. When I was at the department as solicitor, this again is the general counsel role, my staff told me how the ARB had come to be. A previous secretary had been giving speeches that touched on matters that he would be called to decide on appeals from the department ALJs. This is what my staff told me. Ethics counsel told this secretary, sir, you really shouldn't be giving speeches on matters that could come before you in your adjudicative capacity as secretary. I think the staff expected the secretary to stop giving the speeches. Instead, he created the ARB, they decided the cases, and he carried on giving speeches to his heart's content. Now, my first government job was as a speechwriter, so perhaps I should respect that decision. But I thought it was an abdication. And as secretary, I didn't like the idea that a body within the department could make final decisions in my name in areas for which I felt I had ultimate responsibility. And those decisions could be completely antithetical to my views on law and policy, and there was nothing I could do about it. I also thought it was peculiar that the department's top lawyer could brief a legal point to the ARB, and the board might decide, no, you're wrong. We read the statute differently. And that would be the department's last word on the topic, even if it conflicted with the considered views of the department's leadership. The change I made was to amend the ARB rules to provide for discretionary review by the secretary of ARB decisions. I never exercised that new authority as it happened, but my successor did. When he did, I saw a press report noting the supposed irony that my predecessor used the authority I had established to reverse a decision that the reporter supposed was one I would have liked as a policy matter. In fact, I was pleased that the mechanism was finally used. It accorded with my view on how to run the department. I raised this aspect of my former job with this audience, that is the appropriateness of active engagement by political leadership, even in matters involving enforcement. Because those who understand and care about government, as this group does, can play a valued role in correcting misperceptions about government. Misperceptions that are spread by those who do not understand, and sometimes by those who are looking to score political or personal points at the expense of an informed public understanding of our government and of the motives of government officials. I do want to make one last thing clear on this topic to avoid any misunderstanding. To believe in active and unabashed political leadership by political appointees is not to diminish the role of career civil servants. As solicitor and secretary, I was deeply grateful for the experience, expertise, and contributions of the career staff. I also valued their friendship, including Bob Shapiro, who I think for many years was a member here. It's a terrible mistake to believe you can run a federal agency without these individuals. You will accomplish less. So I've been talking about litigation and adjudication. Let me turn to rulemaking. I was, of course, actively involved in the most consequential rulemakings we did at the department. I even read rulemaking comments. I did so because in our biggest rulemakings, I wanted to know what was being said by our most articulate supporters and critics. Of course, I depended largely on department staff to sort through comments and recommend any changes to a rule in response. But I found that reading comments helped sharpen my own understanding and could provide a reality check, a fresh look and a protection against the groupthink that can settle in among a leadership team who share a common view and goal. In fact, one of my few regrets as secretary involved a rule where we went to final without notice and comment. If I recall correctly, we relied on the good cause exception, but also invited comment on the final rule. The rule was final, but it was subject to public comment, and we could possibly revise it after that comment period. That rule reflected good ideas and involved some very hard and thoughtful work, but we made mistakes. Our error was not the ideas behind the rules. It was in not first vetting the rules' terms so we could improve those terms with the benefit of the public's comment. And again, this may be just about the only audience I can say this to, but I'm sentimental about notice and comment, of all things. Kind of how I'm sentimental about the Stars and Stripes and the Founding Fathers. In a democracy where increasingly, or at least until the end of this month, many important decisions are made by federal agencies. Notice and comment is one of the public's best chances for effective democratic participation. Notice and comment is the public being heard. It is the public helping shape the law. Of course, the public is able to help shape the law through notice and comment, in part because if they're ignored, they can sue. And as a private practitioner, I get pretty sentimental about that too. Years ago, over dinner, I was telling my wife about some case that I was preparing to bring about against some government agency, and my son, Jack, who was in elementary school, he got this alarmed expression, and he said, "Daddy, can you do that?" I assured him, "Son, suing the government is your God-given right as an American." My European colleagues in my firm are surprised to learn of this practice that I have, hailing the government into court. All of you, though, understand it's an integral part of the healthy functioning of government agencies. When we think of government compulsion that prompts regulated entities to sue, we think most often of rules adopted after notice and comment. And certainly those are the most straightforward and probably the most common APA suits. But in my years representing clients in the private sector, I've seen many other ways the government exerts compulsion. In contracting, for example, conditions are attached to federal contracts that manifest government policy, a policy on minimum wages, a policy on vaccination, or on climate change. Likewise with permitting and other contexts where agency approval is needed. Once an agency has approval authority over a company's activities, it can pressure the company or the individual on matters that are only remotely related to that approval authority and that may not even lie within the agency's statutory remit. This reality was the subject of a law review article by my father's successor as ACUS chair, Professor Robert Anthony. Its title sort of said it all. Quote, "Well, you want the permit, don't you?" As a young associate, I loved this article because it captured a dilemma I saw my client's face. There's a recent article addressing some of these same issues by Professor Nicholas Perillo of Yale Law School. Is he here? Good, because I'm going to talk about his article. It's a good article. I believe the article is an outgrowth of a project that he did for ACUS. The article is presented as an empirical study of agency guidance and is based on 130 some interviews with regulators and with lawyers and parties who appear before them in an effort to understand why agencies use guidance and how and why guidance binds regulated entities at times. A principal point of the article is that sometimes agency guidance operates as binding, not because the agency necessarily even intends it, but because the regulatee treats it as binding due to its relationship with the regulator. Perillo's first example is the same as Robert Anthony's, permitting. When a statute requires entities to, quote, seek the affirmative assent of the agency in order to obtain some benefit, Perillo says, quote, "And if the agency's decision is uncertain and subject to delay, the incentive to follow whatever the agency's wishes appear to be can be overwhelming," end quote. In these and other circumstances, Perillo says, quote, "regulated parties often have no practical choice but to follow a guidance document," end quote. He identifies banking as another area where due to the pervasive and discretionary nature of bank supervision, the expressed wish of a regulator can function as a command for the regulated. These things are true in my experience. Pervasively regulated companies often feel they have no choice but to adhere to agency guidance. Recent ACUS recommendations on guidance have recognized this and have provided guidance on guidance to avoid improper binding effects. This is good, but it's not a full answer. The dynamic that these recommendations recognize, and that Professors Anthony and Perillo see, and that I've seen in my practice, must also be considered when assessing the availability of judicial review. Courts can be better at considering this, I think. Perhaps litigators can too. That's the point I want to finish with today. As this group knows, whether an agency document is a judicially reviewable final agency action often is determined in part by assessing whether the document is binding. Courts typically make that assessment with a heavy focus on how the agency phrases its guidance, how often it says should rather than shall, for example. And of course, that's important. But in some contexts, like the ones I've been describing, regulators who actually want to coerce can happily festoon their guidance with all kinds of assurances that the document is non-binding, because they know that regulated entities will feel they have no choice but to comply. In my view, when regulated entities feel, and here I'm quoting Perillo, that they have, quote, no practical choice, quote, but to follow the, quote, overwhelming, quote, pressure to adhere to guidance, there should be an opportunity for judicial review for those who are harmed. But today, on these facts and without more, many judges would throw the case out on the ground that there's no final agency action. It's interesting to compare a Supreme Court decision involving government arm twisting that issued just 2 weeks ago. It's not an APA case. It's a First Amendment case. And there's a second somewhat similar case that's still pending. The decided case, as many of you know, is National Rifle Association versus Vulo. The court there unanimously agreed that the NRA had stated First Amendment claims against the former head of New York State's Department of Financial Services, or DFS. DFS has considerable regulatory power over New York insurance companies and other financial institutions. The NRA alleged that Governor Cuomo and Superintendent Vulo opposed the NRA because of its advocacy of gun rights, and that DFS issued, quote, guidance letters, quote, and a press release that were intended to and had the effect of causing insurance companies to cease business with the NRA. DFS's conduct was said to include telling one insurer that the agency would be less interested in pursuing certain regulatory infractions by the insurer if the insurer ceased providing insurance to gun groups. Those are the allegations. I'm not, don't know what the merits are. That's not my topic today. The Second Circuit had dismissed the case, saying, among other things, that the agency's guidance was, quote, written in an even-handed, non-threatening tone and employed words intended to persuade rather than intimidate, end quote. The Supreme Court applied a broader lens. Quote, the greater and more direct the government official's authority, said Justice Sotomayor for the unanimous court, quote, the less likely a person would feel free to disregard a directive from the official, end quote. The Second Circuit had focused on the guidance documents, quote, words and tone. The justices said the matter had to be, quote, viewed in context to determine whether the government had, quote, coerced the regulated companies. This broader view and sensitivity should be applied in cases determining whether there is a reviewable agency action under the APA too. When the government exerts its power to institute a new norm, a new way of doing things, a new standard of conduct, in my view, people who are coerced, harmed, and who object should have a chance to sue for relief. Judicial review is often the only chance to test whether that new norm is correct, whether it makes sense or instead is arbitrary and capricious, and whether the government is misusing the power in the people the power that Congress and the people gave to it. It made a great impression on me in law school when Professor Sunstein told me that part of the fascination of administrative law is that so much of what's going on never appears in court cases, and not even necessarily in the Federal Register, the Code of Federal Regulations. Some of it's invisible and imperceptible, except to those affected by it. But those effects sometimes are immense. As our government grows continually larger and its relationships and touch points with the public become closer and more numerous, attention to collateral forms of regulation becomes even more important. Those of us who care about the administrative process and about liberty should be ever more vigilant about artificial barriers to affected parties having their day in court. Thank you again for the chance to join you all today.
Are questions allowed? Next. Jane has just said that he'd be willing to take questions. So anyone have a question?
Yeah, when I was secretary, I had the greatest realization, which was people can always ask me questions. I just might not answer. So I'm very open to Q&A. If there are any questions, I'm happy to.
First of all, thank you so much. I mean, just thank you in terms of both all the issues we covered, and as you know, 2 of them relate to 2 of the recommendations.
Yep.
So I just really appreciate it. On the first point of the appropriate involvement of political committees, I mean, I really so much agree with that. And I'm sure we'll talk about it in the recommendation. But I'm wondering if you have any thoughts, and the truth is, I don't think there's an answer to this, but I want to know if you have any thoughts about what one does when you do have a political appointee on the right, on the left, who is in fact using the sort of partisan politics, not the law. Like they haven't taken on that role assumption that their job is to faithfully execute the laws. I mean, what is one to do about that? Because that's of course what generates all the concern. So thoughts?
I mean, that's a problem that potentially pervades government, right? It's not just in adjudication. It's in grant making, it's in enforcement. And so it's a problem that exists throughout. There are mechanisms that are available to deal with it. There are inspectors general. There are different ways to voice concerns, as I mentioned, something I did when I was at the Labor Department. So I don't think there's a single cure-all. I do want to mention Judge Silberman briefly, because I was very close to Judge Silberman, and he was a great DC Circuit judge. I actually think that Judge Silberman's greatest contribution may, though, be how thoughtful he was about how people in government ought to behave, and his efforts to instruct people who clerked for him and others about that. He was a great advisor to me, and he was somebody who was very thoughtful about those very issues. And I think another part of the answer is for other people to be very thoughtful and vocal about those kinds of issues. How are you supposed to behave as a government official? And I think there are norms that are really important and people ought to give voice to. But that problem exists. It can't be a way to prevent people who are appointed to run an agency from running the agency. And attacks on them when they do so, suggesting that they shouldn't be involved, I think really distort the public's understanding of government. Yeah.
We're gonna grab a microphone.
Yeah.
But one last answer, where I ended, which is judicial review. To win an APA case, you don't have to say partisan politics were involved. You just have to say there's no rational basis for this. And at times when decisions are made for, base political reasons, even if that rationale does not come out in the litigation, the absence of any other good rationale can defeat the improper government action. Yeah.
Thanks. Well, again, thank you so much for coming out. You had mentioned a need for industries and entities who are maybe unduly regulated to be able to challenge those regulations in courts of law. How would you balance the concerns of a regulated entity needing to be regulated fairly and those entities who might want to challenge the policies behind the regulations by attacking the regulations themselves?
Well, let me say, first of all, it was not my point that those entities are necessarily unduly regulated. Some probably are, but that's not my point. My point is that they are just closely regulated. With banks, it's really astonishing. One of the most gratifying court victories I ever had was when I challenged MetLife's designation as too big to fail, which caused them to be regulated as a bank. Because when we won the case, they were able to usher out the door, I think, a dozen bank examiners who had set up shop in MetLife's offices for the indefinite future, because MetLife was now being treated as a bank. I mean, bank supervision is so close and pervasive. And again, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that that bank is captive to the wishes of the regulator in many circumstances, without the mechanisms of review that we're accustomed to seeing in a lot of different contexts. And so I'm not sure I followed the full thrust of the question. My point is not that there shouldn't be guidance. I did guidance when I was at the Labor Department. Occasionally, I did a little bit of battle with people at the White House who thought that guidance should just be gone. And I said, as in many things, the question is, what's the alternative? And if the alternative is the public operating in the dark without fair notice, I kind of like guidance. If the alternative is, well, no, you're really doing a rule and you ought to do it the right way, then I'm for the rule. And so the point of the close of my remarks was not that any of this guidance is necessarily wrong, but I think there are decisions out of the DC Circuit, other courts, that I think fail to fully appreciate the impact on a regulated entity of guidance that are too prone to give weight to an agency saying, these are just our idle thoughts. You do what's best. That's part of the equation. But in these contexts I'm describing, I think the courts in some cases can be more sensitive than they've been to the bind that these regulated entities find themselves.
Yeah. Could you talk a little bit about the two cases that I mentioned that you're working on, the climate change case and the non-compete?
Oh, sure, briefly. I should begin by saying I'm right in both of them. One is the Federal Trade Commission's ban on non-compete agreements. And I think one or two of you actually filed an amicus brief on the other side in that case. It's actually, I think many of you know, it's a really very interesting and important case. The Federal Trade Commission has, in my view, for the first time, asserted an authority to regulate, to issue a rule outlawing what it regards as an unfair method of competition. And that particular purported unfair method of competition is the use of non-compete agreements in employment by basically anybody for anybody. The Federal Trade Commission has estimated that the rule will outlaw 30 million existing agreements, and it will effectively preempt the laws of 46 states. And I think the FTC would agree with that characterization. Naturally, part of the debate in the case is the major question doctrine. So that's one. And then the other is the SEC adopted a rule a couple months ago requiring disclosures by companies regarding climate-related matters, emissions, climate risks that they see, that sort of thing. There have been a number of challenges brought to that by companies and others that feel that it goes well beyond the SEC's statutory authority to require disclosures of issues that are material to investors. There's also a compelled speech First Amendment claim in the case, which I think might be of interest to some of you. So that's the other case. They're both sort of getting briefed and interesting matters.
Okay, well, thanks so much.
Okay.
Wonderful remarks and so relevant to what we're working on, as Hy pointed out. We have a couple of gifts for Gene. Gene made a point of asking me to make his introduction a modest one, which was difficult given his decades of accomplishment, but I hope I pulled that off for you. But now I'm going to embarrass him because in thinking about what kind of gift we should get for you, I thought that Gene, you represent the closest thing we have to ACUS royalty.
Oh, no. We're Americans. We're against that stuff.
No, no. Because of course, as Gene said, he's served with ACUS for 12 years and hopefully for many years to come. And his father, the late Justice Scalia, was one of the first chairs in the early 70s, 72 to 74. So we thought, let's see if we can get something for him that's, from that period and reflective of your father's work. And we have, of course, in the what is called the council room, but really we use it as a conference room, the official portrait of each chair. And we have that portrait of your father, except it's the Supreme Court portrait as well. So he's in robe and everything, and it's not really about ACUS. So we went looking through the files and the archives of pictures, and Sean looked and Nathan looked. And we found a few, but there were always a stranger in them who we didn't, know. And he had a drink in his hand, and he was having a good time, and he was talking. So that were reflective of him, but there was always somebody we couldn't identify. So we ruled those out. And Sean finally found deep in the records a copy of a report, the report of one of the plenary sessions from his time as chair. And there was this little picture of him speaking to the conference. It was little and it was grainy and it was on paper, but Nathan took the project over, worked with a photographer, and we blew it up and we made it pretty, and we framed it, and we are very happy to present this picture of your father addressing the conference to you.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
And there's one more thing. There is a legend in the office of a letter that your father, as chairman, wrote to an airline after a trip that he took. We also started a search for a copy of this letter. David Pritzker, who I saw come in, there he is. He's sort of the historian of ACUS. And he had a copy of this letter, which he had found, oddly enough, in the archives in the early years of ACUS 2.0, when Paul asked him to go find what the records in the archives showed. So it wasn't quite suitable for framing because it's not signed and it's not on letterhead. So we didn't frame it, but we laminated it, and thought you might like to have a copy of it because, and I'm not going to reveal the contents. You can have a chuckle, and we think that it in many ways is reflective of some of the personality of the late justice. Well, I'll leave that up to Gene.
It's many of us have at least thought of writing such letters, although we had good sense not to send them. By the way, this isn't signed. We don't know it was sent, but I mean,
we know.
Let me say, you could have a collected volume of Justice Scalia's letters to service providers. When I went through his papers after he died, there's great stuff with a termite exterminator in Chicago. But so here's the last line. Quote, "My only regret is that I was wearing a sports jacket and therefore cannot bill you for a suit."
So thanks so much, Jane.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
I didn't print this copy.
Okay, sure. Bye-bye. He's gonna leave it. We're gonna deliver it to him.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me bring it.
So again, welcome everyone. Those of you who are here in person, those on the Zoom. Gene, I should have warned you in advance that you were speaking to many people other than those in the room. There are many people on Zoom who I'm sure appreciated your remarks as well. So welcome everyone. This is one of two of my favorite days of the year when we get together to work on and improve and approve ACUS's recommendations. It's also the summer session. If those of you have come, some of you have come from out of town, welcome to the beginning of a Washington summer. I had to walk an entire 2 blocks from the parking lot to here, and I already started schwitzing. I'm hoping to cool down. Doesn't mean I'm that nervous. I'm a little bit nervous, but not that much. So a story I want to share with you about ACUS. When people ask me what is ACUS, what does it do, or I have to give an elevator speech about it, I almost always begin by saying, well, it's a small agency, independent, federal, that tries to make government work better. And usually I get, oh, well, you probably got a lot of work. That's a hard job. You must be busy. Ha ha. Okay. So a couple of weeks ago, I'm visiting a new doctor for the first time. And he says, "Oh, what do you do?" And I say, "Well, I'm an attorney. I run this small federal agency that tries to make the government work better." He said, "Stop. A small federal agency." I said, "Yeah. You try to make the government work better." And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, maybe you should be a bigger agency." So that's a sentiment that I think we all can agree with. So we called the session to order. So and we heard from Gene, and now we'll get back to regular order, which calls for the chair's report. The statute requires the chair to make a full report at each plenary session on the affairs of the conference. So let's do it. I'm happy to report that the state of the conference remains strong and that it continues to pursue its mission successfully. We have a robust, ongoing research agenda with 4 strong proposed recommendations for your consideration today, and there are many more in the works. Next month, we'll be proposing several new projects to the Council for its formal approval. These additional recommendation projects will keep us busy into December of 2025. Excuse me one second. We've also been conducting studies and researching reports while developing ideas for new ones at the same time. We've been actively holding roundtables, forums, and working groups. We have worked to update our flagship resources and developed ideas for future ones. We have also seen significant implementation successes. Throughout, we have maintained an emphasis on the values that are the hallmark of ACUS, its members, and its work. ACUS has continued to be a trustworthy steward of taxpayer funds. Both the White House and Congress have continued to deliver strong funding support for ACUS. In fact, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024 funded ACUS at $3.43 million for the current fiscal year running through September. For FY25, the President has asked Congress for a modest but welcome bump of $3.523 million. Now, given the very constrained budget environment and difficult funding choices facing the administration and the Congress, this appropriations request, I think, reflects the value that is seen in ACUS's work. Our conversations with congressional appropriators have been consistently positive, showing the agency's strong bipartisan support. We are optimistic that ACUS will receive an appropriation for FY25 sufficient to undertake a full program of activities and agency initiatives. In fact, just last week, the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Financial Services and General Government reported an ACUS appropriation of $3.43 million, which is the same as what we've been appropriated in recent years. despite significant cuts in other accounts under the jurisdiction of that subcommittee. And today, right now, as we speak, that bill is being marked up and reported by the full House Appropriations Committee. All our budgetary success, of course, is due to the skillful work of our CFO and COO, Harry Seidman, who I think just stepped outside, budget analyst Nathan Tomaso, who many of you may have met for the first or not for the first time, outside, and congressional liaison Conrad Dryland, who is here to my left. We continue to maintain and expand good relations with the rest of Congress. Conrad does a great job of monitoring congressional activities and helping us respond to congressional requests, and most importantly, proactively promoting our work on the Hill. We continue to actively communicate our work to our target audiences with the able guidance of the Amplia Group. Darren Katz of Amplia is here with us today, all the way from Amsterdam, where he reports that it never gets hot in the summer. A list of the topics and guests for the ACUS radio, streaming, and podcast show Between the Lines since our last session are on the screen. The shows are available on the ACUS and FNN websites. And I hope we have been successful in engaging with you, the membership. We continue to provide monthly email updates on our activities. And in March, we had our 4th midpoint meeting to update members on recent ACUS activities and to solicit your input. 5 projects are now underway, which I expect will be put before the committees later this year and next year for the development of recommendations. They are listed on the screens behind me. More information on each of these projects is available on our website, and we will continue to provide updates each month as they progress. Additional recommendation projects will be announced as soon as next month. Just last week, we published a new report by public member Mila Shahoni and Professors Jed Stiglitz and Zach Clopton, examining how nationwide injunctions and similar equitable remedies affect the administration of federal regulatory programs. Several other reports and studies are also underway. At the suggestion of the Judicial Review Committee, we asked Senior Fellow John Duffy and Professor Aditya Bamzai to draft a report examining the timing of judicial review. We can't take credit, however, for anticipating that the time period for challenging an agency rule would be on the Supreme Court's docket this term, but I expect that John and Aditya's report to ACUS will be the first study to comprehensively examine the subject after the court's decision. Speaking of court decisions, as most of you know, the court is expected to release some decisions today, perhaps within minutes. So let us know if you get any notice about any cases of interest, because I hear there are, in fact, one or two of mild interest. Also underway at ACUS is a project re-examining international regulatory cooperation. This issue was the subject of an ACUS recommendation in 2011. President Obama issued an executive order a year later, based in part on that recommendation. The current project will examine agency practices under that EO and other developments over the past decade. ACUS was pleased to host a public forum on the subject just last week with our 3 project consultants, Professors Kathleen Clausen, Elena Chachko, and David Zaring, who are also preparing a report to ACUS on this topic, which will be released later this year. A study of how non-lawyers represent and assist participants in federal agency adjudication is being conducted by Professor Amy Widman. Her report will address the extent to which non-lawyers represent participants in adjudication, other forms of assistance that participants receive from non-lawyers, and agency policies and practices governing representation and assistance by non-lawyers. Finally, Special Counsel Matt Weiner is conducting a study of agency procedural rules, which he tells us every week will result in a report to ACUS this year or early next. Of course, one of the ways we carry out the agency's statutory charge to arrange for information exchange among agencies is by organizing roundtables. Ongoing roundtables are listed on the screens. The Office of the Chair also establishes working groups to bring experts together to develop model materials. Accordingly, we convened a working group to take up this body's proposal in Recommendation 2021-9, Regulation of Representatives in Agency Adjudicative Proceedings. That recommendation directed ACUS to develop model rules of representative conduct. The group, composed of representatives from the public and private sectors, has met many times over the last year and a half to develop model rules. The almost final model rules are in your booklets. The final agenda item today is a presentation from that working group's reporter and public member, Lou Verrilli, from group member George Cohen, and the group's staff counsel, Matt Gluth. Unfortunately, I have to share that the working group's chair, Judge Aaron Worth, was unable to attend today due to an unexpected family emergency, and our thoughts are with her at this time, and I hope that all works out well. But thank you to Aaron, Lou, George, Matt, and all members of the working group. I intend to convene another working group soon to compile model materials to assist agencies with educating the public about the following: the rulemaking process, the role of public participation, and best practices for structuring public participation. ACUS has recommended that agencies take steps to educate public participants, for example, by publishing documents that explain what types of comments are most beneficial and providing concrete best practices for parties submitting comments. Many agencies have already developed such materials, and this working group will build on those efforts and facilitate the exchange of information among agencies. ACUS also remains an active member of the White House Legal and Interagency Roundtable, or LAIR, which the President reconvened under the leadership of the Attorney General and the White House Counsel. ACUS is one of more than 24 agency members of LAIR and contributed to its first 2 annual reports to the President. Taking on an even bigger role last year, ACUS worked closely with LAIR's executive director and her team in DOJ's Office of Access to Justice to coordinate activities throughout 2023 and draft the year-end final report to the President. We remain very active in LAIR this year. Jeremy is co-leading the Roundtable's new committee on data and research, and Matt participates in the Roundtable's innovation and simplification committees. Much more remains to be done, of course, to enhance access to justice in agency proceedings, and ACUS will continue to undertake new initiatives to help achieve that goal. We also continue to issue publications to keep ACUS members and the public informed about matters of administrative procedure. The information interchange bulletins offer one-page overviews of important topics. Another monthly series keeps agencies, Congress, and members updated on adjudication-related developments. We also provide weekly updates on relevant congressional developments. With your input, we have published our first 2 statements of principles. The latest statement provides a single, convenient resource summarizing all ACUS recommendations on public engagement in agency rulemaking. The first statement summarized recommendations related to the disclosure of federal administrative materials. We are currently working on 2 new statements of principles, one focused on agency guidance documents and another focused on administrative adjudication. We hope to share the new statement of principles on guidance documents with you all very soon. We are, of course, also regular contributors to the Administrative and Regulatory Law News, the Notice and Comment blog, and the Regulatory Review. I hope that you all had a chance to visit the substantially redesigned and we think improved ACUS.gov website. Among other changes, it is now much easier to find ACUS recommendations and reports and browse resources by type and topic. Anyone who subscribes can receive our monthly adjudication updates and weekly legislative updates delivered straight to your inbox as soon as they are published. We also now offer an ACUS newsletter, which is a monthly roundup of developments at ACUS, including new resources and upcoming events. Thanks especially to Nathan, Kaja, Harry, and Jeremy for their work on redesigning the website. Everyone else on the staff provided input as well. Since our last plenary session, the Office of the Chair has approved technical assistance to agencies and the Congress and promoted implementation of the agency's recommendations across all branches of government, which is, of course, a vital part of our mission. And that mission is led ably by the chair of our implementation group, Kai Feldman. I am pleased to report that our implementation outreach to Congress continues to bear fruit. Just last month, for example, the House of Representatives passed a bill entitled the Comment Integrity and Management Act, passed on a bipartisan basis, and that bill, if enacted, would largely implement the reforms identified in Recommendation 2021-1, managing mass, computer-generated, and falsely attributed comments. That bill is now pending before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, and we are optimistic about its chances for enactment. Another bill currently before the House, the Modernizing Retrospective Regulatory Review Act, would direct OMB to issue guidance on how agencies can use technology, including algorithmic tools, to conduct retrospective review more efficiently, cost-effectively, and accurately. That bill is informed, we're happy to say, in part at least, by Recommendation 2023-3, using algorithmic tools in retrospective review of agency rules. Agencies also continue to rely on ACUS resources while developing and promulgating rules and regulations. Just this year alone, our recommendations and reports have been cited in final rules adopted by the Departments of Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, and Labor, along with the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Election Commission, and the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. That federal policymakers so regularly rely on our work is a testament to the quality of the conference's recommendations and the contributions of all of you. That completes the chair's report on the affairs of the conference since the last plenary. In short, we are all very busy working to fulfill our statutory responsibilities. So at this time, since before we start with the recommendation, since we went out of order a little bit, I'm going to go back to the welcoming and thank yous stage because I didn't get a chance to do that. So I'm going to start with a welcome to members of the council, many of whom we expected here today, but of course I see Ron Cass. Ron, good to see you and thank you for being here. Who else is here that I don't see? Ann, you usually hide in the back. Where are you? She stepped out? Okay. Well, Ann Joseph O'Connell is here all the way from California as well, and we welcome her. I also need to introduce, they may be on the Zoom, other members of the council may be on the Zoom, and one of these new members said he'd be in and out of the Zoom and wasn't able to come. But the new members are Shaku Baya and Neil McBride. Shaku is an attorney at law at the law offices of Darashow, Pasquale, Krawitz, and Baya. And Neil is general counsel of the Treasury Department. So all of our council members are listed on the screens behind you, and I hope they still are, even though I went out of order. Yes. Thank you, of course, to all members of the council for the work they do for ACUS. I want to also thank our committee chairs who led the development of recommendations for this session. They are public member Kirti Datla. Kirti, where are you? There she is, okay. Who chaired the Judicial Review Committee for the first time this spring. Government member Nadine Mancini is the chair of the Adjudication Committee. Public member Eloise Pasikoff, the Administration and Management Committee chair, and Bertrand Ross, chair of the Rulemaking Committee. Is Bertrand here? Yeah, there you are. Okay. Thank you also to all of our consultants, Charlene Ray, who's right here, Joe Mead, there's Joe, and Sean Keeley. There's Sean, of course, good to see you. And the in-house researchers, of course, whose comprehensive reports from all the consultants inform the development of the draft recommendations that we will consider today. And thank you to the ACUS Staff Council who supported the work of the committees. Finally, thanks to GW Law for once again hosting our plenary session, with special thanks, as always, to Senior Fellow Alan Morrison for making the arrangements. Alan is usually here, but he's a little under the weather today, so was not able to join us in person, but he expects to be here with us remotely. I also need to announce that since the last plenary session, we've been joined by 4 new government members, 3 new liaison representatives, and 1 senior fellow. Their names appear on the screens behind me. Welcome and thank you to all new voting and non-voting members, and we look forward to working with you. And on the staff front, there is good news and bad news about staff. The good news is that last week, we welcomed a new attorney advisor, Bakaja Caldwell, who's right over there. She joins us from the Commerce Department's Office of General Counsel. She's a 2022 graduate of Notre Dame Law School, where she was a student of Senior Fellow Emily Bremmers. Is Emily here? No, maybe she's on the Zoom. 2 other attorney advisors will be joining us early this fall. They are here today helping out with mics, and maybe you'll get a chance to meet them. And also on the mics are summer interns who usually work remotely, but made the trip to be with us here today. Some coming from quite distance, California, Michigan, and elsewhere. And unfortunately, the bad news regarding staff is that we will be saying goodbye this summer to Senior Attorney Advisor Jen Celine, who is going back to academia. Jen, we'll miss you, and we wish you all the best. Okay, next step is initial business. Let's turn to the usual rules for debating and voting. Many of you have heard this many times before. The privilege of debate, of course, extends to all ACUS members. That includes ACUS's approximately 100 voting members who together constitute the assembly when, as today, they sit in plenary session, and also includes our non-voting members. The voting members consist of all council members, government members, and public members. The non-voting members consist of all senior fellows, special counsel, and liaison representatives. Only voting members may move an amendment or vote. So please remember who you are and what you are. And which member category you are before you vote. And what the amendment restriction usually means is that someone has to move Alan Morrison's amendments. You were provided instructions for participating in today's plenary session, and you should have them in your packets, including instructions for in-person and virtual participants. For each recommendation, we'll start with the manager's amendments as usual. These consist of technical and stylistic changes, some from members and some from staff, which are regularly adopted by unanimous consent. General debate on the recommendation as a whole will follow. After general debate, we'll consider council amendments and a word about council amendments based on member feedback, specifically from Hai and Jack Bierman. We're going to test a new procedure to try to expedite consideration of council amendments that are non-substantive or stylistic in nature and were accepted by the committee chair. Where and when appropriate, we'll try to consider such amendments en bloc as a group. And I will seek unanimous consent to their adoption as that group. Whenever we use this procedure, members will, of course, be given an opportunity to object to any specific amendment included in the block. And if such an objection is heard, we will try to resolve the objection before again seeking UC on the block as amended. I can assure you that we've been very conservative about identifying potential amendments for en bloc treatment. And today we will utilize this procedure in the 4th recommendation on the agenda. There were some potential ones in some of the other recommendations that just made stylistic changes, non-substantive changes. But if there was a lot of them or long paragraphs, we thought that we should consider them separately rather than as part of the block. After we resolve the pending council amendments, we'll turn to consideration of pre-submitted member amendments. Only after all pre-submitted amendments are disposed of will we consider amendments from the floor. And I may alter this order in one recommendation to facilitate our work on that one. And after all of that, we will then move to a final vote. Members here in person can seek recognition by raising their hand. Please seek recognition by raising the hand. Please wait for us to bring you a microphone, and we've got microphone folks in both aisles, and then state your name and membership affiliation at the beginning of your remarks. Members participating virtually can seek recognition by sending a short chat message in Zoom indicating that you want to be recognized. Please send chat messages to everyone, not just to host only. State briefly why you seek recognition and nothing more. No substantive discussion in the chat, please. And please remain muted while in Zoom until you are recognized. To make it easier for us to manage the queue, Zoom participants should not use the raise hand feature to seek recognition. As usual, I will seek unanimous consent on most votes. If you object to an action on which UC is sought, voting members here in person should raise their hand and say, "I object." And voting members participating virtually should send a Zoom chat message that says, "I object." If unanimous consent is not possible, I will call for a voice vote. For a voice vote, remote and in-person voting members should say yay or nay when prompted. Finally, if the voice vote is inconclusive, I will call for a show of hands using the blue voting cards. Voting members here in person can vote by raising their blue voting cards on my signal. You should find those cards inside your name tags. Voting members who are voting remotely should instead use the virtual hand-raising function in Zoom. And this is when we ask you to use that function. If a member doesn't have that function or doesn't know how to use it, please indicate your vote by sending a chat message to everyone that says yay or nay. As I've done before, I plan to curb debate on any general point or thought about an amendment that is made without suggested text. If you seek recognition for the purpose of offering an amendment, but don't have text to offer, we'll hear you out, of course, but then come back to you once you've distilled your thoughts into language on which the assembly can vote. I will also make every effort to dispose of second, third, fourth, and additional degrees of amendments, whether friendly or not, in an orderly and clear manner, so everyone knows on what language they are being asked to vote. On at least one occasion last time, we had so many threads going on one amendment, and I think we were at least up to 5 degrees, that some members, including myself, had difficulty sorting them all out. I think probably only Ron Cass was able to do that. Well, with all that said, let's turn now to initial procedural business. The first item is approval of the minutes of the 80th plenary session, which you'll find in your packets. Is there any objection to their approval? Hearing no objection, they're approved. The next preliminary item is the adoption of the resolution governing the order of business, which is also in your packets. It provides, as reflected on the agenda, 75 minutes of debate on each recommendation. The time allotted can be extended for an additional 30 minutes by majority vote. The resolution also provides that pre-submitted amendments will receive priority. Is there any objection to the approval of the resolution? Seeing and hearing none, the resolution is approved. So let me just ask before we get down to work on the first recommendation. In fact, before that, I've got a little bit to say about the draft recommendations. You'll find each recommendation in your packet, both clean and red line form. The clean version represents the recommendation without any amendments, and the red line version reflects, among other things, all pre-submitted amendments. We'll show each red line version up on the screens. When I refer to line numbers and paragraph numbers during today's discussion, I'll be referring to line and paragraph numbers as they appear in the booklet. The numbers on the screen, of course, will change as we consider and adopt amendments and add or subtract text. Before turning to the recommendations, I'd like to again thank our members, committee chairs, consultants, and staff for their hard work in preparing these recommendations. So, okay, now, before we jump into judicial review, is there anything? Are we ready to go? We're gonna need a couple of the folks to come on up now. Chair and consultant, please. Okay, it looks like everyone is settling in. Our first recommendation of the day is choice of forum for judicial review of agency rules, which comes to us from the Committee on Judicial Review. Thank you to Committee Chair Kirti Datla, Consultant Joe Mead, and Staff Counsel Kaja Novatsky. This was Kirti's first time chairing an ACUS committee, as I indicated earlier, and she did a terrific job. Thank you. On a not so easy, as we'll see, topic. First, we'll hear from Joe on his report, and then Kirti on the committee's proceedings. Please, Joe.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving me the chance to work on this project. So I understood the assignment to basically involve 3 buckets of questions. The first bucket here were statutory ambiguities in the existing jurisdictional scheme, which court reviews agency decisions, and how do courts deal with ambiguities or challenges to understanding what the scope of those provisions are. The second bucket of questions involves basically vertical choices about which level of court should be vested with jurisdiction to review agency rules. The primary debate here would be between the usual path of civil litigation in federal courts, which is where cases are brought in district court and then appealed, or direct circuit review, which of course is a common method for reviewing agency decisions. And then the third bucket of questions involves horizontal or basically venue choices, or which, for any given level of court, which court should be given jurisdiction to review agency rulemaking. So to undertake this work, I did a literature review and reviewed Supreme Court and Federal Circuit case law. I also read every circuit case involving challenges to agency rules from selected years to make sure that there weren't any issues that I was not aware of, and just to build out the report and make sure I understood all whatever latent dimensions might be there. So, I guess I'll turn it to you to talk about what those recommendations are.
Kirti, thank you.
Thanks. So first, thank you to Joe for his excellent report, and thank you to Kaja and Jeremy for shepherding us through one initial brainstorming meeting about how to draft recommendations that was multiple hours long, and 3 committee meetings that were also multiple hours long about these recommendations, which leads me to thank the members of the committee for engaging so deeply with Joe's report and the associated recommendations. So I think in that brief time I have, it'll help this plenary session to give a bit of context about some of those discussions that went into recommendations 1 and 2 that you have in front of you. So on the first recommendation, I think we sort of started with Joe's language in the report, which mirrors the initial language in recommendation 75-3 that had some caveats attached to it. And over the course of the multiple committee meetings, we experimented with different ways of conveying the same general idea, which is that 75-3 said, generally, we prefer judicial review of actions issued through notice and comment rulemaking procedures but then again had some qualifications. And this recommendation basically removes those qualifications and takes a more categorical approach to recommending that review be located when Congress tells agencies they need to act through notice and comment procedures. It should send the associated judicial review to the courts of appeals. And so by the final session, we landed in the same place that we had started, which is to mirror the prior language. On the second recommendation, I think it's worth just providing a little bit of background on additional ideas we considered. So consistent with Joe's report, we as a committee considered other options to sort of create a process that mirrors the process, the lottery process for the Circuit Court of Appeals. So we talked about whether there was a way to extend the idea in 28 U.S.C. 2112 to district court proceedings. We tossed around draft language about extending and a slightly modified version of the MDL proceedings to cases that end up in district court, and eventually decided for various reasons not to include that recommendation in the draft, which is why we have only the one recommendation related to single member divisions left addressing the district court specific side of things. So with that, I think I'll stop.
Okay, thank you very much, Kiri. Joe? First, we'll start off with the manager's amendment, first order of business. Is there any objection to adopting the manager's amendment of stylistic and technical changes? Seeing none and hearing none on the Zoom, without objection, it's adopted. So now I'm going to have to talk a little bit about the rules of debate and discussion and amendment for this recommendation. First of all, I want to say we put this first because for the day, because we think this will take the most work from all of us and the most time. And we also thought that we should reorder the ordinary procedures or the ordinary order that we use in considering recommendations. We've actually tried to simplify it and make it more logical, but when you first hear it, you may think it's anything but that. But bear with me, and as we work through it, it'll become apparent, hopefully. So debate and discussion for this recommendation, as I said, will proceed differently. To facilitate what we expect to be a robust discussion, here's the first change. We will briefly consider a pre-submitted amendment from public member Jennifer Dickey and a comment from special counsel Jeff Lubbers. Neither one of these are on the topic of paragraph 2, which we expect to get the most attention and time. And here's another change in the usual procedure. Once we've disposed of the amendment from Jen and the comment from Jeff, I'll ask for a show of hands of members who may be interested in offering an amendment from the floor for any part of the recommendation except recommendation 2. Again, so we can hold that all for the end and the bulk of the time. If there are only a few such floor amendments, and there usually are a few or none, we'll work through them quickly, trying to resolve them and vote on them if necessary. If it looks, however, like we have more than a handful, then I'm going to put a pin in it, save it to the end after we do the elephant. Either way, we'll then consider proposed amendments from both the council and conference members regarding only the second numbered paragraph and the corresponding section of the preamble. To keep us on schedule, I'm going to limit the time allotted for debate. I think it'll be ample time, but it will be limited to 60 minutes for discussion and debate on the judge shopping issue altogether. After members have had a chance to share their views, or for no more than 40 minutes, and remember there's a 5-minute per member speaking rule, and whichever comes first, we're finished or 40 minutes have elapsed. I'm going to call a vote on whether paragraph 2 stays in or comes out. And depending on how that vote proceeds, we'll then turn to the preamble. You with me so far? Let me remind everyone at this point that any member who disagrees in whole or in part with a recommendation adopted by the Assembly is entitled to enter a separate statement in the record of the conference proceedings and to have it set alongside the official publication of that recommendation. Notice of your intention to file a separate statement, however, must be provided by the end of the day. And all you have to do is tell our General Counsel, Sean McGibbon, that you plan on filing a separate statement. And then that must be written and filed within 10 days of the recommendation's adoption. Oh, I'm sorry. No, don't we have a, we have a Jen? Did I say it wrong? All right, Conrad is telling me that I said Jeff when I meant Ron Levin. Ron has, no, yeah. No, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, no, it's Jeff. There'll be a Jen Dickey amendment on something other than paragraph 2, then our Jeff Lubbers comment. Then eventually when we get to 2, there's a Jen Dickey amendment to strike a paragraph 2 and the preamble, and a Ron Levin response to that. Okay, so separate statements. Remember, you have the right to do that. So turning to the proposed amendments on matters other than the paragraph 2, we have 2 pre-submitted member proposed amendments. And the first comes from public member Jen Dickey. This amendment would remove the second sentence of the preamble appearing at lines 2 through 5. Jen, can I turn to you for an explanation, please?
Sure. I mean, this is not super substantive, but when I read this sentence jumped out at me as like, where is this coming from? And it felt like it kind of broke up the discussion. And so then I read the recommendation without that sentence, and I felt like it made so much more sense going straight into like all the work we've done on this issue, and then proceeding with the recommendation, with the rest of the discussion of this particular recommendation. This sentence just struck me as kind of high level, not really like focused on what the rest of the recommendation was about. And I didn't see what it was like adding. So I thought we should delete it.
Okay, thank you. Joe, Kirti, do you have any response to Jen's amendment? Don't have to. Otherwise, I'll open it up for discussion. Any discussion of the amendment by anyone on the floor or remotely? All right, then I'll Jeff Lubbers.
Well, thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't participate in the committee's deliberation about this. I don't have a problem with Jennifer's reasoning on this, because I think the preambular language doesn't really reflect the very concise recommendation 1. My problem with recommendation 1 isn't that I do agree in general that rules issued through notice and comments should be reviewed in the courts of appeals. My question is, what if an agency is issuing a rule under one of the exemptions of Section 553? There are a lot of exemptions in there. And if this recommendation is intended to be a sort of a guide to Congress in how to draft a statute, if Congress does say that a rule promulgated using notice and comment should be subject to direct review in the Court of Appeals, it doesn't really answer the question, or the statute wouldn't answer the question either, of what about a rule where the agency has issued it under one of the various exemptions in Section 553. These range from the subject matter exemptions, like military and foreign affairs exemptions, the proprietary exemptions for grants, benefits, contracts, et cetera, and also guidance documents, as Gene Scalia was talking about. So what is Congress supposed to do in drafting a statute in terms of saying whether those are judicially reviewable in the courts of appeals? Would it depend on what the agency does? I mean, if the agency voluntarily goes through notice and comment, would that turn it into a Court of Appeals case? That seems to be a strange way to figure out judicial review. So the report doesn't discuss this issue. Ron Levin did write a memo to the committee which tried to plumb all the various exemptions under section 553 and figure out whether, certain types of rules should be reviewable in the courts of appeals and others shouldn't be. I don't have particular quarrel with his analysis on it, but I think rather than making the preamble shorter, we might need to make the preamble longer to address this issue. To me, it would be, and of course, recommendation 75.3 doesn't really answer this question either. It has a bunch of factors in there, which may be better than just simply saying what's said in recommendation 1 here. But it seems to me that it would be easier to just talk about rules that are promulgated under the Administrative Procedure Act or Section 553, and not try to slice the salami so thin here. I mean, if we were talking about guidance documents, I think Gene Scalia's speech sort of indicated that, well, a lot of these are really important. And assuming that they are final and reviewable, why shouldn't they be in the Court of Appeals too? Why shouldn't all the subject matter rules, which are treated as binding rules, they're just exempt from notice and comment. They're legislative rules, just like rules that go through notice and comment. Why shouldn't they be in the Court of Appeals too? So I guess I would err on the side of having any rule that is ordinarily subject to notice and comment, but can be issued under an exemption to Section 553, be reviewable in the Court of Appeals. So I guess that's where I would go. And I think if we leave it as it is, it doesn't provide enough guidance to Congress or to the courts if Congress were to draft a statute this way.
Okay, Jeff, thank you very much for that. Before I go to Kirti and Joe for response to that, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the substance of the comment that you provided to us, yes?
Well, I didn't provide a comment during the committee process. I just.
No, not during the committee. Well, we have something from you
It's just listed on.
some way or another,
on page
that you were
31.
intended to comment about this. But do you have any objection to the relatively minor, simpler amendment by Jen Dickey regarding the preamble lines 2 through 5?
No, because I don't think the preamble language leads to anything in the recommendation itself. So I don't oppose taking that out, but I would like to see more of an explanation as to what recommendation 1 really means.
All right, let me get, a vote on Jen's amendment, and then we'll go back to your extensive thought. Is there any objection to Jen Dickey's amendment regarding a portion of the language in the preamble? Seeing none here, hearing none in the Zoom, then Jen's First Amendment will be adopted. Okay, now we'll turn to Jeff's. Kirti, Joe, could you speak to them, please? And Joe, you can go first. All right, Kirti, you go first.
Yeah, I think I'd reiterate what I said in the opening, which is that we did experiment with this language quite a bit in our committee meetings, including thinking about whether the right timing perspective is when Congress is making the decision, when it's writing a statute, telling an agency what procedures to use and making the accompanying choice about where judicial review should be channeled, or a sort of ex post analysis of looking at what the agency did and attempting to figure out the jurisdictional rules. And we settled in the end on the same language in the prior recommendation and in Joe's report, because we think all this recommendation is trying to do is tell Congress, when you're making a choice to have the agencies use notice and comment rulemaking procedures, even if there might be exceptions to those, when you've channeled the agency's procedures in that direction, you should also channel judicial review in that direction. And in keeping with recommendation 3, keep things as simple as possible.
Okay, I'll ask for general discussion now, but I'm sure everybody realizes, Jeff, you realize that in order to vote on something, we've got to have an amendment with, some additional language. But let's have a discussion on Jeff's point and Kirti's response. Yes.
Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. I have a comment and a question. I think Jeff makes a really good point that it would be hard to administer a recommendation that calls for notice and comment rulemaking because I actually don't know of any authorizing statutes that specifically say an agency must use notice and comment rulemaking without invoking any of the exceptions to notice and comment rulemaking. And so that leads to a clarifying question. Kirti, I think you just suggest, if I understand you correctly, this using notice and comment procedures language is intended to refer to statutes that simply authorize agencies to engage in rulemaking without specifying in any more detail exactly which procedures they can use under 553?
Judy?
I think the committee recognized that, just like the APA has exceptions, we talked through things like what about interim final rules and we and other members of the committee should feel free to elaborate, but we settled on the idea that all we're really trying to do in this recommendation is say that the prior ACUS recommendation seemed to, have some maybe caveats isn't the right word, but conditions on when in general, channeling these kinds of agency actions that generally are supposed to go through notice and comment procedures, even if there might be exceptions, even if there might be emergency procedures, the right forum for judicial review of whatever that action is in the Court of Appeals, and just to make that a more categorical recommendation. And I tried to think through ways we could address some of these questions and couldn't settle on language that was clearer and that everyone agreed on, and think that given that the prior recommendations on the books, that this might be good enough. But again, happy to hear from other members who were in these meetings.
Yes, thank you, Nina. Kirti, other comments on this? Yes. Well, wait for the mic, please, and say your name and
Nicholas Bagley, public member. One of the challenges the committee faced is it's tempting to say that you should send all legislative rules to the courts of appeals. The challenge there is that, of course, what counts as a legislative rule is often contested in litigation. So one of the things we were worried about is the possibility of creating threshold jurisdictional issues where none otherwise would exist. You don't want to have a really thorny fight over whether a guidance document is in fact a legislative rule at the threshold, and you're just trying to figure out which court to file the lawsuit in at the beginning. So it is notice and comment procedures is not perfect. It does leave some of these questions up in the air, but it avoids getting enmeshed in really sticky procedural questions right out of the gate.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any comments? General discussion? Yes, hi.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. So I'm sympathetic to Jeff's point, largely because of what we just heard from Jean Scalia, and then I think probably the experience that many of us have in agencies, that guidance is often very important. And so for the same reasons that you might want it to go directly to an appeals court would also be why you would want guidance to go. So I actually am interested if there is any more conversation specifically about guidance, okay? But I have to say that one of the things that struck me as justifying this rule was that in notice and comment, you have lots of stuff on the record already. I mean, there's really not something else that you're trying to get in the district court. I mean, I don't know if that really matters in terms of review. It's not really facts questions, but I do think that's something that makes a difference. And I am curious about whether there was discussion about that. And I think my final thought on this, which is why I would support it as written, is I think this is one of the most important recommendations we can do. It will require, I think, focused implementation that I hope we do. And this might be an incremental approach. I mean, I hate going back to Congress twice, but it just might be easier if it's just clean notice and comment. And to the point, Jeff, that might force an agency to use notice and comment, even though I hate that because of how long it takes, and I've liked being able to do guidance sometimes, maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Kirti, you have a response to Chai?
Yeah, so on the first point with respect to guidance documents, there's not, it's not something that is studied in the report. I think it's outside the scope of the report. Joe, you can feel free to.
Yeah, I mean, so the report kind of dodges the tricky question of what is a rule, and just says, if it is a rule, what are the judicial review parameters? And so I think that's, you've, obviously put your finger on something important. I'll let you talk about the committee.
Right. So, and I guess what I would say, although this particular point did not come up in the committee proceedings, so I don't want to say that I'm speaking for anyone else, but my read of the provision is that if Congress does provide for any given set of guidance documents, that they need to go through these proceedings, that this recommendation would cover it and that the justifications for the recommendation would still apply, but that's Congress's choice. It's not something that stems from the recommendation. And on the second point, I think we did in the committee meetings discuss the sort of, I guess I would say like potential over-inclusiveness of the justifications for channeling things to the Court of Appeals, in that, as Professor Mendelson's comment pointed out, if you go through, for example, interim final rulemaking proceedings, you don't have the same type of administrative record you might have with public comment, but you still have a record. And so we think the same justifications apply, even if they might apply to different degrees. So we were comfortable with that extension to actions that might, where an agency might in some circumstances invoke exceptions or emergency procedures.
Okay, thank you. Now on Zoom, we have Jack Bierman seeking recognition, and then Alan Morrison. Jack?
Yes, thank you, Andy. I have a question about this because I'm sort of leaning towards the way Jeff was pushing things in my view on this, which is are there rules, something that would be called an agency rule that the committee or the consultants think should not be subject to review in the Court of Appeals, but instead should be reviewed in a district court? And I just, a little background, it would seem to me that any time an agency is invoking an exception to notice and comment, it's going to have to put on the record its basis for doing that. So I'm not, I sympathize with the notion that there's a better record when something goes through notice and comment, but on the other hand, the agency's basis for not using notice and comment sinks or swims based on what the agency puts on the record. So I just wonder whether it would be simpler just to say agency rules should be subject to review in a Court of Appeals.
And where would that be, Jack?
So I would rewrite the lines 93, 94 just to say Congress ordinarily should provide that agency rules are subject to direct review by a Court of Appeals. Now, I can't offer an amendment. I'm a senior fellow, and I'm not sure that I would want that amendment because I'd like to hear from the people who were more involved in writing this recommendation before I would have a strong opinion on it. But that's where I think the discussion is sort of heading, and I'd like to hear examples of rules that ought to be reviewed by a district court rather than a Court of Appeals, with the understanding that we are creating a jurisdictional question because guidance documents and statements of agency policy may not be considered rules, although they are addressed in Section 553, which is the rulemaking section of the APA.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Alan, I'll come to you in a second. I want to get Kiri's reaction to Jack's language. Joe.
Actually, I'll take a stab at this. I actually think it's a really tough call whether rules should go to the Court of Appeals or the district court. And I spent a lot of words in the report discussing, why that might make sense or why not. There are issues of standing, that might be fact-bound, that might be better resolved in district courts, especially when you're talking about, challenge. And there's the jurisdictional point that Professor Bagley raised about, is a action, is a guidance document, is a enforcement policy, is that actually a rule? And I think the more jurisdictional ambiguities that you add, the benefits of direct circuit review are reduced by, and I think the jurisdictional ambiguities are pretty significant. So in response to your specific question, I'm not sure that there's a specific type of rule that, I would say necessarily is better brought in the district court. But cases where there is less likely to be a robust administrative record and cases where there's more likely to be a need for factual resolution, such as when there's a standing dispute, would be the sort of things that would be better suited in district court.
Okay, let's hold on to this language and let me go to three people who've asked for recognition on general discussion. First, Alan's been waiting for a while.
Thank you, Andy. Sorry not to be able to be there, but I have a little remaining COVID, so I thought probably better not to show up today.
Hope you're feeling okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. So first, let me say that this issue was the central focus. The issue raised by Jeff was the central focus of our committee discussion. And when I first read the recommendation, I had the same reaction as Jeff had, which was, wait a second, we've created a bunch of loopholes here, and people will be able to get around going to the Court of Appeals by doing this and such and so on. And the more I considered this, the more I realized that I was mistaken. And that what this recommendation does is say, here are the clearest, strongest cases that should go to the Court of Appeals. We are not saying anything about any other cases. We know that these should go to the Court of Appeals because there's a full administrative record and there's no reason for them to go to the district court. Maybe some other time we will decide that others should go to the Court of Appeals also. But the line drawings, and we tried to draw a bunch of lines, whether the reason for not having going through notice and comment was procedural, whether because it was a guidance, whether it was an exception, whether sometimes the exception was stated, was it one of interim final rules, all those seem to us to be very difficult lines to draw. And we thought that maybe this is another situation where the perfect may be the enemy of the good. So let's do some good by saying that at least all those rules, which there is in fact notice and comment given, whether it had to be given or not as a matter of law, those should go to the Court of Appeals if there is a challenge or judicial review. So I urge the session not to change this recommendation. I think it was extremely well considered. The committee debated on it almost the entire time we were talking about this at all, except for part of number 2. And I strongly urge the session not to adopt any amendments that may be proposed with respect to this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Now Ron Levin and then Kristen. Microphone, please.
Yeah, I'll just make a few, Ron Levin, senior fellow, I'll just make a few comments on my recollection of discussions in the committee. And much of what I would say has already been said. So I'll be very brief, but I think my sense is that the committee wanted to do what Alan just said and do the minimum that we could agree on for now, see how it works out, see how this rather novel legislation operates in practice, and then it might be ripe to consider extending the principle to other types of rules, but the clearest case are the notice and comment ones. With regard to guidance, I think the point that Nick made was very important, or was very important to the committee, that the question of whether something is a guidance or is a legislative rule can be very complex, very fact-dependent, very debatable, and you don't want that to be a jurisdictional issue bearing on a Court of Appeals jurisdiction. And moreover, as Gene Scalia said, a lot of guidance is important, but a lot of it isn't. I mean, guidance can be a very broad category, some of which really doesn't deserve red carpet treatment. And so it's kind of hard to draw that line too. With regard to the categorical exemptions, yeah, there's probably a case for them, for having them in this special category, but there aren't that many cases quantitatively about the subject matter exemptions. And you do have questions about whether you're going to have an adequate record. And so I think the sense of the committee was there are legitimate questions about others. So let's go with notice and comment for now. We can agree on that and then see what happens.
Okay, can you hand the mic to your left to Kristen, please? Thank you. And just so folks know, I'm going to go to Bill Funk and then Jeff for his reactions to all of this. And then we have a member of the public, not a public member, a member of the public who is asked to speak. And we have to have unanimous consent for that. So I'll get for that. And I'm sorry?
Tom.
Tom, hi. Do you want to speak on? on this? Okay, you'll be after Bill Funk, but first is Kristen.
So Kristen Hickman, Senior Fellow. I'm just going to echo what others have said as somebody who participated in the committee meetings about how much we talked about these issues. I too am very sympathetic to Jeff's concerns. I'm very sympathetic to what Jack Bierman had to say. But just as Nick Bagley observed that, what is a guidance versus what is a legislative rule is really, can be really, really difficult. And you'd hate to have, as we're just trying to figure out what court to decide a case, have to go through that issue. It's the same thing with whether something's a rule versus an adjudication. Dating all the way back to Londoner and bimetallic, which is why I would suggest that we not take up, or the body not take up Jack Bierman's suggestion that we leave the language as is, which we really, really put a lot of thought into and did decide that the better way to go forward was this initial incremental step, recognizing it wouldn't capture everything that we might want to go straight to the Court of Appeals, but nevertheless, that as Alan correctly said, might do some good. So just add my voice to those saying, please leave it as is.
Okay, thank you. Bill Funk.
I'd just like to say that I agree with the last three commenters, not to take up more time. I think that Jack Bierman has put in the comments that he recedes from his suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Jack. That takes care of that. Then we have Tom.
Tom Byron, liaison representative from the Administrative Office of U.S. Courts. Jack, you may have just withdrawn this, so this may be superfluous, but to the extent it's relevant to Jeff's comment too, I just want to add one thought that came up in the committee discussions, and Kirti can correct or elaborate on this. There was some discussion about scarce judicial resources and the commitment of 3 judges at an appellate court to all cases involving all rules seemed to be unnecessary because some cases might not even be appealed following a district court decision, and the availability of more judges in more courts was one of the considerations that the committee discussed as a justification for trying to draw some lines, as Alan explained, and others have too, to identify those cases that are the easiest category to recommend to Congress that should be initial review in the Court of Appeals.
Okay, thank you, Tom. And I'm sorry I didn't recognize you in the bow tie. Very, very, very nice, though. Nina.
So I appreciate the amount of effort that's gone into the recommendation. Just quickly note one minor issue, maybe not minor, with the choice of the words notice and comment procedures. Many rules are challenged on the grounds that agencies did the notice and comment, but they didn't do it properly for some reason. There was something wrong with the notice, or there was something wrong with how they handled the comments. And so one question is, I assume this is aimed at where agencies characterize what they're doing as notice and comment, as opposed to a challenger characterizing what the agency is doing as it should have been done by notice and comment, but it wasn't done properly. And I'm guessing that you want to aim at the first category, and I'm wondering if that's correct, and if that could be clarified.
Good, Joe.
Yeah, I think that question gets to similar questions that came up during the committee proceedings, and it gets back to something I mentioned earlier about the time frame to think about what this recommendation is aimed at. And so what the recommendation is attempting to do is tell Congress, when it's telling the agency that this is the type of action that needs to go through rulemaking, notice and comment rulemaking, then when it's writing the accompanying judicial review provision, it should channel judicial review to the Court of Appeals. And there are some, as we've been discussing, questions about, well, what is Congress supposed to think about, should Congress address what happens when an agency doesn't do what Congress told it to do, or when an agency invokes an exception that Congress has also provided. And I think our view is that, we've said what we've said about, what Congress should do when it's specifically providing for notice of comment rulemaking procedures. And if it wants to get into the details of addressing those other things, then it can. And that we're sort of comfortable with the recommendation, the justifications for the recommendation applying, potentially more broadly, but that the recommendation is limited to that specific scenario.
Okay, thank you. Nina, does that help? Okay, this will be the last general comment, and then we go to Jeff for his reaction to all this. Jeff Rosen.
Jeff Rosen, public member. So as I'm listening to this discussion, I'm thinking ACUS recommendations to Congress are somewhat unusual. Many more of the recommendations are about how the executive branch agencies should function or operate. And as I listen to this, there's two recommendations in this recommendation. The first one, I'm very sympathetic to Jeff Lubber's points, but my takeaway is that it's confusing, and I don't think it's going to be very helpful to Congress. I think it's unrealistic to think Congress is going to take multiple bites at this if there's a recommendation now and a recommendation later. The second recommendation, which we're going to come to later, I won't say much about other than I think it's going to be very controversial. And so my takeaway on this is this just isn't that helpful a thing for ACUS to do. It's not about executive branch agencies. It's advising Congress. And so I think we would do better in light of this discussion to remand this back to the committee, very respectful and appreciative of the committee's efforts, and don't mean it in a critical way. But I think that the issue Jeff Lubbers has brought up kind of highlights that this could benefit from some further committee work, further input, and really deciding what's going to be helpful and realistic to be useful to Congress, and perhaps, as we'll see in the next part of the conversation, if we get there, somewhat divisive. And so if the rules allow it, I'm inclined to just offer a motion to remand this to the committee for further consideration and discussion and input from the larger assembly, and leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Rules allow it, and we will have a separate vote on the motion to remand. Jeff, your reactions to this discussion?
Well, I think, first of all, I appreciate Jeff's comment, and I think a remand motion probably should wait until we deal with the other parts of the recommendation. But with respect to paragraph 1, I can see which way the winds are blowing on this one, but I do think that you could say something like Congress ordinarily should provide that rules that are subject to the procedures of Section 553 of the APA should be subject to direct review in the courts of appeals. You could broaden it that way and not focus on whether or not there was actual notice and comment in the particular rule. But I do think, I wasn't part of the committee recommendation, so maybe this is an issue of issue exhaustion that shouldn't be raising questions at the plenary session that I didn't raise at the committee's meeting. But maybe there is a way to come up with a more nuanced recommendation, because as it is, I agree with Jeff Rosen that it's not very helpful to Congress. And I think if I were a member of Congress on the Judiciary Committee trying to draft something like this, I would, okay, what are we supposed to say in the statute? Because this recommendation doesn't really help that much. So,
okay, did we get down Jeff's language that he just? I'm sorry. Yeah. But I'm going to ask anyone. I'm going to ask first if anyone offers the amendment on Jeff's behalf. Jeff Rosen asked it. Okay, Helen.
Sorry, everyone. This has been Helen Sarasio, EPA. This has been a really good conversation. You're making me think about this even more. And I'm thinking it more in like the context of I look at like some of the EPA statutory authorities, like Clean Air Act, and how different venues are set by statute. And some it's because it's nationwide applicability versus localized applicability. So I was wondering if that was another thing you thought about in here. It's not just if it was a no comment and notice procedure, but also what is the challenge to the applicability of the reg two? Is it a nationwide challenge versus a localized challenge? And does that impact whether you think it should be at district court or at the Court of Appeals? Trying to help add clarity to kind of what.
All right,
we're
Alan, this
here.
is really it. Last, well, first, actually, do you guys have any reaction to Helen?
I think just generally the goal was to avoid ambiguities and avoid like the jurisdictional uncertainty. And if you start having the, is it a local challenge, is it nationwide? It, as you know, that just adds another layer. And so we went with the simplified version. We didn't discuss that particular angle specifically, but we did discuss other iterations and settled on this line.
Okay, everybody, we're using the whole time on this amendment. We're not going to have much time. Obviously, we're going to go into overtime on paragraph 2. So let's try to wrap this up with Alan Morrison, and then I'll ask about the public member, and then we'll vote. Alan?
With regard to the comments made by both of the Jeffs, a remand would not be useful. The committee has done what it's going to do. If you don't like it, you should vote it down. But second, I would like to propose invoking the procedure we used, I think it was at the last plenary, or maybe the one before, in which when we made a recommendation to Congress, we then set up a special committee to do a drafting of the actual language, because we couldn't do this and shouldn't have done this at committee level, but we did it successfully last time. And if this recommendation is adopted, I would hope we would have an effort to draft language to send to Congress that would be more helpful than perhaps this amendment in terms would be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. The member of the public who had initially asked for time to speak has withdrawn that request. So it's time to vote, and we only have 30 minutes left in the first chunk of time. Okay, so there are 2 Jeff Rosen amendments. The first one I'll ask for a voice vote on is the motion to remand the whole thing back to the committee. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we heard you. All those opposed, nay. Okay.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay. Okay.
All right, the nays clearly have it. Second Jeff Rosen motion. Oh, you're serious?
Yeah.
All right, blue cards. Remember the instructions about finding your blue cards in the name tags, and raise them if you're here, and online use the hand function. And if you don't know how to do that, it means you know less about Zoom than I do. So all those in favor of the Rosen amendment to remand, raise their blue cards and say aye. 1, 2. Oh, you don't have to say aye. I'm sorry. Just raise the cards. We're counting. Oh, you guys can put your hands down. We're counting online now. Okay, we have the number for the ayes. All those opposed to the Rosen motion to remand, raise their blue cards or their hands. All right. It's close, but the nays have it. So Jeff, we're going to move on to your next amendment, which is adopting the language proposed by Jeff Lubbers. Everybody clear on what we're voting on? Do we have it on the screen now? We ordinarily don't do that, but otherwise we're going to have open up Pandora's box. So thank you for your understanding. It was close though. And we could also talk about it later if you want. All right, so this is on the Rosen amendment for Jeff's language is on there. All those in favor, again, raise your blue cards and your hand function online. All those in favor, blue cards up.
Can you enlarge it?
You know, we actually went through this, you know, in several different varieties, both last time and yesterday. And of all the possibilities, we settled on the black background being the best. Can we make it any bigger? There you go.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, just give them a minute to read it. Okay, is everybody ready to vote? All those in favor of the Jeff language, raise their blue cards here and hand functions, please. Okay, thank you. All those opposed to the Jeff amendment, raise their blue cards and the hand function. Okay, you can lower your hands. Thank you. The nays have it. That amendment and Jeff's comment is closed. So is there anyone who has an amendment from the floor that was not pre-submitted? Yeah, any portion of the recommendation other than paragraph 2? Okay, seeing none, great. We can move on. So then now we'll discuss the proposed amendments regarding recommendation 2 and the corresponding language in the preamble. We received a proposed amendment from public member Jen Dickey to remove recommendation 2 and the corresponding language in the preamble, and then a response to that amendment from Senior Fellow Ron Levin that I mentioned earlier. I will recognize them first in that order, of course, Jen and Ron, and then we'll move to Joe and Kirti for their reactions. And then I will recognize the senior member of the council, Ron Cass. So Jen, can you address your amendment, please? Oh, and by the way, we've got 40 minutes to debate this, and I think that will carry us over into overtime, which we will need unanimous consent to do, and I will do as usual in 10-minute increments. So Jen, back to you.
Sure. And I'm sorry I'm not on video. It looks like the host stopped it probably because I was making people seasick with my coworker here. I apologize. I'm on maternity leave and I have explained to my son that he does not have unanimous consent to speak as a member of the public, but that does not always mean he listens. I submitted this because when I read this recommendation, I had sort of several concerns associated with paragraph 2. The first thing that jumped out at me is that this is like a super controversial issue right now that's being an active member of or an active subject of debate between Congress and the courts. I know that like there was the thing from the Judicial Conference, then you had statements from like Judge Ho, and you had statements from Mitch McConnell, and it's just like a whole mess right now. And so I had some concerns just off the bat that this is wading into something that, you know, they don't really need our expertise on. They're having an active discussion about it, and it could, you know, backfire on us in terms of our bipartisan support. It is viewed as a very political issue right now because a lot of the cases involving, you know, lawsuits right now against this administration are being brought in federal courts in Texas, which do have this sort of often single judge division assignments versus some of the other courts that are not particularly in favor right now for these kind of lawsuits against the administration. And so that was number one. Number two, it seemed like it was at cross purposes from our recommendation number 1, because if our recommendation is that, you know, most notice and comment procedure suits should go straight to the Court of Appeals, I didn't know why we were then taking on assignment of, it seems like probably often the same types of cases in the district courts. Like, I kind of feel like we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we're not focusing on our number one recommendation, which is that these should go to the courts of appeals. And then I had some concerns, which I laid out in my comments that I submitted, about whether we were adequately justifying this recommendation in this preamble. We were focused on judge shopping, but we don't really explain why we're focused on judge shopping in this context as opposed to any others. There's some weirdness about vacatur that I know Professor Levin responded to, but I was a little bit concerned about sort of a drive-by in the preamble on the meaning of vacatur, given that that's an active point of dispute right now between litigants and the executive branch, and doesn't seem like something that requires ACUS expertise. And then I'm also concerned about, the fact that there are litigants often in these APA notice and comment challenges. They're brought by nonprofit organizations or individuals for whom it would be actually a serious hardship to try to seek justice if they're sent to, a far-flung judge in one of these really sprawling districts. Like, it's not really an issue if you bring your lawsuit in the District of DC, because DC is compact. But if you're like living in, some parts of Texas, you are really, really far away from other portions of Texas that are in the same district. And there's nothing that we can do about that, because the districts are set by Congress. And, for a variety of political reasons, Congress is like usually loath to expand or add, judgeships and divisions. And so, and districts. So for all those reasons, I think the best approach to actually focus on a recommendation that I think would be really beneficial, could get done, recommendation number one, is to drop number two, and not sort of wade into a debate that doesn't really need ACUS's involvement at this point, and that is, quite controversial.
Thank you, Jen. Ron Levin.
Ron Levin, Senior Fellow. Our time is limited. I'm going to pass for now. Most of you, I'm sure, have read my eloquent memo. And if you haven't, it's on page 35 to 36. So I don't think I need to say more at this point.
Okay, Joe, I have you listed as next.
I'm not sure there's anything to add.
Nothing more to add? Kirti?
No, I think Ron's comments cover the field.
Okay, all right. So the opposed to the Dickey amendment is handled by Ron and Joe and Kirti for now. Ron Cass, senior member of the council.
Thank you very much. Ron Cass, council member. I favor deletion of number two, not exactly for the same reason that has been articulated, but it does intersect two big sets of arguments dealing with both national injunctions and relief that is of nationwide, and the selection of particular places in which to litigate and the degree of freedom that ought to be given for that. A lot of places, there are maybe multiple judges or maybe single judges, and people go to those places because they think they will get a favorable forum for review. There's a lot of argument about the degree to which that should be permitted, about what sort of rules there should be on this. I think we are wading into it by picking one corner of it and saying, well, we think we can do something about this. That will be, I'm sure, controversial. But more than that, I think this isn't the right sort of background. This isn't the right report. This report goes into a lot of thoughtful commentary on a lot of different issues. It's not principally focused on this issue. It recognizes this as a piece of a broader issue. I think we would be better served by not addressing it now, and particularly not addressing it when we're making a recommendation to Congress. That is when we are at our weakest, when we need the strongest sort of background. And I think Jeff Rosen's comment earlier really picks up on the difficulty of doing this in this context. So I think we should not include that recommendation. I'm less certain about what we do with the preamble. I don't care personally if we want to delete preambular discussion. If we want to have a comment that this is the sort of thing we ought to be thinking about, or that Congress should be thinking about, I think we can find language that would say that without offering it as an entry to a particular substantive recommendation. And I think I shared with Jeremy earlier some language that might be useful for that if that's the conference's preference.
Yes, thank you, Ron. Okay, thank you. So general discussion now. Who wants to be recognized? First hand I saw was Jim Tozy. Those of you who don't know, Jim was the first initial director of OIRA, administrator of OIRA.
Thank you, Jim Tozy, public member, senior fellow. I just wonder the timing of this recommendation. It's a very divisive issue before the Congress right now. And I'm just wondering why it's in the best interest of ACUS or its members to go and send something up to the Hill that somebody's going to dislike. Doesn't matter where we come out. And you know how the Congress works now. It's not the kind that I came here 60 years ago to work with. And so I think if you send this amendment as it is, and somebody in the Hill is going to like it, someone's going to dislike it. And I just wonder if that's a good timing, given this divisive Congress, for ACUS to even entertain such sending of this Hill. So I would support those that say no. On another matter related to that, some 60 years ago, several decades after the APA passed, I was assigned to the General Counsel of the Army, a direct report, by the way. That was pretty good for a non-lawyer. And should have been a lawyer. And in any event, what I learned in there, it was just after it was 20 years after the APA was passed, the absolute importance of notice and comment rulemaking. It was everything that we heard all the time. And the idea of having a series of judges look at issues. It's sort of amazing now, the gentleman from the court said this too, that we are now putting such an emphasis on bypassing what I've heard for years was the process of notice and comment up through different judges to get some equity in the rulemaking process, how things have changed. But back to my basic point, I think we're going to invite a reaction from the Congress, and given how they act there now, I'm just not sure it's in our interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. There are a lot of hands, and we've only got 15 minutes until the end of our allotted 60 minutes. We'll have to go into overtime. Since I'm looking this way already, I'm going to go across the room this way because I can't tell who raised their hand first. So my right to left. So hands up again, please, if you want to be recognized. We also have, okay, that's, Hi, you're next.
Hi, fellow public member. I strongly oppose taking out the second section, strongly. And it might be because of a different view of the role that ACUS can play in helping making government better. It has become a partisan issue. It should not be a partisan issue. This is, for that reason, precisely the type of issue on which not just the Judicial Conference and Chief Justice Roberts has weighed in on, but that we should as well. To be effective in that way, we would have to do what Alan Morrison suggested, which is to have a working group that could put together some legislative language. Those who are concerned that the report doesn't do this in enough depth, I will tell you from 35 years of working with Congress and staff, they will never read the report. They will read the, I'm sorry. Someone will, okay? Someone will.
And we've all read it, Joe.
I would see that. I would send that. They will, however, read the preamble, and in particular, they will read these sentences. I don't know who included them, but they're underlined. Forum shopping has significant policy consequences. For example, it may cause the public to view the courts as partisan or to view litigation as just a game. Conference recognizes that forum shopping is a complicated issue, does not seek a full treatment of that issue, but this recommendation adopts one thing. When I said I thought this was an important recommendation, it was because of one, and it was largely because of two, and it may be because that's why I think ACUS can play a essential role in good government. So, what it's worth.
Okay. All right, thank you. Someone else in the center section. Nope. My left? Chris?
I think all those remarks, Chris Walker, senior fellow, and I also should disclose because it's awkward, but I'm a law professor, but I also work at the U.S. Chamber Litigation Center, and I hesitated to even weigh in on this because of that. But I see there are lots of us in the room who worked intimately with this that will be directly affected, and their clients will be directly affected by what we do here. For all the reasons you just said, I just don't think this is something ACA should weigh in on. This is a complete, it feels like an amicus law professor brief. Doesn't add, in my mind, much to the policy debate on when it comes to the district issue. It doesn't address the bigger issues of foreign shopping, which is nationwide injunctions. So it kind of only does it half meal. So you can get your nationwide injunction in San Francisco, but not in certain districts in Texas. I just think it's a much better idea to still steer entirely clear of this. I would prefer, and if I had a vote, I would have voted to remand back to the committee on all of it, but I would definitely, at least when it comes to the district stuff, this is just stuff you need to leave to Congress. The last thing I'd say is that motion to remand vote was really close, as the chair mentioned. I would not be a big fan of ACUS taking the step of doing a recommendation where you're going to have 15 or 20 public members of ACUS filing a separate statement where we say, Congress, do this, and then all the Republicans say, don't do this. This is an awful use of ACUS resources. It departs from the norms of what ACUS should be doing in interacting with Congress. I just kind of warn us, like, that's going to have we're going to be in ACUS 4.0 or 5.0 if we kind of run that way, where we have a lot of separate statements on issues making recommendations to Congress. I think we can get away with that a little bit more when we make recommendations to agencies. When we make recommendations to Congress, I hope we'd be near unanimous and not try to weigh in on issues that are really, really politically divisive this time. And I wish it wasn't politically divisive as well. I think forum shopping is awful. I don't think this recommendation actually addresses much of forum shopping, though.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Jeff Rosen. Right here.
Thank you, Jeff Rosen, public member. I partly echo what Chris just said, but I'll avoid repeating that. My concern is that this is under-inclusive and unbalanced. It's really the concern is how can a single district judge issue a nationwide injunction? Because if a single judge in a rural part of Texas or a rural part of any other state entered an order that only applied to the district, the Justice Department would just appeal it to the circuit. I don't think it would warrant all of our time here. The real concern is nationwide injunctions. And that is an issue of interest, I think, to everybody in ACUS, and appropriately so. But this doesn't adequately or meaningfully address that. What it addresses is forum shopping, but in a very under-inclusive way. As Chris just alluded to, there is forum shopping. And when I was at the Justice Department, I certainly found that frustrating, and I'm sure the current administration does. But you can't have a situation where you're partially fixing forum shopping against certain litigants and not others, that's not going to be well received. And if forum shopping is a problem, even as to these single judge districts, then why is it not a problem in patent troll cases or in mass tort cases or whatever? And we're not even going to purport to address those, nor do I think we should. But it highlights that this is not really addressing the overall issue of forum shopping. And then the last thing I'll just say about this is this is an unusual thing to weigh in on something that would benefit only one litigant, and that would be the Department of Justice, because that's who would be defending these cases, against a subset of litigants challenging governmental action. Those who file in San Francisco or Seattle, no issue. Those who file in Texas, it's an issue. And that's why there's sensitivity is if there's a comprehensive way of addressing either nationwide injunctions or and particularly inconsistent ones, which are the ones that have troubled me between districts, but or that's going to address venue in some comprehensive way. But wading into this debate in a way that narrowly targets certain litigants to the benefit of the Justice Department, I just think that's a mistake.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. All right, before taking one last scan of the room, Jesse online has, Jesse has been waiting on the Zoom.
Thank you, Jesse Panuccio, public member. I'm in favor of striking this recommendation.
partially for some of the reasons that have already been said, which is it sounds like the justification is a concern about forum shopping, but of course, forum shopping traditionally, there are very few single judge districts, so it is not traditionally seeking out a single judge. More often, it is seeking out a single district where there is predictable uniformity among the views of the judges. I think we can all identify some of those districts. San Francisco is a good example. Seattle is another, where you can virtually predict how the case is going to come out when it's filed. So it would seem to me, if you were going to have some kind of lottery system, you'd need to put it to a nationwide lottery if you were concerned about that kind of forum shopping. As Ms. Dickey said, it would seem, if you think a solution is necessary here, that putting these matters in front of the Court of Appeals in the first instance at least gets you the random assignment of 3-judge panel. So I also see the tension with the first recommendation. And then finally, it just strikes me that this is a solution that seeks to punish litigants who are trying to challenge government action when, if there's an issue here, it's an issue with either agencies overreaching or the judiciary overreaching in terms of its power. And so I'm not sure why the recommendation would seek to essentially change the behavior of litigants, the folks trying to challenge the government, as opposed to trying to change the behavior of either the judiciary or federal agencies that are asserting too much power, either agency actions that are unlawful or the judiciary trying to exercise nationwide power when it should exercise only district-wide power. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Ron.
Ron Cass, council member. A lot of the attention that was being paid to single judge divisions of particular districts was in the patent context, where you had one judge who had a fairly extreme view of what to do in patent litigation. That issue has been addressed through other means. I don't think in the general agency context, there is something special to say about this. I don't think we have a need to weigh in on this. I think it is really picking a fight that we don't have a reason to be involved in. It's not a big part of the overall issue that we're addressing here on how to set up where Congress should assign the responsibility for review of agency decisions. So I think it doesn't fit well with the other two parts of the recommendation. It is going to be highly controversial for reasons that others have articulated. And I think it is something that is better left to when we are going to address bigger issues respecting nationwide injunctions or things like that if we choose to do that.
Okay, thank you, Ron. I now have the pleasure of calling on the Solicitor General of the state of Texas, Aaron Nielsen.
Thanks all. I'm speaking in my capacity as senior counsel and former committee chair, but I will say, you know, I hope people spend time in Texas. What I do now is I travel a fair bit across the state, and Texas is huge. And we go, when I drive someplace, it's going to take me a very, very long time. So when I go from different places in the state, I don't think people quite recognize what you're talking about respectfully. You know, like how Texas is set up. There's a reason why we have single judge courts, and that's because we have 30 million people spread out in a huge amount of territory. So my concern with this is it feels like, or at least it will be perceived as criticism of Texas. I was going to say attack on Texas. And I don't think it quite reflects the reality of how Texas works, because we are so huge in a way that I don't think people who don't spend a lot of time here appreciate. So I agree with Jen. I just think that to the extent that it'll be perceived as an attack on Texas, it's not in anybody's interest. And the idea that Texas is, you know, there's a reason why we have single judge courts in Texas. And I think if people spent time here, you would see that. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Aaron, but why won't they pay for airfare for you down in Texas?
I can fly as well, but that's our friends in the FAA. It takes a very, very long time to go through travel as well. Either way.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, any other comments from Jen? Oh, back on my right to left. I'm sorry, John, I'll get right back to you. My right to left rule.
I came in inclined to support number 2. I don't think it ought to be a partisan issue, that we should avoid the kind of rampant sort of litigant selecting judge dynamic that we've seen emerge. So I appreciate that the merits of the proposal are I think in the right spot, but I don't get to pick what counts as a partisan issue. I would like to say it's not, but it apparently is. If I thought ACUS could move the ball forward by including the recommendation, I would say we should do it, because you should stand up for what you think is the right outcome. And if you take on water for that, fine. But I think this is far enough outside our usual remit, although could make an argument either way, that we're unlikely to move the ball forward. So I'm not sure why the institution ought to take on this kind of water on an issue that's not directly sort of in our wheelhouse. So I think I'm persuaded at the end of the day that the benefits of putting out a recommendation that will attract the kind of dissent that Chris talks about, that will kick up a partisan issue and make it harder for us to do our work going forward. I think let it go.
Okay, thank you. Adam, did you have your hand up? Nope. Ron Levin.
Ron Levin, Senior Fellow. I want to speak to the under-inclusiveness objection. And it seems to me that this is the one area we should be able to agree on if we're looking at the merits. Forum shopping, there are a lot of arguments in both directions. Nationwide injunctions, Jeff Rosen has a strong view on that, but I would say, looking more broadly, there are a lot of arguments for and against nationwide injunctions, which is why we're not likely to come to agreement on broad issues. But the particular phenomenon of judge shopping seems to me different. It's the one area that I think we might be able to agree on. The Judicial Conference reached that conclusion. It's simply qualitatively different. I haven't heard any good arguments in favor of it during this discussion. Maybe Aaron's point about travel would speak to the point, but I think that could be addressed through change of venue motions, as my memo suggested. So I think this is an area where we have a distinctive ability to speak to something that seems uniformly bad, even though the broader questions are tougher. We're not likely to solve the tough problems, but maybe not just we, but the process overall, including the ABA, the Judicial Conference, and whatever other debate exists, might be able to deal with this particular area, and that might be a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Committee chair has asked to be recognized. Curity?
Yeah, thanks. Just in case it gives me any credibility, I'm a Houstonian and lived there for 20 years. But actually, I just wanted to lift up one point that came up in the committee discussions that hasn't been aired today, just in case it's relevant to folks' considerations, which is that the government members of the committee, in particular the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, strongly pushed for this provision and in fact asked for it to be much stronger. And when they spoke of the reasons for that, it was not in terms of some sort of like relevant to aggrandizement, but rather that it was really affecting their ability to carry out their statute. So I don't want to overstep, but if any of the other government members had comments along that lines, that might be helpful to air out that point.
Thank you, Kirti. Okay, before we have the next comment, we've run out of time allotted for this recommendation as anticipated. So I'm going to ask unanimous consent to extend for 10 more minutes. And it's going to take us more than 10 to get to the preamble part. So this will be the first. Any objection? Jim, are you objecting to the extension request? No. Okay, so we'll have 10 more minutes. First, Jen, yeah.
All right, thank you. Jen Bascott, and I should first say I'm now speaking with an affiliation at Catholic Law School instead of Scalia Law School, so I'll update the I guess, database accordingly. But just appreciate the discussion, appreciate all of our colleagues' comments so far, and Nick's point about, and Chris's about whether this is an usually or atypically divisive issue for ACUS. And I also kind of have longstanding just concerns about sensitivity with how we would phrase recommendations to Congress, seeing as how we're mostly a recommendatory governmental body. And then also as a former DOJ official and then academic studying these issues, I echo a lot of the concerns about the under-inclusive nature of the way that number 2 is currently phrased. And even if in isolation, one might agree that number 2 is good, I think the implication that it's in this recommendation and is so specific suggests that ACUS does not have the same kind of concerns about forum shopping in other areas. And that just seems like a statement that has so much gravity behind it that it really should cause a lot of great pause in letting this number 2 go forward and remain in.
Thank you, Jen.
Kate Todd, public member, and I don't really have anything, a better way to say a lot of the substantive arguments in favor of removing this recommendation than others have already said. And I'm not the student of history of ACUS that many others in the audience are, but the last time I remember something that had this controversial of a feel or this much division, we called for a quorum. And that's where I am, is that I feel like this is an important and significant enough of a thing that if we're going to wade into this type of an area, I would want to do that. So I don't know if I can make a point of order at this moment and call for a quorum, but that's the procedure that I would suggest we take.
Okay, I think that's in order. Let me ask my counsel.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, by my last count, we do have a quorum, including those who are participating online.
Okay. Okay, is that okay, or do you want a count?
You said we do not?
We do.
Oh, we do? I would like to do a count.
Okay, all right. You don't have to raise your hands or your cards for this. All right, let's start inside. How many do we have online? I just don't know how many. Well, yes.
So I have at least, so.
Okay, that took longer than you think it might. But actually everybody in the room is not a voting member, so we had to go through each person individually. A quorum for the number of members that we presently have, we don't have 101, but quorum number is 49, and we count 55. So thank you for raising the point, and I appreciate it. All right, I've got at least 2 people online who want to be heard on the Jen Dickey amendment. One of whom is Jen Dickey herself, and I plan to let her close out. First, Sally Katzen.
Thank you very much. When I first read this, I was clearly in favor of this proposal. It seemed like, to me, good government, which is what ACUS stands for, good government. And whether it's the forum shopping or the expansion of judicial power. But I listened to the comments, and I am deeply concerned that what seems to be good government and administrative law has become so divisive in this day and age. I would think that this would be straightforward, but it is not. It is politicized. And I would think that ACUS could contribute, but there are those who say, we shouldn't even think about adding our voice here. So I'm going to suggest that we, I'm not a voting member, so I can't vote. I would suggest that we do not include paragraph 2, but that we keep some of the material in the preamble, which we haven't gotten to yet, to make it clear that we do join the ABA, ALI, all the other groups that are saying something is wrong with the way we're having these nationwide injunctions, and we don't have either the background study or the documented discussions on this. But we want to join those who are concerned about that development. And then, Mr. Chair, I would encourage you to set up a group that would actually focus on this issue and maybe be able to join the other coalitions that are concerned about this issue. Just put a marker in the preamble and take it out of the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Sally. I'm going to allow John Duffy, who's had his hand up for a while, and then go to you, Jen, to close out. We're a few minutes over the 40. Always like to be flexible, but we've got more work to do because we have to do the preamble. So, John.
Yeah, I want to say that I entered the room thinking I would support this, and I've changed my opinion. I want to say why. Some people have mentioned that this problem of forum stopping actually directly affects the patent system, and actually I litigated the last case to the Supreme Court successfully that sort of partially addressed that problem. It's a big issue everywhere, and but this sounds like a gerrymander. It really does. This one solution. And that's why I think like the judicial conference and the judiciary are the right people to think about this. I originally thought, well, of course, ACUS is only talking about judicial review of agency actions with nationwide injunctions because this issue only affects us in that way. But then it does have this political effect of looking exactly like a gerrymander. Now, so I understand that it's action in good faith. I agree that, forum shopping is bad. It was bad in the patent system. It's having bad effects on us. But in order for it not to be viewed as political, you need a group like, the Chief Justice and the Judicial Conference that addresses it comprehensively so that it can't be viewed as just a gerrymander. And then they can do the patent cases and other cases, other areas of law that this problem is affecting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. And Jen Dickey to close it out.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for the discussion and emphasize that, I appreciate all the work of the committee and the consultant on this. I think that the sort of discussion only underscores my original concerns, and I hope we'll be able to focus on the recommendations on which we can be more unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Jen. All right, well, obviously, there are a lot of strong opinions and views on this issue. We all appreciate, and I'm sure you all do, the spirited debate. I just want to remind you that if you are on the losing end of this this vote, you do have the right to file a separate statement either way. So I'm going to skip UC, I'm going to skip voice vote, and I'm going to go right to blue cards. So those in favor of the Dickey amendment, which, also, I'm breaking the vote in two. This is just regarding paragraph 2 to strike that part of, I also need 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, unanimous consent. Okay, thank you. So this is to strike paragraph 2. We'll deal with the preamble separately because we have a couple of other amendments about the preamble. So those in favor of the Dickey amendment, strike paragraph 2, please raise your blue voting cards or your hand function in the Zoom. Okay, thank you. Hands, cards down. All those opposed to the Dickey amendment who would retain paragraph 2, please raise your blue cards and your hand function. And you got Curity over here. Yeas have it. All right, well, the yeas have it pretty clearly and overwhelmingly. So paragraph 2 will be stricken. So now we have to move on to consideration of the preamble. Since the Assembly has voted to remove the paragraph 2, we now decide whether the preamble should still address the issue in some way, as some have suggested, or not. And Jen has an amendment to strike the preamble entirely. We're going to spend up to the remaining time that we have, which is about 15 minutes, maybe 17, and hopefully we can wrap this up in that time. But before we consider the council's pending amendment to the preamble, which doesn't work as it's drafted now, given the removal of paragraph 2, I'm going to first call on a vote for Jen Dickey's proposal to amend the preamble, which would strike the entire section that's entitled Avoiding Judge Shopping, and delete the final sentence on page 2, which references the now deleted judge shopping recommendation. If the Assembly adopts this amendment, then there'll be no need to debate and vote on the pending council amendment, which massages the preamble language. And since it would be stricken, then we don't need that. So with that introduction all out of the way, let's vote on the second part of Jen's amendment to strike everything in the preamble regarding that second paragraph. All those in favor, please raise your blue cards and raise your hand function. Okay, cards and hands down, please. Thank you. And now all those opposed to striking the judge shopping preamble language, raise your blue cards and your hand function. Okay, well, that will settle the issue. The yeas have it, and the language from the preamble is stricken along with paragraph 2 of the recommendation. So that will, once we vote, that will end it for this recommendation. So let's move to a final vote. Is there a motion, please, to adopt the recommendation as amended? I see a motion. All those in favor of adopting the recommendation, let's try it. Say yay. All those opposed? Hearing none, either in person or on the Zoom, the recommendation as amended is adopted and approved. So it's time for applause. And I note the magnanimity of many who did not prevail on the big issue to applaud and not voice opposition either. All right, so here's the thing. I'm going to give you a choice. We've been at this a long time. Do people need a 5 or 10 minute break? Okay, I'm seeing yeses. David.
David, the special counsel. It appears as what's printed here that we still. David, risk of special counsel. How about now? Sorry. David Pritzker, Special Counsel. It appears from what's printed in our booklet that we still have a lot of text on page whatever it is, page 30, after the first sentence of this paragraph is stricken, which says, among other things, that the conference recommends all sorts of things that it is not recommending.
Page 30.
What's the line number, David?
I'm looking particularly at lines 64, 65.
That was everything from line 50 to line 78.
Everything.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. All right, 10-minute break. The next one won't take as long. Isn't as complicated, I hope.
available, setting up procedures that individuals would have knowledge about how to request guidance and procedures that would inform agencies on how to issue and manage guidance. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertrand. First item of business, as always, is the manager's amendment. Does anyone have any objection to adopting the manager's amendment? Seeing none, hearing none on the Zoom, without objection, it's adopted. Before we get to council amendments, is there any general discussion on the proposed recommendation? Seeing none here. Anyone seek recognition online? Oh, hi.
I didn't realize that line 164 to 166 was a council amendment. So I'm not going to ask to strike it because seems a little odd for me to strike it, but this is the one that says agencies should ensure that their processes for requesting, receiving individualized guidance and their individualized guidance web pages are accessible to people with disabilities. My concern with this is it makes it sound as if we need to say that and that it needs to be an ACUS recommendation. I mean, this is under section 508. Legally, this should be the case. So I'm not going to ask to strike it because it seems odd for me to ask to strike it. But as committees are going forward, if you want to say in the preamble, and of course it should be accessible to people with disabilities, absolutely do that. But I'm just a little uncomfortable when it's written in here as a recommendation. So this is more a point going forward. That's council.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. Other general comments? And this is on the recommendation as a whole, not on particular amendment.
Specific section.
No,
I'm
but
looking
if
at.
you want to respond to Kai, you can certainly
No,
do that.
I just want to talk about the public availability section. There's something's missing there.
Okay. Okay. That'll be a floor amendment if you want to make it after the council amendments. Okay. All right. Again, last call, Jeff.
I just want to comment on the council amendment to paragraph 1. It adds something new about agencies should avoid charging fees for such guidance that would impose undue burdens on people of limited means. Implicit in that, although not stated, is that agencies should be permitted to charge fees for guidance. And that seems to me to be, way off what this set of recommendations is about. I would probably differ with the suggestion that they start charging for guidance. But that's not one of the recommendations, so I don't need to differ with it one way or the other. Just want to suggest that last sentence doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. That is council amendment number 1. So we'll move your comments over to that column. So this is just anything about the recommendation overall, general discussion. We have it every time. Okay, so I'll close that out and we'll proceed to consideration of the council amendments, of which we have 3. The first one appears at lines 59 through 66 of the red line that you have. It makes stylistic changes and adds a sentence urging agencies to avoid charging fees. This is not the stylistic, but the second sentence, urging agencies to avoid charging fees for guidance if the fees would impose an undue burden on persons of limited means. What Jeff just spoke to, the fee-related part of this amendment is consistent with the provision in our user fees recommendation that we did, I think last time in December, and that states that agencies should adopt procedures for waiving or reducing user fees that would cause undue hardship. So let me go to Bertrand first.
I actually want to defer to Shalini in terms of describing agency practices with fees, first of all, and then we could go forward. And
the only thing I would ask you is was this consistent with the committee?
Oh, yes. The council amendment was consistent with the discussion. In terms of the fee discussion, it wasn't necessarily, I do not recall that we had an agreement on that fee provision, but the recommendation as a whole was basically consistent with discussion.
Okay, thank you. Charlene, you have anything to add? Okay, all right, so we've got Jeff's comment on this. Helen.
Dumb question, Helen, EPA. So I've worked in 3 agencies, given guidance, individualized guidance, and none of them charged fees. So are there agencies that charge fees for giving guidance?
Helen,
Is it the patent office?
Eloise is shaking her head. Let me ask her if she could weigh in. Oh, Charlene? Oh, okay, even better.
So, yeah, I mean, some agencies, to give a specific example, if you ask for a private letter ruling from the IRS, usually you'll be charged anywhere from, I think, 500 to 38,000, depending on the complexity of the question and so on. So, I mean, that's one example that stands out.
Is that adjudication versus guidance? Is that treated differently? Is it an adjudication versus guidance?
Yeah, so I would say that's an unsettled question and one that we didn't resolve in our definition of individualized guidance. So the way we defined individualized guidance, it could encompass some things that maybe ultimately would be seen as informal adjudications, but a lot of individualized guidance also could be guidance under the APA, so in the APA sense. So we didn't resolve that.
Helen, does that answer your question?
I'm trying to make sure we're not trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist.
Right. Right. Okay, right here. Oh, I'm sorry. You had your hand up first. Give me 1 second. No, go ahead. I saw you first before. Thank you for deferring.
Elizabeth McFadden, government member. It seems that given that we just had the recommendation on user fees, that it's a little odd to put this in the individualized guidance recommendation. It kind of, it's not, I don't remember us discussing it, although I was not able to attend all the meetings. The ACUS has previously covered it. It just seems to kind of not really go with the flow of the overall recommendation, and I'm not sure that it's necessary. And I generally would advocate that we not make recommendations, number one, that we've already made in the context of another recommendation, unless we absolutely, really think it's necessary. So.
Okay, thank you. I see some nodding back there. Okay, what she said. All right, anyone else on this amendment? Anyone in the chat? Yes. Erica Litzen, hello there.
Hi, so I wrote the consultant's report on user fees. It took me a second to go back just to see the table in the back, and I don't see easily any examples of what I think this group would consider guidance that's being done for a user fee. There may be a few very isolated ones, but it's a pretty extensive appendix, and nothing jumps to mind. So to the extent that helps with the discussion, I thought I would share it.
Okay, thank you, Erica. This was, of course, a council amendment. Let me check with, yeah. Okay, the council member who offered this amendment at council is not with us here or virtually. Do either of the council members who are here wish to be heard on this? Yes, Ron.
Ron Cass, council member. As Andy just said, this was an amendment offered by one of my colleagues, and I would like to recommend that we adopt the amendment with the deletion of the last sentence, which then takes out the question of user fees, but does suggest that the guidance should be provided by the agency as generally as possible.
Okay, all right. Anne?
Anne Joseph O'Connell, council member. I'd like to support keeping it in the last sentence. I think the other member of the council is particularly concerned about agency actions and how they are felt in certain ways by groups that may have fewer resources. I do respect the suggestion that it could create an inference perhaps that fees are okay for others. And there are more than just the IRS examples. Like I think Eloise could provide more where we do have the charging of fees. So maybe we'll have to vote on it, but I do support the last sentence.
Okay, thank you. Hi. Yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Feldblum, public member, and apologies, by the way, for my comment. I thought we were before voting already on council members, on council amendments. I actually, I support Ron's recommendation that we adopt the council amendment minus the last sentence for the reasons that have been mentioned. And I can't remember if there's some policy of not referencing other ACUS recommendations in the preamble, but hopefully there isn't something against that. And if so, I would recommend striking move or whatever. I think it's been moved already in a sense by you to strike this last sentence in the preamble. Note that consistent with previous ACUS recommendation, you know, on user fees. And then perhaps we might do the same thing on the disability. I'll figure
Jeremy, is
later.
there such a policy?
No.
Yes.
We don't have a user fee recommendation.
No, we do. There isn't a policy to not cite an ACUS
It's
recommendation.
into policy. Okay, excellent. Then
I was gonna
that's
say,
my
if it survives
recommendation.
his edit, then I'm sure.
Okay, I don't know. Somehow I remember this from one. So excellent. I think we should cite ourselves as often as we want. So, okay, so
My
that
wife
would be my
certainly does.
recommendation.
Yeah. Eloise.
Thanks. I was just going to ask Shalini for confirmation / clarification from the report. Where agencies are charging user fees, is it only because they have statutory authority to do so?
Thank you for asking that question. So with the one example I gave, it is a case where the statute authorizes the charging of fees. So it's not that the agency on its own accord is deciding to charge.
So I was just going to suggest sort of like a happy medium here might be to say something like where agencies have the statutory authority to charge fees, comma, such fees, or they should not charge fees that would impose undue burden, something like that. Just clarifying that it's not, because I agree with the negative inference concerns.
Okay. All right, so is that offered as a friendly amendment? See if, yeah. Okay, so Ron, could you live with that? And then I'll go to Ann.
I don't have a problem with saying where they have the authority. We should be concerned about how the authority to charge fees affects others. I just think it doesn't belong here. It sort of raises an issue that isn't an issue raised by the general statement about providing guidance. So to the extent we want to have that somewhere in here, I would move it elsewhere.
Okay, thanks. Ann, do you have a reaction to Eloise's?
I like Eloise's friendly amendment.
You do like it?
I do like it.
Okay. Shalini, you wanted to be recognized before. You good now?
It was that point about
That
statutory.
point? Okay, good. Jeff, then Jack Bierman online.
Jeff Lubbers, Special Counsel. I participated in this committee's meetings and I just want to, I hope nobody's pointed this out already. I might have been daydreaming, but in recommendation 7F, it does refer to any fees the agency charges. And then says as well as any provisions for waivers, exemptions, or reduced rates. So there's sort of an inference there that, you know, we recognize that there should be a way to, you know, allow people who can't pay not to have to pay fees. So it was sort of addressed there. I think during the committee discussion, we didn't want to foreclose the possibility that there might be a need for fees in some situations and that some agencies were doing that. So that was the way we addressed it, as I recall.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Jack Bierman. Jack, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I agree with the notion that we ought to draw attention to this, but I think given what's in 7F, I would recommend taking that last sentence in some form as amended to talk about statutory authorization, and I put it in the preamble. I would take that and maybe put it at the end of the preamble. I think that would be the best way. I agree with the sense that this doesn't belong in the actual recommendation here because it's already taken care of in 7F, and I would just put it in the preamble and I would have drop a footnote citing to the ACUS previous recommendation. But I can't move an amendment, but if somebody wanted to take that on and make an amendment out of that, I think that would be a good solution to what we're discussing here.
Okay, anyone want to? I will do that for you, Jack. Okay, and we're going to vote in degrees of amendment, and then since yours is to move, we'll do that last. But Bill Funk wants to be heard.
Yes, everybody's been talking about statutory authorization, and there is general statutory authorization to agencies to charge user fees in the independent offices. Independent Offices Appropriation Act. And there's an OMB circular on the subject, and it's essentially encourages agencies to charge user fees when they provide specific services to particular people. And that's really what here, when we're talking about individual guidance, which people have requested, it certainly fits within the concept of what the Independent Offices Act provides for. So this discussion about whether or not something is statutorily authorized, they're all statutorily authorized. So that really doesn't add much, I wouldn't think.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Okay, any other comments, debates? Hi.
Consistent with what Bill just said, I would want my motion to be drop the last sentence from the recommendations and from the recommendation, but simply add that sentence to the preamble. So that's my motion, not with the statutory authorization per what Bill just said.
Okay.
And hopefully that's okay with Jack, on whose behalf I've moved this.
Do either of you have, he's doing thumbs up. Do either of you have a suggestion for where, or you want to leave that to the Committee on Style? Absolutely. Okay. All right, we're going to do Eloise's amendment and Ron's amendment and then Chai's. So first, all those in favor of Eloise's amendment to add that introductory clause that you see on your screen, please indicate by saying yay. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, so the Eloise amendment is adopted. So now Ron, can't see it. I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna move the thing.
Yeah. What I'm calling Ron.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get to him. If he says, are you for putting it in the preamble? Okay, all right. Well, Eloise is adopted, and then do we have unanimous consent on the, nope?
I think the nays had it.
The nays had it.
Oh, the nays did have it. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. The nays had it. Thank you very much, Eloise. Sometimes I get so caught up in the next thing, I forget the past thing. All right, so then we've got the sentence as written in the amendment. Or in the recommendation. Do I have unanimous consent to move it to the preamble subject to the Committee on Style? Okay. Any objection? Any objection on the Zoom? Nope. All right. So that's adopted. That amendment without the Eloise language made by Ty on behalf of Jack. We will put it in the right place in the preamble. All right. Council Amendment number 2. The second council proposed amendment appears at line 91 in the redlined recommendation. This amendment clarifies that reliance on individualized guidance may sometimes occur as a matter of right rather than solely as a matter of agency discretion. For example, a statute may provide that a person has a legal entitlement to rely on the agency's guidance under certain specified circumstances. Bertrand, is this consistent with the committee's deliberations?
Yes.
Oh, boy, what else is there? Bertrand? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Shalini? Okay, any debate or comments on this one? And then we've actually got to go back to one because I made another mistake on one. Any objection to unanimous consent on the second council amendment? Seeing none in the Zoom. So the second council amendment will be I'm sorry, Nina?
Nina Mendelson, senior whatever I am, senior member. Just a stylistic comment. I thought provide support for was, this is a second council amendment, right? Provide
Yes.
support for implied some kind of maybe even financial support or technical support. I thought what might be intended here was something more like encourage. So even if agencies do not recognize a right or encourage persons to rely on individualized guidance, I thought that would be clearer than provide support for.
Okay, Ron or Ann, can one of you speak to that? Fine with Ron. Okay, we'll make that amendment to the amendment. Any objection to that? Then again, hearing no objection to the amendment as amended, that will be adopted. But I got to go back to Council 1 because we all focused on the last sentence and moving it that we didn't formally vote on the rest of it. Nina, again.
I'm sorry, I was having a sidebar. I missed the question. Sorry, what was the question?
We've had to go back to Council Amendment 1 now because we only moved the last sentence and we didn't vote on the rest of the amendment. So I just want to make sure that the rest of the council amendment has unanimous consent. I see some nods. Thinking back, was there any objection to the rest of the amendment that came before that last sentence? Seeing none, hearing none on the Zoom, then the whole thing will be adopted. All right, now off to Council Amendment number 3. The third and final council proposed amendment appears at lines 160 through 166. This is the one I was speaking to earlier, within the section of the recommendation that addresses accessibility of individualized guidance materials. The amendment would add a new paragraph to clarify that agencies should ensure their processes for requesting and receiving individualized guidance materials and any agency webpage dedicated to providing public access to such guidance are accessible to persons with disabilities. Bertrand, was this consistent with the committee's deliberations?
We didn't discuss this particular issue, but I believe it would be consistent with the committee's views of the question.
Okay, thank you. Kai, since you brought this up in the first place.
And when I brought it up, I thought we had already accepted it. That's why I didn't make a motion, but I would like, I guess I first have a clarifying question for the council in terms of whichever council member put it in, just the why, who it's put in, since it is otherwise governed by law.
This came from a member who is not here and not on the Zoom. Ron or Ann, do you want to speak on her behalf in defense of this? Ann.
Sorry.
This is so exciting. One of the interns is my student. So Ann Joseph O'Connell, council member. I think this council member who pushed for this amendment, their government job, this is a major priority for them. And although it is, as you note, required by law, just wanted to flag it because after all, and I'm in support of the amendment, it is titled Accessibility of Individualized Guidance Materials. So a little reminder of the legal obligations just strikes me as a positive thing and definitely does not strike me as a negative thing.
Okay, thank you. Back to you.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion to strike it, but again, I would really urge anyone who cares about accessibility to realize that it is legally required. And I certainly know that we have in ACA's recommendations definitely tried not to repeat something as a quote recommendation when it is in fact legally required. So I don't think it's going to matter. And if it mattered to that person, because often the people responsible for complying with Section 508 in their agencies are not given the due attention or the money. So I understand that, but so this is really a recommendation going forward.
Okay, thank you. The motion is withdrawn. Kristen?
Kristen Hickman, Senior Fellow. I'm wondering if we could address Kai's concern by adding, say, at the end of the sentence, something like as required by law or to the extent required by law, thereby reflecting that we're simply picking up on those legal requirements.
What do you think, Kai? Okay, your motion is withdrawn, so this is a separate, and you can't move one,
Okay.
right?
I'm fine with saying that, to add accessible to persons with disabilities, comma, as required under law. I just want to be very cognizant of the many times in meetings that I've been told that ACUS doesn't like to do that. So given this situation and where we are, I think it's fine as a motion to add comma as required under law, unless someone from ACUS wants to oppose that. So I would move adding those words as suggested.
Okay, and thank you for reminding us of our usual policy. It's something we should all recall, and I will do so in the future, and including with this particular council member. Yeah. This is on the Kristen Hy's amendment as suggested by Kristen.
This is the second time it seems like we've responded to a motion that noted that something was unnecessary by adding additional language to the unnecessary. and I'm serious about that. And this particular language actually limits what you're trying to do. It says, as required by law, almost implying that if it's not required by law, you should not do beyond that. I was tempted to move the motion again. I agree with she's letting me, yeah, I think this should be taken out. As politically incorrect, and the last thing we need to do with things that are unnecessary is add additional language to them.
Okay, well, that's a second degree amendment to the Hy's amendment. So Nadine, thank you.
Nadine Mancini, government member. As I was listening to this conversation, I thought about, it really should say agencies should make their processes accessible, which then of course is just stating the legal requirement. It's not that you want agencies to ensure they're doing this, you want them to do it, and they are legally bound to do it. So I would be in favor of your original inclination and David's inclination to take it out.
Okay, Nadine, thanks very much. All right, well, we're going to move to strike it first, and then if it survives, then we'll move to amend it. Less complicated. Okay. Always good.
So I'm going to withdraw my motion of adding those extra words, and let's just vote on your motion for taking it out, which I'm in full support of.
Okay, we'll go to voice vote then. All those in favor of deleting the sentence per the amendment, say aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
I somehow think those come along with the in-person vote. Okay. All those opposed, nay? Anyone online, nay? All right, then the ayes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. All right, those are the three council amendments, and we don't have any other additional pre-submitted amendments. So I will open it up to any floor amendments, any amendments from the floor. Again, on individualized guidance. I hear whispers over here, so I think there's something that I'm missing. Yeah. Is this for Conrad?
No, it's for you.
Me? Jack, do you want to be heard on something?
No, because I was actually going to suggest moving that language into the preamble, like the previous.
Oh, right. You did.
Discussion, but since we deleted it, we don't need to do that.
Right. Okay, again, we'll go back to
Got it.
floor amendments. Yeah,
This on anything in?
anything in this recommendation? Yeah.
Right, yeah, I'm looking at the public availability of individual guidance on line 142, paragraph 10. This seems to be kind of narrow in terms of what's being made available to the public. I'm familiar, for example, with the advisory opinion process of the Federal Election Commission, where you submit your request. They have 10 days to say it's a valid request, then it's open to the public for comments for 10 days. Then there is a draft advisory opinion, and then there's hearings on it. So the point I'm getting at is all of that is on the FEC website. Here, they're only talking about the public availability of just the individual guidance itself. So my suggested amendment, or the committee wants to look at, is in paragraph 10, where it says, absent substantial countervailing considerations, agencies should make public available on the website any individualized guidance. And I don't know whether you need the rest of that sentence, but even if you include it, the main thing I want to add is at the end of that, including any public comments and all other information in the record that would otherwise be available under the Freedom of Information Act. The reason I say that is if you look at paragraph 12, we invoke FOIA in terms of what should be excluded from the record if it contains sensitive information. So I don't know why we're just wanting to make public just the individual guidance itself without all the underlying information in the record, as if you were doing, say, a petition for rulemaking. That all that information is in the record available to the public. So that's what I would suggest. I'm just a senior fellow, Paul Kamenar, so I can't really make an amendment, but defer to anybody who thinks that's worthwhile.
Would anyone like to move Paul's amendment? And Paul, would you check on the screen and make sure we're capturing what you want to say?
We get a response first.
Oh, sure.
Maintenance to me then.
Sure. Bertrand?
Yeah, I just wanted to have Shalini talk about her experience in terms of whether she came across instances in which additional comments were made with respect to guidance that should be made available.
Yeah, so I think the example that was brought up, these FEC advisory opinions are kind of the one that stands out in my mind. I don't think there are, I mean, you maybe have others as well that come to mind where there is this opportunity for public comments. And I might be just forgetting because I know we had a lot of different examples from different areas, but I don't think that's very common.
Maybe we should make it common.
For there to be public comments on
Yeah, I
guidance.
think if we're all for public participation, et cetera, maybe we should look at the agency that we like and say, hey, everybody, use the FEC model.
Okay, discussion on this. Yeah, please, back row.
Assuming
Just for the record, could you say your name and affiliation, please?
this is not working.
One's dead.
Now it is. All right, Nicholas Bagley, public member. If this is moved, I would oppose. It strikes me that an agency that's thinking about taking a step to being more transparent would look at a recommendation like that and think, oh my word, if transparency entails publishing every comment we might potentially receive in connection with the guidance documents, given the various different ways that these processes work, not all of them are as formalized as the FEC process. I think it's a recommendation that would potentially stifle transparency as opposed to yield transparency. It might work for the FEC. I'm not sure it would work everywhere.
Okay. Did you still want to talk?
I mean, second and triple and quadruple that comment. I think the more procedural requirements you put on giving guidance, first of all, the public availability, that will chill people asking for guidance. And it will human nature being what it is, and which there's going to be a huge incentive for agencies to classify what they're doing as something other than individualized guidance if they have to take all these steps to do it. And, you know, this is done by lawyers. We'll figure out a way. And so I don't think you want to do that. There was a side comment made about, you know, we don't need to limit this to things that are of, will affect others or may be of interest. I'm not even, you know, you take that out, you've just killed the ability of agencies to give individual guidance if they have to publish every time someone calls. And even, I mean, most of our guidance, I'm fortunate, most of our guidance goes to other government employees. So when we said this is only to the public at large, my huge sigh of personal relief. But we do advise people on non-government employees on and candidates, nominees on public financial disclosure all the time, give guidance on that, which is creates no new ground. You know, as of interest to, that would basically mean if we're giving guidance to a presidential candidate, everything we tell them we have to publish. And we give guidance a lot of times. We recommend you do this. It's not required, but we recommend you do it. And now we have to tell people we recommended to their attorney that they do something they didn't take our advice. That's, you know, conversations will stop.
Okay, thank you. Bertrell has another thought.
Yeah, I just want to say in terms of, I agree with the general spirit of the proposal in terms of transparency and making more information available to the public. I would say that this particular issue is a bit outside of the scope of what we were doing in terms of making recommendations with respect to individualized guidance. As Shalini and I were just discussing, we weren't really discussing in terms of additional sort of procedures that might be connected to individualized guidance themselves. I think that this would be worthy of attention, but I think we should really think about the balance between more information and making this process much more difficult that would actually have a countervailing effect, which is consistent with the comments that have been made. So I think this is something that should be considered and studied, but I would oppose it for purposes of this particular recommendation.
All right, Paul, we'll get you with the final word and see if you've convinced anyone to make your
I
motion.
understand. I'm not suggesting that we demand that they solicit public comments. All I'm suggesting is that if otherwise information could be FOIA'd. In other words, if there was a comment and the agency doesn't want to give it, but if I can FOIA it, why are you holding it back? And if there's confidential information in our agency, exemption B5, et cetera, that's fine, because if you go back on paragraph E, line 113 on the prior page, it says whether the agency will make individual guidance and any related information from the request publicly available as described in paragraphs 10 through 13. So all I'm suggesting is, you know, that's not really much of a giving more information on paragraph 10 through 13 if that's pretty, you know, sparse in terms of what's being available. So I don't think this will hamstring the agency at all. If somebody can FOIA the information, they're going to get it anyway if they think it's of interest to them. So that's where I come down on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone care to make the motion for an amendment that Paul suggests? Anyone online? Sorry, Paul, seeing no one, but
I gave it a try.
you sure did. Yeah, a good one, a spirited one. Thank you. All right, seeing no other requests for floor amendments, then we'll call the final vote. All those in favor of adopting the amendment as amended, please signify by saying yay. All those opposed? All those opposed, nay. That was a lukewarm yay, but I'll take it. I'll take it anyway. The yays and the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. All right. Well, the recommendation is adopted. All right. You now have a little more than 45 minutes for lunch. See you all back here, please, at 1:30, and the box lunches and the lunchroom is down at the end of the hall. We don't have to eat in here this time. Okay, no. Thank you.
No, because Matt was in here. Thanks. Yes, let me get mics. And I can also, no, you can take.
I could best. That could be.
I'll bring my.
Okay.
Table.
Okay, everyone, 1:35, I call the 81st plenary session of the Administrative Conference of the United States back to order to resume the proceedings. First, let me start by thanking everyone for a very productive morning. I think it was reflective of a lot of the values that we all hold that in terms of working with ACUS that I referred to in my opening statement. Collegiality, consensus, decision-making, although there were a few votes. You know, I think you all should be very proud of the work you did this morning. I see also we have some Catholics. I'm a Catholic. You're not all Catholic, but you know, a lot of Catholics after communion, they head for the doors. And it's not over yet. You know, so I see that some of us have headed for the doors when it's not over yet. So our third recommendation today is participation of Senate confirmed officials in administrative adjudication, which comes to us from Nadine's Committee on Adjudication. And I'd like to thank Nadine and our in-house researchers. This we did in-house. We don't have a separate consultant. Matt participated in the research. Jeremy led it. Jen led it. Matt led it. And all of our attorney advisors had a role researching and doing specifically case studies. So this was an all hands on deck labor of love at ACUS, and Matt also served double as the staff counsel. So I'm going to call on, of all those folks, I'm going to call on Jeremy to present the report, and then Nadine on the committee proceedings. Jeremy?
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So since 1789, executive branch officials appointed through presidential nomination and Senate confirmation, let's call them PAS officials, have served as adjudicators. The first Congress assigned the adjudication of patent applications to the Secretary of State, Secretary of War, and Attorney General. A commission of the Secretary of War, Secretary of the Navy, and Secretary of the Army adjudicated naval pensions. And since the Gilded Age, Congress has established a great number of independent boards and commissions whose PAS members regularly participate in the adjudication of matters under the regulatory programs they administer. Of course, those regulatory programs have proliferated since 1789, and they've grown in complexity and volume. And today, most of the business of administrative adjudication is performed by officials who are not Senate confirmed, often career civil servants appointed under the merit system. Some, like administrative law judges, are appointed by department heads. Many, like patent examiners and veterans benefits administration rating specialists, are appointed through typical federal hiring processes. ACUS undertook this project to learn more about the role that PAS officials play in administrative adjudication and to identify best practices for structuring that role. For this project, we focused on which PAS officials participate in the adjudication of individual cases and whether, when, how, and how often they do so. I specifically say PAS officials, not agency heads, because not all agency heads are PAS officials, and because we evaluate the role of all PAS officials, including those below the agency head level. At the same time, it's critical to remember that PAS officials direct and supervise administrative adjudication in many other ways, including through substantive and procedural rulemaking, agency organization and reorganization, human capital management, including appointment and removal, the allocation of resources, and quality assurance techniques. There have always been debates over how best to allocate adjudicative authority among executive branch officials and questions about how PAS officials in particular should direct and supervise systems of administrative adjudication. They are as old as the executive branch, but they certainly have taken on new salience since the Supreme Court's 2021 decision in United States v. Arthrex. As most of you know, the court in Arthrex held that a statute providing for the administrative resolution of certain patent disputes violated the Appointments Clause by vesting final decisional authority in administrative patent judges, or APJs, who are neither Senate confirmed nor subject to at-will removal. Applying Edmund v. United States, the court held that the, quote, exercise of executive power by inferior officers must at some level be subject to the direction and supervision of an officer nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate. The court remedied the violation by holding unenforceable any statutory prohibition on the authority of one PAS official, the director of the Patent and Trademark Office, to review patent trial and appeal board decisions. Arthrex left several questions unanswered. I'll address two such questions briefly. First, when a PAS official delegates the authority to initially decide a class of cases, can the PAS official limit by rule the issues she will review in the future? Many agencies, of course, have adopted such rules. The APA certainly envisions that agencies might adopt such rules, and ACUS has repeatedly recommended that agencies do so as a matter of best practice. It seems unlikely, to me at least, that Arthrex broadly restricts that practice. But second, if PAS officials can specify some issues that they will not consider in review, can they adopt an explicit policy or implicit practice of not considering any issues? For example, by delegating final decisional authority to an appellate board of non-PAS adjudicators. Such arrangements are quite common, particularly, but not exclusively in high-volume benefits programs. There was some debate during the committee process about whether such arrangements are consistent with Arthrex. My own view, for what it's worth, is that Arthrex is best understood as a separation of powers decision. The constitutional defect in Arthrex was the fact that Congress appeared to prohibit any PAS official from reviewing PTAB decisions. The court was concerned that this congressional choice broke, to quote James Madison, the chain of dependence between the president and APJs. Under the court's reasoning, I don't think there would have been any constitutional defect had the statute permitted the director to review PTAB decisions, but the director herself had simply adopted a general policy or practice of not reviewing PTAB decisions, though of course there are differences of opinion. This is consistent with the statement that the Constitution forbids, quote, the enforcement of statutory restrictions on the director that insulate the decisions of APJs from his direction and supervision. The few lower courts that have addressed this issue since Arthrex, including the Federal Circuit in a case reviewing PTAB, have found executive branch delegations of final decisional authority acceptable. Because the president can hold PAS officials personally accountable for such explicit or implicit delegations, the chain of dependence between the president and non-PAS adjudicators subject to the PAS officials' direction and supervision remains unbroken. But doctrinal questions aside, this recommendation focuses less on the law and more on the practical. Since Arthrex, the Patent and Trademark Office has been engaged in the process of determining the appropriate role for the director in the adjudication of cases. Just yesterday, in fact, it issued a rule addressing the director's role in the pre-issuance internal circulation and review of PTAB decisions. In other agencies, like the Labor Department we heard earlier today, and the Justice Department more recently, have also reviewed and revised their policies since Arthrex. This recommendation is intended to provide a general framework to help agencies develop or update policies for whether, when, how, and how often PAS officials participate in the adjudication of individual cases. Recognizing that agencies will still need to grapple with developing constitutional jurisprudence, the recommendation identifies the most significant decision points that policymakers must confront and identifies best practices for resolving them. To that end, the recommendation addresses important topics such as the allocation of decision-making authority among different types of agency officials, the process for identifying cases and issues that merit consideration by PAS officials, and the procedures and staff support structures that best facilitate effective consideration by PAS officials. The recommendation also emphasizes transparency in decision-making and public engagement in the process for developing decision-making procedures, given the significant public interest and often high stakes that often accompany cases considered by PAS officials. So to identify best practices, Jen, Matt, I, and our colleagues undertook nearly 24 case studies to gain a real-world understanding of the roles that PAS officials play in different types of programs. We were struck, perhaps unsurprisingly, by the very, very different roles that PAS officials play in different programs. We observed programs in which PAS officials never participate in the adjudication of cases, programs in which PAS officials occasionally participate in the adjudication of cases, programs in which PAS officials regularly decide cases. We observed programs in which the adjudication of cases is only one of many duties assigned by statute to PAS officials, and programs in which adjudication forms the bulk of a PAS official's statutory responsibilities. The result, as with many ACUS recommendations on adjudication, is that there can be no single procedure that will work for all programs across the federal government, nor does this recommendation attempt to provide one, but there are general principles that all agencies should consider in designing procedures appropriate for the programs they administer, and that is precisely what this recommendation seeks to identify. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Nadine?
Thanks, Andy. So please bear with me. Before I dive into the recommendation and the committee's deliberations, I just want to thank several people. First, I think we hit the lottery here. I want to thank Jeremy, Jen, Matt, and the ACUS staff who chipped in on this project for an outstanding report and their invaluable assistance throughout the committee process. Second, I want to thank Matt again for his good work as the committee's staff counsel and for bringing clarity to the committee's deliberations. Third, of course, many thanks to Andy and the ACUS staff for supporting the committee's work in countless ways. Fourth, can't thank my fellow committee members enough for their commitment and their collaboration. And finally, a very special thank you to Matt Weiner, who stepped in to chair the committee's second meeting in my unexpected absence. So the committee met twice this spring. Our deliberations considered and focused on a few areas that I think are worth highlighting. First, we viewed the project as a natural extension of two prior recommendations, the agency appellate systems recommendation and precedential decision-making, in that it addresses how to effectively incorporate PAS officials into agency adjudication. Second, the committee largely set aside any issues related to whether involving PAS officials in agency adjudication is required by the Constitution and focused instead on thinking about the advantages and possible risks associated with such involvement. At the same time, we were surely aware and certainly aware that the constitutional question would be asked by agencies. And so our goal here was to provide committee consensus on the issue. And finally, we viewed the recommendation as identifying many avenues for agencies to maximize the efficiency of PAS official involvement in adjudication while avoiding any of the pitfalls that might be associated with that involvement. So, for instance, we weighed the range of tasks that a PAS official might need or want to delegate in recognition of the fact that there are other obligations and work demands placed on PAS officials. Obviously, each agency will have to determine and consider their own statutory regulatory scheme and assess which of the practices that are recommended here fit their adjudicatory model. So I look forward to hearing from all of you, and I'll turn things back to Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. So we will first, as usual, take up the manager's amendment. Is there any objection to adoption of the manager's amendment? Stylistic and technical changes. Seeing and hearing no objection, the manager's amendment is adopted. All right, now some general discussion, not about any particular amendment necessarily, please, but generally about the topic of Senate confirmed officials' role in agency adjudication. Anyone want to be heard to talk about that in general? If not, we can move to the First Amendment. The First Amendment, yeah. Let's move on to the First Amendment. You're all constitutional lawyers. Let's do it. The First Amendment comes from not from the Constitution, but from the Committee on Adjudication, which voted to change the title of this recommendation from the original, which was participation of Senate confirmed officials in agency administrative adjudication, to Senate confirmed officials and administrative adjudication. So the participation was dropped and changed a little bit. So This was made just for stylistic reasons and to reflect that the recommendation speaks to the roles of Senate confirmed officials in adjudication more broadly than participation necessarily. So is there any objection to the change in title? Hearing none, seeing none, that amendment is adopted. We have 8 council proposed amendments on this recommendation. Much of them should not be particularly controversial, so I'll try to move them through comparatively quickly. The first council amendment is found at line 4 in the red line, and it would remove the first footnote's explanation of the term department as used in the appointments clause, given developing case law since free enterprise fund. And unless there's any objection to this, I will not look to the movement of this amendment at the council. Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. Second council amendment would replace the statutory restraint, close quote, at lines 27 to 28 with any statutory prohibition to describe the statute at issue in Arthrex more accurately. Any discussion from the floor? Yes, Nina.
Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. I'd ask that we not adopt this amendment from the council, even though it is true that the statute at issue in Arthrex was a prohibition on PAS official review. The holding, I don't think this correctly states the holding in Arthrex. It did invalidate that statutory restraint, but it did not stand for the proposition that any statutory prohibition on a PAS official's authority to review would be unconstitutional. And I'm happy to talk about it at greater length if people like.
Okay, this was Ron's amendment at council. So Ron, would you like to talk about it and respond to Nina?
Yeah, Ron Cass, a council member. I think that the statements in Arthrex are broadly consistent with saying that you can't eliminate the supervision of a PAS official over people making this decision. And I thought the way any restraint I thought was too broad, because there can be a variety of restraints that don't rise to that level, and simply wanted to adopt language that was more consistent with Arthrex. And if there's better language, I'm open to any language that will conform to that.
Nina, you want to respond? Particularly with any suggestion for language that you might be able to
I
agree on?
actually think the original language best characterizes what happened in Arthrex. The court clearly indicated that there has to be some level of supervision, but there were other arguments in the case that perhaps an unfettered ability to remove might be adequate supervision, and the court stated both that constitutional principles and the pre-existing structure of the statute led it to invalidate the restraint on review of the decision in Arthrex. So I think the original language best states the principle. It was very specific to the facts and the particular statutory structure at issue in the case.
Okay, well, that sets the issue up. Chris.
Chris Walker, Senior Fellow. I think I didn't realize, Ron, so you don't like the word restraint? Because I would say, I don't like the word any, but I would say the statutory prohibition on the works. I mean, I kind of get why restraint might be different, but I would suggest the statutory prohibition on the authority. And I think that kind of addresses both concerns.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable with that.
Okay. Anyone else want to be heard on where we seem to be landing? Okay, if not, then the council amendment number 2 as amended by Chris. Do I hear any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the amendment as amended is adopted. Council amendment number 3 would revise the sentences at lines 86 to 89 in your books, not intended to substantively change the meaning of those sentences, but to describe the concerns identified more clearly and more accurately. First off, let's see if there's any discussion or debate on them. I see some furrowed brows of people still reading. No, I was going to go right to vote if nobody wanted to be heard. But if you want to, let's let Ron explain it first, since it was his amendment.
Ron Cass, council member. Really, we're just trying to make it clear that the issues are that people have had concerns, but there is not a sense of a general disquiet with the participation of any PAS official in any adjudication at any point. And I thought that the language that was there was written a little too broadly, and I was not trying to change the points that were being made by the committee, but was trying to make them a little less broad and general.
Okay, Nadine?
That this was fine with our deliberations. It reflects the intent. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? If not, is there any objection to this amendment? Ellen, you're making a frown.
Hearsay. Sorry, but we just say some. I just kind of, I don't like the sloppiness of it. Sorry, guys. The fact that we just say some people somewhere have issue with something and we're not attributing it anywhere, and then we later rely on that for recommendations. The non-litigator in me just cringes at that we're just taking some and using that as a basis later for our recommendations. So if we have something more specific than just somebody somewhere takes umbrage with this, I'd love that.
Ron, do you have any response? You and Nadine are looking at each other.
I mean, there is a cite to the report attached to this language. So would you like something more specific out of the report added to that footnote?
One option would be to, one option would be to go back through the report, which is pretty extensively cited, and then pull the footnotes from from those parts of the report, and then just throw them in the recommendation. Would that make you feel more comfortable? Okay.
Where would they go, Jen?
We would just footnote each of the sentences that say like some have raised concerns, and then we can footnote, pull the references from the report so that there is sort of a substantive support for each assertion that is being made in the preamble.
I see. Okay. Ron? Fine with Ron. Okay. Any other objection? Eloise?
I don't object. Oh, Eloise Passacoff, public member. I don't object, but in keeping with the less is more and urge to cut words, why do we have that language there at all? So at 89, couldn't we just say, additionally, in certain contexts, the combination of adjudication and enforcement, blah, 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 with a footnote. And then the second sentence that starts at 92, instead of starting with some have also raised, we could just start with the combination of blah, blah, may encourage. I don't think we need those preambular comments at all, especially if you add the footnotes that indicate who the some are, which are people being cited in the report. So that's just a suggestion.
Okay, Ron, what do you think of that?
Ron Cass, counselor. I'm less persuaded that these concerns actually have the weight that a lot of people seem to be attaching to them. And in fact, I don't want a recommendation that suggests that there are broad issues with respect to PAS officials sitting as adjudicators. There may be specific limited contexts where there are issues, but I think they are not general and broad, and I think a lot of the concerns are overblown. And the reason for rewriting some of these, and this is a collaborative effort, there is not to diminish the concerns that there may be contexts where it's problematic, but I don't want to be associated with a broad statement that this is largely problematic in a broad set of circumstances. And so any sort of language that accomplishes that is fine. In working with others on trying to make language that would do that, the some people, some writers, some scholars, anything that has another word after some would be fine by me.
Hi, then Jack Bierman.
Did you call on me, Andy?
No, I said you were next after Hi.
Oh,
Hi, Feldblum, public member. I actually agree with Ron on this, because, not actually, sorry.
As
I
unusual
often
as that
agree
is.
with you. I often agree with you. I'm always worried if I disagree. Because just looking at this, I really don't like, let's say, a sentence. On the other hand, PAS officials may lack the capacity to decide cases in a fair, accurate, consistent, efficient, and timely manner, as if we might actually agree with that. And this is very softened. You know, the first one is, look, you may not have enough time. Some have raised concerns that it could affect the integrity, some of it. And then I do think the point of, instead of some, like literally what you're suggesting in terms of the ones who have done it, but it removes ACUS from saying that we actually think that. So I like the way it's been redone.
Okay, thank you, Jack Bierman.
yes, thank you. Well, I completely agree with Ron that we don't want to take a position that the conference believes that this is true. In the spirit of economy of expression, I would take out, I know it's a little bit of a long sentence, but I would after the word proceedings in the first sentence, I would add the word and then I would take out everything from some through may, so that it's just one thought. And part of the reason for that is that I sort of agree that this isn't really a serious problem. I don't agree with the people that say this, I think, unless I said it and don't remember that I said it. So I think the fewer words we spend on that, the better. So that would be a suggested amendment if someone else wants to move it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, where do we go from there? Anyone want to move Jack's amendment, which would be third degree at this point? Jack, you want to say again specifically what the words are?
Just read it out.
Just add the word and after proceedings, and then delete everything up to may encourage.
We'll put it in simple markup and I'll have Matt read it out so we can all agree on the language.
So it's just basically taking out the beginning of the second sentence that we've been talking about. The second sentence of Ron Cass's proposed amendment.
So now the second sentence would read, additionally, in certain contexts that the combination of it.
No, some have raised.
Some have raised, yeah.
Some have raised concerns that. So additionally, in certain contexts, some have raised concerns that the combination of adjudication and enforcement functions, investigation and prosecution in a single official may affect the integrity of agency proceedings and may encourage.
The resolution of important legal.
No, something's missing there. Something's missing.
Did you guys hear
Well,
Helen?
I don't see what's missing. I think it perfectly expresses the thought in fewer words.
Jeff. There's two different combinations.
Yeah. So, okay. So additionally, some have raised concerns in certain contexts, the combination of adjudication and enforcement functions, investigation and prosecution in a single official may affect the integrity of agency proceedings, and the combination of adjudication and rulemaking functions in a single official may encourage the resolution of important legal and policy issues through case-by-case adjudication, even when general rulemaking offers a better mechanism for resolving such issues.
Jack, does that express what you're trying to say?
I'm sorry, you're right. I'm wrong. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
All right, but we've got to have somebody to move that unless we can all agree. Ron will move your amendment, Jack. So does that mean you agree with it, Ron?
Means I'm certainly happy.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's go back, starting first with Helen, because you were concerned about Jack. All right, Helen is happy. Ron is nodding. Eloise?
Consensus, so if this language seems fine.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Anyone else before I call it? Yeah, Nina.
Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. Just looking at the slide on line 89, some have raised concerns, seems to be struck out, and I just want to be clear on what the amendment actually is.
Thank you, Nina. I think everyone agrees with that. All right. Any objection to Ron's amendment as amended? Council amendment as amended. Seeing none, hearing none on the Zoom, then the amendment will be adopted. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to the fourth council amendment, which would amend the first recommendation paragraph at lines 126 to 128 to make several stylistic changes and add a second category of cases in which it would be appropriate for PS officials to exercise authority to conduct initial proceedings in adjudication, specifically in cases when there are no disputed issues of fact, the matter to be decided does not require taking much evidence, and resolution of the matter turns on qualitative judgments of a broad nature. Okay, what I'm trying to do here is skip an explanation if we don't need it. So is there any discussion or objection from the floor? Yes.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time for this. I do have issues with the whole setup of set one and it affects the meaning of this language. I mean, I think my objections are more in the text of point one around lines 117 and 121, but it affects, the circumstances that you're articulating here. So I don't know if that's for now or for later.
I think that would be for a floor amendment.
Okay.
After we finish council, and I'll make sure to recognize you. Anything specifically on this? Okay, so then I'll ask Jen Dickey. Hi. Good to hear.
Hi, I was just wondering if it should say they're unlikely to be disputed issues of fact, because if they're trying to decide at the outset whether they're going to sit on a matter, you don't know for sure when a matter is filed that there are whether there are going to be disputed issues of fact or that there are no disputed issues of fact. And so I wonder if there's a timing issue. Like the other things does not require taking much evidence. It seems like you could make that decision ex ante, and resolution in the matter turns on qualitative judgments of a broad nature. That seems like, ex ante, but I feel like the disputed issues of fact, you need something like unlikely to sort of capture a decision to participate at the outset of a matter, unless the idea is that a PAS official is going to come in later.
Okay, Ron? Yeah, I figured Ron would agree with that. So anybody else? Any amendments, any comments? Anybody online? No. All right, is there any objection then to the council amendment as amended by Jen Dickey? Seeing and hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Council amendment number 5 would add a sentence to the second recommendation paragraph at lines 136 to 139 to clarify that even if final decision-making authority is delegated to non-PAS officials, that if inferior officers consistent with the Supreme Court's Appointments Clause jurisprudence must be directed and supervised at some level by PAS officials. Any discussion on this amendment? Anyone take issue? Any objection to its adoption? Seeing and hearing none, the 5th council amendment is adopted. On now to the 6th council amendment. It would amend recommendation paragraph 11 at lines 237 to 238 to add an additional situation in which PAS officials should consider new evidence and legal issues when reviewing lower level decisions. The new condition includes when consideration of a new legal issue is necessary to clarify agency law or policy. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, anyone online? Helen, I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
sorry. I just wondered what you were trying to get at with this so I could understand it better.
Ron?
Ron Cass, council member. There are times when you actually want a PS official reviewing things because they're trying to actually make policy or clarify policy in the context of adjudication. When the APA was written, adjudication was the primary vehicle, not rulemaking, for articulating agency policy. And that still is used by many different agencies. So I want to maintain the understanding here that this is not freestanding adjudication by a court. This is adjudication by an agency within the context of agency control over agency policy and the articulation of that policy.
Does that help, Helen?
So are you thinking of if then sorry, everyone. So you're saying then they'd be clarifying what is currently a policy, but not using that to set a new policy. I just wanted, that's what I was getting at, was that if the PAS took this on, it was only because they needed to clarify, like maybe they thought the lower determination misread the policy and so they needed to take that on, or are they using it to set a new policy from it?
I'm not sure that it's all that easy to separate those cleanly one from another. But the focus here really is that many times you want the PAS official involved to make sure that that person is overseeing the articulation of the policy, whether it's a clarification or an extension or whatever you want to call it.
I thought I saw a couple of hands. Jeff?
I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to the previous one.
All right, can you hold it so that we finish this and then we'll go back?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Helen, Ron, where are we? Helen, are you going to make an amendment? Kai wants to be recognized. Okay.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. So just to make sure I understand Ron, your response. What you're saying in B is consideration of a new legal issue is necessary to clarify or establish agency law policy. So is that what you wanted to say, which actually makes sense based on your point?
Ron Cass, council member. Once again, I'm not sure it's that easy to distinguish between those two cases, but I'm particularly focused on clarifying the policy of the agency. And if the EAS official isn't involved in review, you're essentially letting that determination be made by others, which I'm not sure is consistent with Arthrex, even though I understand that it may be better to view it as strictly a separation of powers case. I don't think the articulation in Arthrex actually is that. And I think just as a matter of policy, it is better to recognize that PAS officials within the agency generally have a better handle on the reading of agency policy.
Hi, Feldblum. I understand that, but just looking at what this paragraph is saying, that if you are going to review a lower level decision, you should limit consideration to the evidence and legal issues considered by the adjudicator, right? That's your general principle. The committee says the official should consider new evidence and legal issues, if at all, only if. And then the proponent has new evidence or new legal issue is material, right, that was not available, or B, so this is just in the B, consideration of a new legal issue is necessary to clarify agency law policy. And as I understood Helen's question is, sometimes you're not clarifying an existing agency policy, or law, you're establishing it through that adjudicative procedure. I definitely remember doing that. And so completely consistent with the statute that was being implemented. So if you did mean that, and to respond to Helen's question, then I think you need to add or establish, precisely because they're not, it's not so clear whether you're clarifying or establishing. Maybe we'll all say we were clarifying, but just in case, if that's your point, then I would add or establish, to clarify or establish.
Okay, that's up on the board. Does anyone else want to be heard on this? I got a note from Bill. This is just if this is adopted.
Bill Funk, liaison. The next, I was going to say the next sentence, it says in such situations, and that was referring just to A when it was drafted. And it doesn't read very well with respect to B. So if the council amendment is accepted, then I think in such situations, it really should say in situation A.
Okay, I think we should do that right here. Anybody have any comment on that? All right, then. Well, let's see if there's any objection to the 6th council amendment as amended. Seeing, hearing none, that would be so adopted by the conference. Okay, Jeff Lovers, back to what?
Back to line 138. I'm sorry, I'm a little slow. Just the word alternative, I think, is I want to focus on. I don't think alternative is quite the right word there. I don't think we mean that the agencies should adopt alternative A and alternative B mechanisms. So probably you either mean other mechanisms or just mechanisms. They should adopt mechanisms. Just drop alternative. That's my suggestion. If Ron's okay.
I am loath to reopen.
I know.
We've already voted on, but since this is short and simple, does anyone have any objection to this change? Ron?
What do you mean when you said short?
Short and
I agree with the linguistic tweak here. I think Jeff has a good idea to make it more grammatically correct.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Jeff. All right, let's vote on this one again. Does anyone have any objection to the council amendment as amended by Jeff? Seeing none, so adopted again as amended. Council amendment number 7. Council would amend paragraph 14 at lines 250 to 255 with a corresponding change to recommendation paragraph 21 at lines 352 to 354. I'm going to let Ron explain this for us.
This is just recommending, Ron Cass, council member. This is just recommending a tweak to the language to make sure that the agencies are looking after ways of making sure not only that the decision-making is impartial to the extent it needs to be, but also that the appearance of impartiality is maintained, again, to the extent that it can be.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Any discussions? Any thoughts? Helen?
I owe you all cookies after this. So my question in your edit allowed me to ask this question without having to wait. So thank you. So agencies have rules of ethics that they have to follow. They have DAOs. They have all these processes for when there's conflicts of interest and potential conflicts of interest and how members of the agency recuse themselves. So my question is this supposed to be on top of that? Or do they work together? Or is it completely separate? And then how would you have the DAO and the official who actually makes the decisions about when there's conflicts of interest work with all this too? So I'm trying to figure out where that fits in this.
You want to take that, or should I go back to Nadine and Jeremy?
Well, I think, just to your point, Helen, we looked at whether it would violate government ethics, which, obviously you've got the GC of OGE sitting right behind you. Or agency specific ethics, because some agencies have, and David could speak to this as well, have specific ethics requirements. And so it's a little bit of just, please pay attention to this. This is very important and obviously critical to maintaining confidence in these processes, right? So the committee felt strongly about having this in. I'll let Jeremy.
Yeah, and I would just add, in instances where there have been concerns over these sorts of things, and there have been some high-profile concerns, I won't call out individual cases, but a lot of the concern has been around sort of lack of routinization around some of these processes and a lack of sort of public transparency over how these decisions are made and who makes them. So I think part of this recommendation is encouraging agencies that may already have processes in place to routinize them and publicly explain what those processes are, not necessarily to improve the quality of decision-making, which may be high quality, but to improve faith in those processes that already exist.
Ron.
Ron Cass, council member. I'll just add one small piece to this. When I was in government at one point, I went to my ethics officer with a question, and I thought it was a very simple question. Approximately 6 weeks later, I got a stack of materials about 3 feet high saying, well, you can look through these and they will give you the answer to your question. I think this is asking for a little bit more direct attention to potential problems in a specific context upfront.
Okay, coming over here and then the back.
Lou Varelli, public member. I have a little bit of a concern with the deletion at the end, and that's because agency-specific ethics standards and government-wide ethics standards often don't include recusal in the context that we're describing in the first sentence here, which I think is the appropriate context. So some agencies have recusal standards, and we did a recommendation 2018-4, and there was a report associated with it that sort of outlined agency recusal standards. And so oftentimes there are none, oftentimes they're very vague, and there's lots of reasons for that. But I'm concerned about leaving remedy out of this recommendation altogether. So the remedy, as I read the recommendation now, it just says, create a process for determining a violation, but doesn't say what to do with that. Historically or generally, there are 2 ways to remedy a violation that would implicate impartiality or the appearance thereof. One is discipline, one is recusal. Discipline is highly problematic, I would think, in the context of PAS officials, or at least it's more problematic than I'm willing to endeavor to address right now. Recusal is less so. Recusal is not punitive. And it's a sort of a centuries-old remedy. It is still, however, problematic with PAS officials in a way that it might not be for lower-ranking adjudicators. I concede that, which is why I think the word whether in the deleted sentence does a lot of useful work. In the recommendation 2018-4, we recommended that agencies adopt recusal standards for adjudicators. It expressly does not apply to agency heads, but that does not include all PAS officials, obviously. So there is room. There is a current recommendation on the books, as I understand it, that suggests recusal standards be adopted for people who could be PAS officials at agencies, adjudicators. So I think that that last sentence to me says recusal standards, well, first, the decision on whether recusal is appropriate for PAS official at all in this instance, and then if so, what those standards might be. And I think that's a really valuable thing. The third reason I think it's valuable is that simply addressing recusal publicly for agencies has a positive effect in terms of the appearance of impartiality in cases like this, right? So there's an expressive benefit on top of the fact that there's currently a gap in recusal law and standards at a lot of agencies. And then I would just add that 21K, which I think is the sort of the partner to this, doesn't address the concern, at least that I have, because it describes relevant recusal standards, in other words, existing, as I read it, recusal standards, which would not cover many agencies, or at least certainly not refer to detailed recusal standards applying to many agencies. So that's why I'm in favor of putting back that deleted sentence.
Okay, so that's when the word "and" after the comma to the end?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll take that as an amendment to the council amendment. Okay. I saw another hand. You still want to
Sorry.
speak? No, Helen?
So I think the thing that's like slightly rubbing me on this one is it the way it's drafted, it makes it sound like that there's agencies that currently aren't doing like that it doesn't exist at all. It ignores the fact that we do have ethical standards, we do have DAOs, we do have processes. Whether agencies are not following them, totally different. And if we could do more in the realm of ALJs and all and whatnot, also open to. But there's those ways drafted, it makes it sound like we lack this currently, which is like not true. And on behalf of my DAO, who is very firm and vigilant and will give you a response quicker than you would ever believe, I just feel like we shouldn't undercut that. And maybe how do we marry the fact that they do exist with this idea to like bolster what is not a bad idea. I mean, like we should bolster this, but also not make it sound like we don't currently have this at all.
ACUS also has a very strong ethics option. Lou, back to you.
I promise I'll be much more brief. It is true that there are OG standards and there are DAOs, but the report accompanying the 2018 4 recommendation sort of lays out how limited those are in the context of adjudication and how limited they are with respect to the appearance of impartiality. They're very limited. They're almost exclusively financial and there are occasionally familial conflicts of interest. But traditional recusal standards go much broader than that, and certainly the appearance of impartiality goes much broader than that. So David and I have certainly talked about this at great length, and I appreciate the government ethics role in this, but at least AGUS has taken the position that it doesn't include a lot of agency adjudication for which recusal standards are useful. And I think that's still true. Independent agencies might have very robust recusal standards, but many don't. And many that do have them in guidance documents and not in legislative rules like we'll see in 21K is recommending. So that's why I think it's important to keep that last sentence in there.
David, since you've been mentioned, you had your hand up and down. Do you want to be heard?
First of all, Ron, I'm sorry. I was just trying to impress you.
And you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, the recusal process is for PASers particularly is really robust. Before they get through us, they have to sign a document recusing themselves from anything they have a financial interest in, and anything that we think could, that we identify as creating a financial interest is called out specifically. That they need to recuse themselves from or divest what creates a conflict. Familial ones are also now addressed in the ethics agreement themselves. So anything we spot is addressed. There's another kinds of conflict of interest, and as I read this, this is not referring to, but which brings into the impartiality of, has the person taken a policy position that would cause the adjudicator to question whether his or her mind was open and things like that. We do not address those. I'm not sure this paragraph does either. And that's a little different, and that's where it really gets dicey. But just, yeah, we have no problem recusing PASers from participating in things when they have a identified conflict of interest. Now, again, occasionally what we see is, depending on which side of the political spectrum the recused person should be, the advocacy groups see conflicts that for one side that they would not see for the other, and there's nothing we can do about that really, other than to apply strict standards on it. But you're right, the policy, does this person is predisposed for a certain policy, or in their past life showed they didn't like these people, those kind of things. Those, I'm not sure those are addressed by this. But that is a hole in the thing. But the clear conflicts, we've got a pretty robust system.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Jeremy wanted to respond to this. Let's hear from him first.
Sure. No, I mean, I don't want to speak for the committee, but I think it was actually intended to include those sort of broader senses, because frankly, where you see these things are motions to recuse based on prejudgment, which in many cases is, you wrote a law review article that said something, and that sort of policy is applicable to a case. Or before you entered government, you held a certain position, and that position has some relationship, whether it's from the same industry or what have you. Those sorts of things, which I don't know that would be technically considered within sort of OGE type standards. They wouldn't. I think that's where you actually see more regularized sort of motions for recusal. The agencies haven't necessarily said, here's how we're going to treat those. Either we're not going to accept them or here's our process for considering them. Those sorts of broader questions. It's where you see more at play.
And
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
if I could just build on that, it seemed like two things are in play here as well. We have to think really broadly in terms of those agencies that frequently adjudicate, who may be more familiar and more nimble with navigating these sorts of things, and those agencies that maybe don't adjudicate as much or in the traditional sense. So keeping that broad range of agencies in mind is pretty important. In addition, thinking through, I believe it was Helen who mentioned like more independent regulatory commissions versus these massive executive departments who are balancing multiple things. And it may be a little bit more difficult to actually identify these ethical concerns on a case basis, or even establish some sort of larger framework. So I would just encourage people to think really broadly in terms of adjudicate a lot, adjudicate maybe not so much, big agencies versus smaller agencies.
Hi.
So it seems we have two issues being discussed, which would, I think, require two different motions. I'm just sort of trying to help clarify. The first is the council amendment has done two things. It's added to promote impartiality and the appearance of impartiality in adjudication, which I agree with and you had no issues with. But then it had taken out, essentially, as you say, the remedy. And so I agree with you that that should be put back in. And so I think there's one motion, which sounds like it should be yours, assuming you can move or whatever, or maybe it's Ron, which is to amend that council change to adopt just the first part and not the second. Okay, so that's like an amendment to the council amendment, and that's where I would go. The second issue, which Helen is raising, sort of like the disability issue, is on lines 251 to 252, they should establish a process for considering blah, blah. And your concern is saying, well, lots of agencies already have it, and it's as if you're ignoring those. And then we've heard the various reasons why this is important. As I understand it, Helen, what you're saying is, but I don't think this should be in the text, but it sort of should establish a process, parens, or rigorously enforce if a process already exists, blah, blah, blah. Although I agree with you on that, my sense is sometimes the way we've dealt with this is in the preamble by saying, look, our recommendation is you have this process. Now, some agencies already have it. If they do, they should rigorously enforce. It doesn't directly address your issue. And if you have language that would, right, the one I wrote, or rigorously enforce if a process already exists, just sounds a little clunky to me. But I really think as a body, we should deal with these two separately because they are two different issues, each of which we should address.
I agree. And as soon as we're finished with hands, I will call the votes just as you suggested. Yeah.
Wonder the thing about established, you just say, this is Nick Bagley, public member. I wonder instead of established, we just say agencies should have a process for considering, right? That it doesn't need to be action forcing at every agency if they've already got one in place. I think that may cover the waterfront and make everybody feel a little bit better.
Okay, Matt, are you getting this? David?
So reading this over again, the last line implies that they have some discretion here, or they should consider whether or not to recuse someone who has a conflict of interest. That's not a consideration. They're recused. And maybe we start off maybe too weak when we start off with establish a process for considering whether participation. No, it's a process for determining if participation would create a conflict of interest. If it does, you're done. And then that last line does imply a lot more discretion than exists. If there's a statutory or even a regulatory conflict of interest, they're going to be recused. For appearances, sometimes they can be allowed to participate, but that's part of the process as well. Yeah, I think the last line that's been struck does implies that they have the ability to just say, well, we're gonna participate anyway.
Okay, David, thank you. Nina?
Nina Mendelsohn, Senior Fellow. I think maybe the problem is because what appears on lines 254 and 255 kind of sounds like it's the remedy when PAS officials should recuse themselves. And it sounds like everyone agrees they should recuse themselves if service would violate its ethics standards. But the issue is that there are broader reasons why they should perhaps take themselves off a case, not just ethics standards, but there might be other reasons for recusal. And then we should get to the remedy part of the paragraph, because maybe in those instances, recusal isn't always appropriate. So I wanted to suggest retaining that language at 253 through 255, but adding additional language after agency-specific ethics standards on, it's 253 on my version, but that's not what it is on the screen. Agency-specific ethics standards, or raise other significant concerns, comma, and should determine whether and if so, PAS officials should recuse themselves. I'm not as, I can't make the motion, but I wonder if additional language clarifying that there might be other reasons for recusal besides ethics standards would address this concern.
And your amendment, Nina, retains the deletion of everything after and. No, it puts it back, it restores it.
Restores
but
that
also
language,
adds
right,
or raise other significant concerns.
right.
Right, okay. All right, Nina can't offer that. Does anyone want to make the motion? As it is, we have 3 degrees of motions.
Yes.
Um,
I'm happy to.
Yeah, you'll make it, Nick. Okay, and your amendment to insert the word have, put them together.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So then we start with Nick. All those in favor of Nick's amendment to the council amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, then the ayes have it. All right, then the next question, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Lou's amendment to retain the last phrase after the word and? Or is it stays? It stays pursuant to the?
That got rolled up in what we were just doing.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, all right, then final vote. All those in favor of the amendment as amended? David, I didn't hear it distilled to an amendment, so let's.
You are correct. She's correct. I failed to do that. Further up, when we say have established process, replace considering whether particular matters create conflicts of interest to determine if participation would create a conflict of interest. They need to make a call.
Determining whether?
No. Process for determining
Whether
if
gets deleted if, I say determining if. Thank you, Matt. All right, anyone have any objection to that? The last sentence, you mean after and? That stays. Pursuant to
we didn't
the,
have a vote on that yet. We interrupted you.
Pursuant to Nick's amendment.
Maybe out of order.
Is that what you're talking about, Jeff? Yeah, so did I. All right, but on David's, any objection to determining if?
Read what that, just say out loud what that.
Sure, Matt, please.
It currently reads, to promote impartiality and the appearance of impartiality in adjudication, each agency at which PAS officials participate in the adjudication of individual cases should have a process for determining if participation by a particular PAS official in a case would violate government-wide or agency-specific ethics standards or raise other significant concerns, and should determine whether, and if so, in what circumstances, PAS officials should recuse themselves from participating in a case.
Okay, David?
My understanding was there was some clarification there that in other matters. I really think you need a new sentence here. which is in cases involving, in other cases, you should have, you should determine. But my understanding when she was suggesting the amendment was a clarification that this, for cases not involving violations of ethics or laws and standards, you'll have a new process for determining when. So there's something I think missing in the language as was read, because the concept of other stuff is missing. Probably want to say something other than other stuff, but that was my understanding of what was being suggested.
David, you got to work with me here. Do you have language that we can vote on? Do you have an amendment, words, other stuff?
Maybe something, and in other cases, or period, in other cases, agency should determine, just so there's a break between violations of ethical laws and standards and the other impartiality concerns.
Nadine wants to speak.
Yeah, no, I guess I just want to be clear that, so there's the government ethic, agency ethics, or other significant concerns. So doesn't that hit on the category, the other category you're talking about? Or you're saying that the last part only flows from that or other significant concerns? I'm not sure I'm following.
I thought my eyes got fixed yesterday. Thank you.
All right, David, while you're reading, I'm going to do this. If I remember correctly, we didn't get a final UC on David's amendment to replace considering whether with determining if. Does anyone have any objection to that? If not, David's amendment to the amendment will be adopted. Okay, David, so back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Yes,
Jeremy
I'll
has
try proposing
a
some language.
suggestion for you, David.
So how about should have a process for determining if participation by a particular PAS official in the case would violate government-wide or agency-specific ethics standards, and considering whether there are other significant concerns that may warrant recusal by the PAS official.
It's a really long sentence.
So it's a process for determining compliance with ethics requirements and a process for considering whether there are other significant concerns that may warrant recusal.
I think you'd have a lot clearer thing if you put a period after standards and said, in cases where there are other significant concerns that may warrant recusal, should determine.
As soon as Matt types this up, we'll see what Jeremy thinks. Is that what you're suggesting, David?
Yeah, it was going to be in cases. In cases.
You'd still need something about or having a process, right?
Yeah.
So you'd have to repeat, agency should also have a process for considering whether other dot.
Yeah. I hate doing this on the floor because my reaction to looking at this is there's got to be a simpler way to write this, and I'd be willing to refer that to an author to. This is the concept.
Well,
right?
if we can have agreement on the concept, then we can committee on style it.
I think that's the way to do this.
Okay. You guys, we kind of have a path forward. If you agree, we're going to agree on in principle, and then we can rewrite this. Oh, and I've got to vote on that. Right. Okay, lots of hands up. All right, Chris, since you mentioned it, you can go first.
This is Chris Walker, senior fellow. I guess I'm gonna defend Lena Khan here. And I don't like this other significant concerns at all. I mean, what does that even mean? They got to follow government-wide and agency-specific ethics standards, period. I personally would just delete this entire section, 14. I know we might be past that, but I definitely wouldn't want to introduce in the ACUS recommendation that companies can run into agencies and somehow you have to always recuse yourself if there are other significant concerns. I mean, agency head is politically appointed, plays a particular role in the process. That role does have a policy perspective that matters. That's why the president nominated that person, the Senate confirmed them. And so I just get really nervous when we're trying to say other significant concerns should be reasons for recusal of agency heads.
Yeah.
Jeff Rosen, public member. I echo those concerns, but with the changes, I'm now failing to see what this has to do with PAS officials that are different than any other officials. Everybody has to adhere to the ethics rules, and that determines their participation or non-participation. It's sort of going back to what Helen was saying in the beginning. So with these revisions, we've kind of reached a point where we seem to be saying that PASs have some special recusal obligations different than the ethics rules. And I don't see why that makes sense. So if that's where we are, I would move to strike all of paragraph 14.
Okay, who else? Lou, and then hi.
Lou Varelli, public member. I'm sympathetic to the other significant concerns problem, but it isn't true that current agency ethics standards go as far as the first sentence suggests. So for example, if I'm a disgruntled former employee of a party before me, government ethics rules don't require that I recuse. The other problem is that current agency standards offer discipline as one of the remedies. Recusal isn't required over discipline in every case. So I don't think that it's as simple as saying, well, I certainly don't think, and ACUS has said in a recommendation that it's not as simple as saying current government-wide ethics standards adequately address recusal and adjudication. Agency-specific ethics standards might, but in most cases do not. We have evidence of that. We did that research. So then the question is, how do we talk about it? I don't think the last sentence is redundant at all. I'm sympathetic to David's point that some of this might be taken up by government-wide ethics standards, but it's a pretty small subset, and it's not, as I understand it, ever mandating recusal over some other form of discipline. I think asking for discipline is problematic, as I said in my first comments, but that leads to a comment about recusal. That last sentence, as I read it, just says, it is important to consider whether PAS officials should recuse, and if so, under what circumstances. We've said as much before, excluding agency heads, but then again, agency heads and PAS officials are not synonymous with one another. So I think this sentence does useful work. I think it does work beyond the existing agency standards, and it's consistent with ACUS's position, and to not have it leaves no remedy at all in paragraph 14, in which case all we're doing is setting a process by which to establish a violation and then do nothing about it, which I think creates a bigger problem in terms of appearances for sure. So I just wanted to be clear about that it's not current government standards do not do the work that last sentence is talking about.
Okay, thank you. Hi.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. Okay, we now have 3 separate issues, but that's fine.
At least.
No, we have 3 in purpose of clarification. Number 1, do we need this paragraph at all?
Right.
In my sense, yes, we do, because the whole point about this, what we discussed, concerns, politicals, integrity. So yes, I think we need the sentence. 2, the concern that David raised, that if you look at lines 252, 253, they have a process for determining if participation by a particular PAS would violate government-wide or agency-specific ethics standards. David's point, and so here I do have text, and hence requires recusal, right? That was sort of, if it's going to violate the ethics law, it will require recusal. So I would, now the third one, I don't have a clear text answer, so, but I do think the committee on style, The third is what we've been discussing, well, what Lou has explained clearly. There may be situations that are not covered by government ethics, government or agency. But again, because we're talking PAS, there is a sense, so sort of languages, in addition, the agency should have a process to determine if participation would raise other significant ethical concerns, and then determine whether and if the officials should recuse themselves. I think that's the third one. I actually have no idea if that's the best way of saying it, which is why I wouldn't mind getting agreement on that concept and then letting the wording follow.
Okay, yeah, Lou.
Sorry, just one more half point of clarification. There are agency-specific ethics standards with no process for determining if they're violated, that are on the books. A lot of them, I know for a fact there are agency-specific recusal standards with no articulated process. That's not I'm not here to criticize, right? That's just descriptive. I don't know if that's true for non-recusal provisions, but it's also true that to say that we need a process for agency-specific ethics standards is adding value because they're not always there.
Okay, I think everyone's been heard from. Anyone else? Nadine?
I just wanted to add that Lou is on the committee. And so the viewpoint was expressed and agreed upon by the committee in terms of that language. And Lou was the consultant on the project that we did on recusal. And so I just wanted to give you that credibility there. It was an important project and it is. It's an important project and it is, the language we're considering here is consistent with that.
All right, well, there's a lot going on here, and I think High's rubric is a good way to look at it. This may not be technically Robert's Rules of Order, but I'm going to try to clear out some of the brush here by voting first on what I'll take as Chris Walker's amendment to delete the whole thing. Yeah, Chris.
I just want to make clear, in the prior recommendation, we were only dealing with non-agency head presidentially appointed Senate confirmed officials, not agency heads. And if I remember correctly, we did that very consciously to not wade into the role of agency heads. And that was all my remarks about deleting this paragraph or really watering it down, deal with agency heads, and kind of expanding a prior recommendation doesn't go that far.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just to speak to that.
Jeremy,
yes,
first.
and this was drafted in a way specifically so the earlier recommendation actually specified specific substantive standards the agency should consider. Here, this just says, have a process, think about it. It may be that in no case do you actually entertain any of these motions. It's more just don't leave it to a sort of unspoken ad hoc thing. If you think you're in a situation where you'll be receiving motions for disqualification based on recusal, frankly, it could just waste a lot of time dealing with those sorts of motions, having an established policy beforehand. That's all this recommendation says.
All right, Chris can't vote, so or make an amendment. So does anyone like to make it in his stead? Kate? Okay, the motion is the amendment is to delete all of paragraph 14. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Nay? Okay, I think the nays have it, Chris. Okay. All right. Then we'll move next, please, to the council amendment. Just to clear that out, which adds the first clause in 14 and deletes the last clause. All those in favor of that, please say aye. It keeps or inserts the first clause to promote impartiality up to and including, I guess, each. Oh, I need more time. Unanimous consent for 10 more minutes. Okay, thank you. So found. Ron, am I that right? Does it include the word each? Oh, that's just made a lowercase. Yeah. So it's the first line. And would delete the last line after the word and. Okay, everyone clear? I promised I would clarify the votes as much as I could. So all those in favor of the council amendment, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, I think the nays have it. All right, so that's two. And then, all right, so to High's third rubric, David, does her amendment? Well, no, stop. I want to do Lou's first. Which is, I was just going to say that, don't need to do that. David, does High's language address your concern?
Heading and hence require recusal.
Yeah.
Actually, there are procedures. Or in rare cases, especially in impartiality, there are procedures that allow for the agency to determine that recusal is outweighed by agency interest. So I would not put in and hence require recusal. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's implied before. If you determine that there's a violation, presumably you don't do it. Yeah, and I think the language is awkward, but the idea is in cases not covered by the rules, you should have a procedure. And that's, I thought the Committee on Style was going to work on that, so that would be fine.
David, I'm not sure we understand what you're saying. Do you guys?
We'll have to Committee on Style it, but.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how do you?
I was just trying to assist, so.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go with the principle as agreed by David and our folks, and ask the Committee on Style to work out the language. Aye.
I just have one last motion. I like the first part of the council amendment. So I know we voted it down, but I'd like to move that we put in what they had suggested to promote impartiality and the appearance of impartiality in adjudication, each assuming the committee agrees that that's fine.
Yes.
So I move that we adopt those sentences that were proposed, those words that were proposed.
Okay, so the vote now is on adding the first clause from the council amendment back, an agreement on David's point in principle, and have the Committee on Style work out the language. Anyone want to be heard on that? I'm not sure I've seen the procedure before where we vote on an agreement on principle, but all right, so all those in favor of that as articulated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, I think the ayes have it. So that amendment as amended will be adopted. And the final and eighth council amendment would amend recommendation paragraph 16 at line used to be 265 to remove notice and comment as a modifier for rulemaking. Presumably, an agency might resolve issues raised repeatedly in petitions and decisions through rules that are not required to undergo notice and comment, such as their rules of practice or procedure. Nadine, I'm going to turn to you first on this amendment.
I think we're really focused on notice and comment today. No, the thrust of this recommendation is to ask agencies to really review and monitor what's happening. And so, the last part is, determine what you need to do about it. And it may be rulemaking, not necessarily a notice and comment, but might be any type of rulemaking or guidance, obviously. I think it's fine. I guess that's the short answer.
So, Ann, do you want to be heard on this? This was yours at council? No? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Anyone else? Any comments, thoughts? All right, then, is there any objection to adopting the amendment? Without objection, anything on the Zoom? Without objection seen or heard, it is adopted. So now we have some time for floor amendments. Page 81.
We had that as part of the earlier one, but I don't think we've discussed it, so probably separate it out.
Oh, okay. You want to separate it out?
I mean.
Do people want to separate it out? Hi?
Oh, no.
Helen?
One thing I would say is, to the point before, that it's not considering when it's an ethics standard, but determining. I just want to make sure we conform whatever edits we did in the prior one to reflect in this one too, so that way they are harmonized.
So this one is Council Amendment 8 that we just voted on?
Well, I know the one we did before that we just spent probably 45 minutes, thanks to me talking about.
7, back
Sorry.
to 7.
Um,
Okay, Jeff, you see what happens when you do this once?
So now we do it twice, but no, because we changed the language to say, you determine and not consider. So I just want to make sure that was reflected here too. So that way they're the same. Perfect.
Okay. All right, now there was going to be a floor amendment from there you are. Yeah.
I moved so I could actually.
Better. So I'd like to go to,
Just say your name.
oh, John Duffy, public member.
thanks.
I would like to go to lines they were 115 to 121, but it's 0.1 on the recommendation, so. Keep going up. Okay, so 0.1, it is now on, it was on line 117 in the printed materials. It says the agency ordinarily should delegate to one or more. Yeah, it's 112. Agency should or ordinarily should delegate. I want to delete ordinarily should and replace it with the word may. And then on the last line here, I want to delete the word only. Only if, just strikes the single word only. And the reason, this is an important change, okay? The way it's currently written is very pro-delegation to non-PAS officers. Basically saying that the PA officer should delegate. And I think that we shouldn't be on the side of saying that PAS officers who've been entrusted with by the president and by the Senate should abdicate responsibility. I think that goes against one of the themes of the Arthrex decision, even if it's not the holding of the Arthrex decision, that PAS officers are the frontline people for responsibility. And I hope this would be bipartisan in the sense of saying, it's the Biden administration right now, whether it's Lena Khan or Merrick Garland, these people are the people who have been selected by our elected representatives to bear responsibility. And I think we shouldn't say they should delegate and only don't delegate in certain responsibilities. So it's a big change, and there's a couple other paragraphs where we'll see this. You can change the tenor here with just these small words being changed, but that's my proposal for the first paragraph. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Chris, comment on that.
Chris Walker, senior fellow. It's an awful idea. I mean, the APA envisions an impartial as possible adjudicator to do the hearing and to create the record. It's the APA itself thinks we're talking about the initial proceedings, a hearing before, that's the whole ALJ structure. I wouldn't want to suggest, am I missing something on that? Oh, it would be just such an awful way to run. Aaron Melissa and I have a whole 90-page article on this coming out of Texas. No. This strikes that balance of the standard model of having an impartial or as impartial as possible person create the record, and the agency head make the final decision. That's what Arthrex said. It didn't say, oh, let's make sure the political actually, holds the hearing and makes credibility determinations. So I think I'd probably roll over and, oh, John, no, please no,
Well,
please no. I'll stop.
It's quite clear it's not a partisan issue. Jeremy?
Yeah, and it wasn't intended just to be even an impartiality concern, also just a sort of general managerial concern. If you're in a high volume system, you have thousands and thousands and thousands of cases. You absolutely should delegate those, subject to a higher level appeal. This only applies to the initial decision, subject to paragraphs 2 and 3, which talk about higher level review.
Could I just say a comment on that? So my comment is completely consistent with the view that it's in high volume situations, they may choose to do that routinely. It's not so consistent with Chris's view. Chris's view and my view are actually opposed.
Okay, we need 10 more minutes and this is the last 10 minutes. Any objection to extending by 10 minutes? Chris, do you have an objection to extending? Because that would settle this issue right here. Helen.
Okay, this ties into what I was going to bring up on this paragraph too. So a question and then kind of tie this in too, because when the past delegates it down, they still retain that inherent authority. And as written, this makes it sound like that they don't. So I wanted to be clear that I have a suggested refinement for this, because then you would have a delegations issue. Like if they delegated and said, we have no authority over this anymore, I can pull apart, right?
Initial procedure.
Even an initial, like your past can, when they delegate it down, they still have that authority. They can grab it at any time they want. And so I want to make sure that language is clear that they don't, just because they delegate it, they haven't relinquished that ability, even on an initial one, to be like, I'm taking that one and I'm pulling it up and I'm going to be the one that's hearing that. And so I do have a proposed solution for that to make it clear that that still exists. So it would say when PBS officials individually or as collegiate body should exercise their retained statutory or retained authority. So that way it makes it clear that they still could on the initial stage go down and pull it up, and they haven't relinquished that. So I'm kind of like adding to the morass here. I realize that, but this one really just kind of like stuck at me when I read it. I want to make sure we wrap that into the solution here.
John, do you have anything to say to that?
Well, I think that's sort of sideways. I think that's sort of a different issue, it seems to me. And so I would hope to just have a clean vote on my proposal. And look, I like voting. Like if I'm a conservative in the legal academy, I lose votes all the time. Although usually not to other conservatives. It's shocking. It's just crazy. But so I think we should have a clean vote on the First Amendment and then maybe go to this, which I think
You
seems
gotta
to be
get a second though, John.
Oh, well, I might not get a second. I don't know.
Yeah. Helen, I agree. We'll do yours separately. Jeff, is it to the John, Chris?
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, if
thank
there's
you.
no second, maybe there's no need to discuss it, but, okay. I think, even though the APA does allow agency heads to preside over the taking of evidence, I can't think of an instance where that's happened. Can John? I mean, I think this recommendation recognizes reality. And I think I agree with Chris that this is the model. Agency heads retain the decision-making power on the review stage at the end. And the evidence taking should be done by an independent adjudicator. The APA allows the agency head to do it, but I don't know of too many instances where that's ever happened.
Okay, Todd, I see your hand, but I've got to do members first. Kate.
Kate Todd, public member, and I like this change quite a bit. I think we're trying to cover so many different types of agencies with so many different volume levels and types of adjudications. Years ago, and having a discussion about adjudications, I pointed out that like we have too many adjudications in the administrative agencies to begin with. There are some constitutional issues, not just with respect to appointments of ALJs, which is what we're trying to address a little bit here, and how to deal with that fallout, but also with having non-Article 3 federal tribunals dealing with a lot of private rights and things that really shouldn't be in before ALJs. So I'm loath to have a really heavy thumb on the scale for every and all type of adjudication that could possibly happen. And I think the May gives a lot more breathing room to that and recognizes that there are some other serious constitutional concerns that lurk in the background.
Okay, Ron, I'm going to interrupt, calling on you to go to Nadine.
Yeah, I think Jeff really expressed it very well. Also, Chris, that this is exactly how the committee envisioned this to recognize the reality of the models that are out there. It's just consistent with what's happening. And so I just want to thank Chris and Jeff for expressing it's exactly the committee's view.
Okay, thank you, Nadine. Ron.
Ron Cass, council member. I think in fact that John is right that there are settings in which we don't need to have someone who is completely isolated from the rest of the agency making these sorts of decisions. And when you talk about the model, you may be talking either about the model we had in the beginning, which was not a model of an insulated, a judge-like figure within the agency. They were called hearing officers or hearing examiners. They were not thought to be people who were separated from the rest of the agency. They were generally lower level officials who were doing more of a mechanical function than exercising the sort of what we think of as judicial discretion in making a record and making decisions. And I think that I'm not sure what the right tweak to the language is, John. And I don't know whether just removing only is what is consistent with your intention here. But I think trying to keep the recognition that there are some instances where it's appropriate for PAS officials to sit as adjudicating authorities, but these are the sort of issues you want to have in mind in thinking about what the best occasions are for that. I think that we have identified, the committee has identified, the consultants have identified relevant considerations. And so I would support some language here that recognizes that doesn't look like we are trying to say there's one and only one model that ought to be used. But I also think we do recognize that in today's world, at a lot of agencies, the sort of information that is being gathered and the sort of decisions that are being made are certainly consistent with having it done by people who are non-PAS and subject only to PAS review. So that is a support of John's idea, if not necessarily precise wording.
Okay, Ron, what I'm planning on doing after all this hands is voting up or down on John, and then if it doesn't carry, seeing if we can go back to some other language. Jack Bierman's been waiting a long time on Zoom. Jack?
Thank you. I'm Jack Bierman. I'm a senior fellow. I want to associate myself with Chris Walker's comment, and I strongly disagree with what John Duffy said about this, because I view this as a very narrow provision, completely consistent with the APA and with all of the traditions of how agency heads preside over our adjudicatory systems within agencies. That agency heads should delegate the initial proceedings to others. And I don't care about the only at the end, because the APA is pretty clear on when the agency head can actually take responsibility for doing these things, either him or herself or themselves. And I also think that part of the problem here is something I brought up during the committee, which didn't really go anywhere, but PAS official is being used here as synonymous with agency head. There may be PAS officials that are not the agency head that may be specifically delegated adjudicatory authority by Congress, and where that delegation assumes that they're going to be doing the initial proceedings. That I don't think is touched by this provision. So I would leave it as should. I don't care about the word ordinarily, and I don't care about whether only is in there, but I think that it's important to recognize that this is the best practice for agencies, which is for the agency heads not to be presiding over initial proceedings. And I think that works fine. I don't think there's any real constitutional problems, although the Supreme Court has been very good at coming up with new constitutional problems about just about everything. So who knows? But I think this is fine as the committee drafted it.
Okay, thank you, Jack. David, you're the last.
I'm not sure. It seems like we're arguing about normative language, and what the committee is trying to do is put in descriptive language. So what if we put descriptive language in, going with, we're arguing about whether they should or should not. Why don't we just say they will ordinarily delegate? That's just a statement of fact. They do ordinarily delegate, or you could say do ordinarily delegate. And then when you get to the bottom, say, again, it's the normative language that's getting us in trouble. These folks who retain statutory authority to conduct initial proceedings may exercise authority where, for example. So you're not putting a normative thing, you're just saying they can do it that way if they want to. And you don't use the may or should, you're just describing what normally happens.
Okay, John, your thoughts on that?
I think that is a friendly amendment that might actually, if that could produce consensus, that would be acceptable to. I would take that as a friendly amendment, and if that would produce consensus, I would go with it.
Thanks, Chris. You're still thumbs down on that. Ron, is this some of the other language that you might support? Jeff Lovers?
It's a recommendation. It's supposed to have normative language. We're not just making a descriptive statement on our recommendations. ACUS can issue statements sometimes, and we have, but this is a recommendation, so it should be normative. Whether it's should or should consider or whatever, it should be in a normative format.
All right, we've got one more set of 10 minutes. Unanimous consent to extend, and then this will be the end. Hearing none. Aye.
Hi, Feldman, public member. I completely agree with Jeff. This is a recommendation. And as John said, I think we have an up or down vote. And the reason I would vote against it is for the reasons that have been described, right? This is a recommendation. There is the word ordinarily in front of should, right? The recommendation is the agency ordinarily should delegate because that's what makes sense in terms of good management. And PAS officials ordinarily should exercise such authority only if these two things, including very good second council amendment. So I would urge a not agreeing to John Duffy's proposal. And I would also say, Ron, that hopefully your concern is met by the word ordinarily and that we don't necessarily need to do more language on that. So that's my position.
Okay, I think that's everyone. Anyone in the Zoom? Okay, and again, we have a request by former ACUS attorney advisor and now member of the public, Todd Phillips, to speak for a minute. Does anyone have any objection to that? Todd, floor is yours.
Great. Todd Phillips, member of the public. I just wanted to say there is one agency that I focus on, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. They do not have any ALJs. And so if they were to hold ALJ hearings, they would have to spend money to hire an ALJ from outside the agency. Whereas there are some times when one of the 5 commissioners decides that they just want to act as the ALJ. And the original text here that John Duffy changed would make that impossible or looked down upon. Whereas I think if the agency has a reason to save money and one of the PAS members wants to do it, I think that should be permitted.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Jeff again.
I think Todd makes a good point, but I think the word ordinarily covers that. And there are other agencies. MSPB is a similar agency. There is a loan program where agencies can loan ALJs that they have to agencies that don't have ALJs. I don't know how much money that costs. It's not that much, if at all. So I think you've raised a good little footnote there, but I think the word ordinarily would cover that.
Okay. All right, closing debate. We're gonna vote up or down on John's amendment with the friendly amendment from David. John, that's good? That's good. Okay, all those in favor of John's amendment as amended, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay? Okay, sounds like the nays have it, John. Thank you very much. All right, other floor amendments. Hi, you haven't spoken all day. Let's go to you.
Kevin Stack, public member. Thanks so much for all the wonderful work on this, and I appreciate the debate. This is hopefully quick. This is on line 15 of the preamble. Sorry to do a preambular. It says here, line 15 of the book, sorry. I'll give you some context. It says, PAS officials may coordinate with the president and Congress to help ensure that adjudicative subunits have the resources they need to adjudicate cases in a fair, accurate, consistent, efficient, timely, and politically responsive manner. And my amendment would be to either strike politically or even better, strike politically responsive. So it just says, it would just simply say fair, accurate, consistent, efficient, and timely manner. And that would be, one reason for that is it would be consistent with the parallel language on book lines 45, where it just simply says fair, accurate, consistent, and timely adjudication. And I just think it's contentious, or more contentious than it needs to be, to say that adjudication should be politically responsive.
Nadine?
Yeah, that's, we didn't discuss this point or this language, but I think you make a good point and that would be fine.
Anyone else want to be heard quickly? Nope. All right, then let's call it. Any objection to this deletion by Kevin? Yeah. Okay, seeing and hearing none, it is adopted by unanimous consent. Thank you, Kevin. Very good contribution. All right, Helen, running out of time. How many do you have?
On 119 and 120. So it was on 119 and 120. So the very last sentence where we say who retain a statutory authority to conduct, going back to the delegation, when you delegate, you still retain that authority. My recommended edit would say then, rather at that comma, it should be who should exercise their retained statutory authority to conduct initial proceedings, and then only if. So it just makes clear that they do retain this, as opposed to making it sound like that they don't retain that authority.
Okay, I see Jeremy nodding yes. Nadine? Yes, nodding yes. Any objection from anyone? Seeing none, we'll adopt it by unanimous consent. Okay, final adoption of the entire recommendation as amended. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Did I hear a nay? Okay, well, the ayes have it, and thank you very much, and congratulations. Okay, do people need a break now, or can we keep going? Break. I'm getting different signals, but short break, 5 minutes.
No,
to be impartial. Like if you put it in the political branch, it's gonna be a political decision.
Why not just?
Okay, everyone, gonna go back to work. Two quick comments to get people a chance to sit down or news. One, the appropriations.
It does show
Committee,
you that.
this morning that was going to vote on our appropriations bill. We thought and hoped, because they had said they would, canceled the hearing at the last minute. So obviously they're making some changes or some agreements behind the scenes. And the second is I asked you all to let me know if your pingers went ping about any Supreme Court opinions of interest this morning, and nobody said anything. So just checking. No, you know. Oh, okay.
Unanimous opinion.
And a big decision about trademark. I use the word big advisedly.
Tell us more about that, John.
Oh, no one can own, no one will be able to own Trump too small.
Okay. All right, our fourth and final recommendation to consider today is congressional constituent service inquiries. First of all, thanking, of course, our chair, public member Eloise Pasikoff, chair of the Committee on Administration and Management, our project consultant, Professor Sean Keeley, and staff counsel Conrad Dryland, who I think is going to be doing this, typing in amendments in real time for the first time. We look forward to what he thinks about that experience. Sean, first, let's start with you about your report.
Thank you very much for having me today. Yeah, the conference last year identified that the way that constituent inquiries were handled by various agencies was done significantly differently from agency to agency. And so that gave rise to this project. And after I came aboard, the first thing that I did, even though the project was not about congressional processes, I reached out to several offices up on Capitol Hill who had been recognized as being particularly responsive to constituent inquiries or constituent service requests. And just to get a sense of the issues that they were facing and perhaps the difficulties, perhaps some best practices that they had encountered. And so that was the first part of the project, along with a literature review. I was really quite pleased that the responses from Congress were not down political lines. There was no significant difference between Democratic and Republican offices. I was speaking almost exclusively with the constituent service officers in each of the offices. And they gave some great insight into the entire process and some good ideas for where to reach out within the administrative world to carry the research forward. So working with Conrad, we spent last fall and winter talking to various agencies. These were the agencies that had been identified by Congress as being the ones that handled most of their inquiries. So we were able to speak to several very busy offices. We spoke to the congressional liaisons in those offices, and we had a set of questions which is part of the appendices in the report. But we tried to keep it a fairly free-flowing conversation with those people, and from that, we derived these various recommendations that you can see regarding standard operating procedures, managing casework, leveraging technology to improve responsiveness and to improve service for Congress. Measuring agency performance was an important issue, and finally, how to effectively communicate with Congress. This has been a wonderful experience. It's my first experience with the conference. I'd really like to thank Eloise for all of her help and Conrad for hanging in there with me. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Sean has also agreed to be a guest on the next episode of Between the Lines. So we look forward to that as well. Eloise, the committee's view?
Thanks so much. So we had 3 wonderful, vigorous, vibrant committee meetings this spring with lots of discussion based on people's different experiences, both inside agencies, inside Congress, and as academics, coming in with lots of different viewpoints on things. Sean summarized all of the different areas that our report touched on. I guess I would say that we focused a lot on just good procedures for handling casework requests, but then also for figuring out how to measure whether agencies were doing a good job against what metrics, and just how to think about that. And then we also talked a lot about how to interact with Congress both along the way and for training, sort of improving the processes for figuring out how to solicit better crafted requests that would actually get to what the offices wanted. I'll also just call your attention to the first paragraph, of the preamble, which I'll say we spent a lot of time working on. People had different views on what was going on and the value of casework requests. And this first paragraph is maybe the paragraph I have spent the most time working on in a committee in all of my years so far with ACUS. So I think it's a good balance of everything that we were trying to kind of reach consensus on. So with that, I think I'll turn it over, other than just to echo the thanks both for an excellent report to Sean, to Conrad, and the rest of the ACUS staff for handling everything well. And of course, to the committee members who gave their time. And we worked really hard to talk all the issues through and find consensus on everything.
Well, thank you, Eloise, for your and the committee's hard work on this. And you as well, Sean, great report. Sean, I should have said when I announced that you'd be on the show next time that it's conditional on the recommendation being passed. If not, you get the hook, right? Okay, first order of business is the manager's amendment. Any objection to the manager's amendment? Hearing none on the Zoom, then the manager's amendment will be adopted. Okay, this is the time for general discussion on the recommendation as a whole. No specific amendment. Does anyone want to be heard on the report and/or recommendation as a whole? Yes, Ron.
Ron Levin, Senior Fellow. I was pleased to see a number of references to an article I wrote in the mid-90s discussed.
We're just getting to it, Ron.
I appreciate it. It's about time, really. A lot of references to this article, which was on congressional corruption and ethics, and with a lot of background about casework in it. My feelings were not hurt that the committee had not consulted me, because it was 30 years old and I haven't done any research in the area since. So everything I know about this is 3 decades old. So no harm, no foul on my not being in the loop. But it did raise some questions in mind, because in those days, it was the era of the Keating 5 scandal, in which 5 senators ganged up on the chair of the Federal Home Loan Bank Board on behalf of Charles Keating, who was a prominent executive tarred by scandal and also a heavy campaign contributor to all of the senators. So it created a big mess and a big area of concern, led to an ABA report on which I worked. But in those days, issue of congressional intervention in agency proceedings, not in the sense of participating in hearings, but in terms of casework, was thought to be quite scandalous and problematic. And I think the sense among administrative law types at that time was that casework itself was probably not a good institution, because it lent itself to corruption because members would engage in it for nefarious reasons just to get themselves reelected. And really, it was haphazard. It was not a good way to reform the system. And the better way to do that would be with an ombuds system and just abolish casework itself. And this was a respectable view among a number of prominent administrative law authorities. Walter Gellhorn, one of the great leaders of the conference and of administrative law generally, was outspoken on this point. And casework was in very bad order. I was among those who argued that it has a place. It plays a legitimate role in rectifying grievances and so forth. So I'm glad to see the conference has finally come around to agreeing with that point of view. It's seldom enough that they agree with me on something. But it does lead me to a question, because I'm struck by the absence of that issue being raised in the context of the current discussion, or apparent absence, I should say. And it leads me to wonder whether there were some indications in the research you did where some people were somewhat worried about it, but it didn't rise to the level of something the committee wanted to recommend, or whether it just wasn't on the map at all. In other words, is my article totally obsolete or only largely obsolete? And if you didn't hear anything about it at all, then of course it doesn't belong in the recommendation. But if there were some intimations of concern, not enough, not so much that it got into the recommendation, then it could perhaps be worth mentioning that the recommendation doesn't deal with that problem, at least putting it on the map. But I don't think you'd want to do that if it was nothing whatever. So the question is, did you run into some expressions of concern of that type of problem? Intervention by members, not staff, but members in a way that would be unduly coercive, that would favor campaign donors, bad pressure, et cetera, et cetera. Was that something that you ran into that might be worth at least mentioning in passing?
Yeah, and I would just note that even though your article was from the 90s, as a member of Gen X, I think that just happened. So it's hard to overcome that. And I did shepherdize your article to see if you had anything newer. But I would say that I saw it as being outside the scope of what I was asked to research, because constituent work has happened in Congress for a very, very long time, perhaps right to the very beginning of the Republic, and it's going to continue. And I didn't think my role was to tell Congress what to do, or whether or not that was a good or bad practice for Congress. We just kind of accepted it as something that happens. And I also would point out that part of my research showed that quite a few members of the staff and quite a few members of Congress in their public statements are very careful about managing the expectations of their constituents as well. That in fact, on several congressional websites on their constituent services page, they state, I can't bring your case to the front of the line. I can't ensure a certain outcome. And that managing those expectations was a very important part of my research. But I'll turn it over to Eloise.
Well, just to then add from the report to the discussion, I will say that those views were part of what was contested in the backdrop of our discussion of paragraph 1, which I said we just spent so much time talking about, with this wide variety of views of do casework requests, are they just a form of kind of patronage and do they lead to corruption? Or are they an ordinary part of the political process that we should just accept? Or are they a way for Congress to underfund agencies and then sort of get special favors that make them look good and agencies look bad? Or are they, right? So this was the variety of kind of normative context that we were coming with and debated at great length. And this paragraph went through many, 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 many iterations. And this is what we ended up with as a matter of consensus. But again, I see members in the room, and if anybody wants to speak from their own views of what the committee was deliberating, I welcome that if Andy lets it.
Well, Ron, it's hard to believe that Keating was 30 years ago. But we're seeing the same
Indeed.
thing happen in a Manhattan courtroom right now, right? With the
Well, so
Menendez
so
prosecution.
I wrote up a sentence about what it's not about that may or may not be helpful, but maybe you should wait and hear what other people have to say before I put it on the table. Or I'll read it now if you want.
Would it go in the preamble or an
No,
amendment to the
It
recommendation?
would go in this much contested first paragraph as a footnote. So you already have a footnote, note 1, that explains part of what the recommendation is not about. And could go on to say, similarly, the recommendation does not address the potential for improprieties that may develop when elected representatives, as distinguished from congressional staff, communicate with agencies on behalf of their constituents. Now, is that helpful, or is that just blow up the consensus?
I think it blows up the consensus. We spent oodles of time, to use a very technical word, talking about whether we wanted to frame Congress, whether we wanted to be seen as kind of putting normative concerns about improprieties in Congress. And so, and we ended up not. I mean, we spent a lot of time working on specific language, modifying the specific language, and we ended up, again, reaching consensus to take it out. So whether the conference now votes to put something like that back in is another matter, but I will say, I personally think these views were aired at great length, and this was the product of lengthy consensus discussions.
So if it's not a friendly amendment, then I don't want to pursue it
Okay,
at all.
all right.
Okay, general discussion. No amendments now. We have time for floor amendments at the end. Helen.
Hi. In the first paragraph, you have sentence number on 6. It says, in most circumstances, the resolution of an individual's issue should not require the assistance of their elected representative. When are you thinking it should? Like it makes it sound like we're saying there are times we think they should get involved. And I was just wondering if I was misreading that.
No, we were trying to capture the idea that agencies should just be doing their job right and should not be creating circumstances where people feel that they need to go to their members for special assistance. I think I am a little bit afraid we are about to replicate the exact set of, perhaps I should not have flagged the complexities of the first paragraph conversation, but all of these things are what we spent just great length kind of massaging how we wanted to be grappling with it. Again, because people had very different views about the extent to which these casework requests served valuable purposes, served destructive purposes, or just were descriptively, and we had to come up with some way of handling them. So this language is attempting to reflect deeply held views about that vast array of possible takes one might have on this issue.
And I would also add that several agency personnel actually said, we consider each of these inquiries to be some form of oversight, that they see it as being Congress on a very small bore level, examining how an agency is working and what it's doing and how it's doing it. And it gives them insights, even if they're not on the oversight committee itself. And so, as Eloise said, there's many different rationales that a member of Congress might have for casework, and I didn't want to peer too closely into their minds. But I did give a case study about a problem with the Bemidji, Minnesota Postal Office and the intervention by the Minnesota congressional delegation into that. And that just happened 6-7 months ago. It's very hard to tell what exactly each of their motivations are, but the fact is that they were responding to constituent questions, constituent complaints, and they were able to at least get information out of the Postal Service that the constituents had not.
Cheryl, is that you back there? You still want to be recognized?
This continues to be baited out, but otherwise I assume it's pushed back.
Okay, thank you. David, did you have your hand up?
I was actually on the ethics committee when they wrote the Keating 5 report. So I the committee's right. There was a lot of debate about that report, but one thing there was no debate at all about was the efficacy of constituent service and the need for it. We hearkened back, relied heavily on Paul Douglas's book, Ethics in Government, which had a whole chapter in praise of constituent service. And so there was no, it was purely, was the action done in return for a campaign contribution? And that we don't want in as ACUS to get into. That's the job of the Senate. I will recall that in response, partially in response, Congress did pass a law that prohibited agencies from considering employment recommendations. And I think it lasted about 2 years before they basically took it off the books and or watered it down so it had no effect.
Okay, thanks very much. Jack Bierman.
Thank you. I'm Jack Bierman. I'm a senior fellow. I am on Ron's side in general on this issue, and I pushed. I'm not even on this committee, but I butted in on the meetings, and I pushed for at least that's the sentence about that resolution of individuals' issues should not ordinarily require the assistance of their elected representative. There are circumstances where that is an accepted and maybe acceptable part of the process. And I'll just give you one strange one. The government will delay the deportation of somebody if members of Congress begin the process of investigating whether to give a person a private bill to let them stay in the country. And that doesn't seem to me a bad, sort of an inappropriate use of congressional authority. It becomes part of a regular process. And so I think, the sentence really captures as best we could the caution we have about endorsing, widespread casework as replacing what really ought to be done by the agencies or by ombudspeople in agencies themselves. And also, though, keeping lines of communication and oversight open between Congress and agencies. Although, as I pointed out, when one individual or two members of Congress do something that looks like oversight, it's not necessarily representative. It's just their own particular views or interests. But I think this is, after a long time discussing this, I felt that this paragraph did about as best as we could do on balancing this issue and making it clear that we weren't endorsing it, but we were sort of, Machiavelli wrote his most well-known book about the way things are. He wrote a better book about the way things ought to be, and we're in the midst of the way things are. Not the way things perhaps in an ideal world ought to be.
Thank you, Jack. Jim Tozy.
I'm more a supporter of Machiavelli's first book, but Jim Tozy, a senior, I would like to make one statement. I don't see what the problem is, why anyone in this room is concerned of what a member of the public asks a senator or a congressman. They should be asking whatever they want to do. I don't think it's our role to tell the American public who they can talk to and what they can say to an elected official, because how many in this room got a vote last time? None of us. So if they want to say whatever they want to. Now, once it gets to the member, obviously the member has constraints and things to look at. But I don't think we're in a position to tell the American people what you can say or not say to a. That's so foreign to anything I've ever seen happen in this town, okay? That I would wonder why we're writing something that I've never seen close to implementing. And it seems to be sort of out in the sky to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Anyone else on general discussion? Then we can get to the amendments. Thank you. The first amendment comes from the committee, and it is again regarding the title. The committee voted to change the title of this recommendation from Congressional Constituent Service Inquiries to Managing Congressional Constituent Service Inquiries. This change is intended to more clearly signal that the recommendation addresses agency management of constituent service inquiries, not the inquiries themselves. While this change may seem self-explanatory to some, Eloise, can I turn to you for some context?
Sure, I think the context is the inward focus that sort of against the backdrop of these deeply contested views of what I was just talking about. So the idea is that we're coming up with ways for agencies to look internally and manage things better rather than telling Congress this kind of thing would be bad to ask us, manage your own house, follow your ethics rules. Like, we just wanted to clarify the lines of where we were directing our work.
Thank you. Any discussion, debate on this amendment? John?
So I support the amendment, but even better was the way you actually described it, which is agency management of congressional constituent services. I mean, this is ACUS, and, it is a little jarring to see something that's about Congress. We don't make recommendations about how Congress should do their work. And so I really, you said we're changing it, and then you immediately said, because we wanted to stress that this is about agency management of Congress. You said, I like that. I really like that. So I would hope you'd view this as a friendly amendment, because I think it's, having agency in there sort of tells us what this is really focused on. So that's my comment.
I do view that as a friendly amendment, and I like it better too.
Okay, thank you, John, and Eloise for the agreement. Any discussion on John's friendly amendment? Okay, then I see some thumbs up. Another one? Any objection to adoption of the amendment to the title as amended? And hearing and seeing none, so adopted. All right, now we come to council amendments. Again, as last time, we have 8 council proposed amendments, but this is the time, as I said this morning, when we're going to use the en bloc procedure and try to package as many of these as we can. We've considered these carefully. We believe they're non-controversial, or should be. We believe they're not substantive. And so I'm going to ask for unanimous consent for their adoption in a block. They are amendments number 1 through 4, 6, and 8, which again are clarifying and non-substantive in nature in our assessment. Now they're in your books, and I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, just identifying where in your books what lines they're on. The first council amendment can be viewed on in your books at lines 8, 28, and 29. Second council amendment can be found at line 21 in your red line recommendation in your book. Third council amendment is on lines 41 and 42. The fourth, lines 81 through 84. And so that's one block, 1 through 4. Then you skip to council amendment number 6, and that's on lines 161 through 163. And then skip 7 and go to number 8, which is on lines 192 through 193. Now, let me ensure everyone, before we get to the unanimous consent request, that if anyone has an objection to any of the amendments, please make it, and you'll have an opportunity to be heard on it, and perhaps we can work it out. Try to identify and focus particularly on the amendment that you're concerned about. So first, let me turn to Eloise in terms of this block. Are these changes consistent with the committee's intent?
Yes, and we discussed this yesterday, and I'll just confirm that I reviewed this all yesterday, and they're completely consistent with the committee's intent, and I think that they are non-substantive in a way that's easy to move on a block.
Sean, any concerns regarding the report?
No concerns.
Okay, thank you. So then, is there any objection to en bloc adoption of council amendments 1 through 4, 6, and 8? Seeing and hearing none, our first hijack new procedure, en bloc procedure, is adopted without objection. So Thank you to all of you and to Hai and Jack for making this suggestion. Okay. Now, the next ones we thought were a little bit too in-depth, changed too many words to include in a non-controversial stylistic block. Maybe we're being too conservative, but nevertheless, here we are. So the first one to look at is Council Amendment number 5. It can be found at lines 153 through 160 of your red line. There's a lot of red on the page here, but it does not intend to make any substantive change to the underlying recommendation. Rather, it reworks the language to avoid the use of jargon like operational realities and programmatic developments, and more clearly express how agencies should reassess their performance goals, measures, and data collection practices for casework management. So Eloise, again, how is this consistent or not with the committee's intent?
It's completely consistent.
Okay, is there any discussion on Council Amendment number 5? Yes, Ron.
Ron Cass, council member. I don't really want to discuss number 5. I did want to thank the members of the staff and the committee who worked on getting all these changes worked out in response to questions. And I wanted to distance myself from the notion that we could be unduly conservative. Other than that, I had nothing really that I wanted to. I did want to observe, however, that John Duffy is now batting 500, which would lead either league. So, you know, I think he should be feeling really good right now.
John, you're having a good day. Good. Any, since Ron didn't discuss the amendment, any discussion on the amendment? Okay, then I'll ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to adoption of Council Amendment number 5? Seeing and hearing none, it will be adopted. Next one, skip 6, because that's already adopted on block. I knew I was going to say that. Council Amendment, and go to Council Amendment number 7. It can be found at lines 175 through 186. Once again, it looks like a lot, but the rework is only intended to improve clarity and readability. There was a lot of debate at the committee level on the content of this particular paragraph. So let me just confirm with Eloise regarding these proposed revisions.
So I think it's consistent with committee's intent. And I will also say that we spent, after paragraph 1, we spent the most amount of time on this particular subsection. So I guess I would just note that this rephrasing, while I personally believe it's consistent with committee's intent, is at a higher level of generality than the more granular focus that the committee had landed in. And so it might be appropriate just to pause to see if members of the committee who had urged more granular focus want to say something.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. So let me turn first to members of the committee. Any member of the committee want to be heard on this amendment? Yes, Cheryl.
Yes, so this one was one of a little bit concern to me because I don't think all agencies are equal when it comes to constituent services. Some get a lot more than others, and I think need to really work on the relationship with Congress more. We had someone from the IRS, for instance, where obviously they are doing tons and tons of constituent services on moving cases through and things, not for outcome, but moving cases through and things along those lines, that it felt as though we needed to differentiate that the kind and frequency of the interaction with Congress on constituent services might be greater for some agencies and more intense than for others. And so I do think that to Eloise's point, it's not wrong what we were talking about here, but it loses the concept that, you know, some agencies should be having regular contacts with constituent services staff in Congress to make sure the flow is back and forth is working really well, whereas others probably get 1, 2, maybe 10 all year long, whereas others get 1 to 10 an hour. And so that is kind of lost in this amendment. It doesn't make it wrong. It just doesn't make it as precise.
Is there any amendment to the amendment you want to propose? If you're not ready, I can come back. Yeah, of course. Hi.
Well, Chai Feldblum, public member, hearing both Eloise and this comment, I would have a simple motion, which is to not agree to the council amendment. I understand the usual approach of condensing, but reading through, I can see some of the rationale of making it very clear. It can be online, it can be virtual, it can be recorded. Um, I think I would just move not to accept that council recommendation and just go with the more longer but thought through committee language as opposed to modifying the council amendment. So that would be no, it doesn't have to be a motion.
No.
Because it's a motion to adopt, so I would just recommend not adopting.
Right. Okay, thank you. Ron?
I'll be slightly more substantive on this one. I think some of the granular material here is material that could be outdated. You know, if you say something could be online or, you know, I'm not sure that the language here really adds a great deal, even though it may capture some particular methods of interaction that people think work right now. We're adopting a recommendation, not just for this year or next year or the year after. We're adopting a recommendation to discuss the way there should be interactions between agencies and congressional requests. And I don't think that the additional specificity here is necessarily specificity that will help over the long run or add much for people who understand what the interactions are right now. There are certainly lots of different interactions. They take a lot of different forms. Some of them are very low tech, very low level. Some of them are fairly steady over long periods of time, and some change quickly. Ron Levin mentioned the Keating 5 incident. There was a comment when inflation became something that was very high again about Charles Keating having to lay off 2 senators. There are lots of these comments that resonate with those of us over a certain age, which I won't name. But Jim Tozy, you're in it with me. And there are others that I think simply would be lost after a very short period of time. So I would favor the higher level of generality here. I think it's better as a practice for ACUS, and I think it will hold up better over time.
So just so I'm clear, Ron, so you're speaking
In favor of the amendment.
Okay. Yes, Kristen.
Kristen Hickman, Senior Fellow. I'm not sure that I have a real dog in this fight, but I'm going to go ahead and throw out some thoughts. On the other hand, in response to Ron's, just for the sake of doing it and in support of Kai. So I take the point that sometimes specificity can go out of date very quickly. But I gather that the committee spent a lot of time and felt fairly strongly that they needed a certain degree of specificity. And I mean, look, in an ever-changing world, we're lawyers, we analogize. You know, it's not that hard. You know, when I see a reference to a fax machine in some statute or some regulation, I just automatically in my head, you know, think, okay, you know, what does that translate into today's technology? And I actually did see something not long ago that there was a reference to a fax machine and they felt the need to drop a footnote to explain what a fax machine was. You know, but fine, you know, we do that. Sometimes that you need the specificity, even knowing it may go out of date, in order that people can appreciate the breadth of what you're talking about or the full context of what you're talking about. And then we're all capable as sophisticated grownups. And I think that counts anybody who's looking at an ACUS recommendation, you know, to translate that into changing times.
Thank you, Kristen. Yep, back row.
David Lewis, public member. A little bit of context here too, and Ron, I appreciate the suggestion for generality. I think that there was a sense as well that there are some best practices that agencies that should be doing some of these things like regional meetings or taped trainings or Washington DC kind of events or regular outreach to offices were not doing it. And that if we just said engage in the appropriate outreach, that it might not be specific enough. But I take your point on the, of trying to keep it not too dated.
Thank you. Okay, Cheryl, back to you.
And in an attempt to thread the needle of not being too specific, but to getting this concept of differentiation in, the proposal or a loose proposal that I would make subject to others' wordsmithing is taking out the in an appropriate format and with appropriate frequency clause at the beginning, and rather at the end say with an eye to a format and frequency of training and events that reflects the number of constituent inquiries made to the agency.
Yes.
Is it not technically right?
May I ask you to say it again? Yes,
Okay,
please.
so that first part comes out, and I'm sorry. Yep. With an eye to a format and frequency of training and events that reflects the number of constituent inquiries made to the agency.
Okay, period space. Eloise, what do you think of that?
Cheryl was the original proponent of the original very granular language. So I guess if Cheryl's happy with the higher level of generality threaded the needle, I'm not going to stand on reverting to the original, even more granularity. I saw Kai had a hand raised though, so I don't know if other people.
Yeah, hi.
I would remain with just the granularity that was required, and I appreciate this, but I'm not sure we always need to thread the needle unless we think there's a real reason for what the council has done. And I feel like what you've done here, which is often very helpful, going up more general, is actually not necessary. So number one, per Kristen's comment, I'm not worried about the fact that it says online and live and tape, that, there'll be something like that. And I definitely felt, I'm just thinking about sort of selling this to an agency. And if I just say in an appropriate format and appropriate frequency, that doesn't feel as helpful as some of the granular piece, which clearly you helped create. And I don't think saying, I can with an eye to a format and frequency that reflects the number of, that just sounds a lot more hard to grasp than the way you had it, which is good. Do it in all these ways. And for agencies that frequently receive a high volume of casework requests, holding these events regularly in either in person or live online, to the extent practicable, in a manner that facilitates receipt of user experience feedback. I mean, that's a lot of words, but you're saying what you think in a way that I think is helpful for someone in an agency that's dealing with it. So sometimes we're general because we mean to be general. And sometimes I think we are and should be specific if it achieves a certain goal. So I remain with my suggestion that we simply not adopt the council amendment as opposed to trying to fix it.
Okay, yes. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Hi, Patrick Nagel, Chief Judge, Social Security Administration. I work in an agency that deals with a lot of constituents, you all, many times in your life. And we receive tens of thousands of constituent requests or congressional requests for inquiries on individual cases a year. And we respond to those. But what I was impressed by with the granularity of the language, which I support, is that we also do these other things, which I think are really essential and important in an agency like ours. And I think in general, I think are good sort of public practice in order to reach out more affirmatively with members of Congress and with their staff and with their aides to build relationships with them, because then when we deal with individual complaints and individual issues, we have rapport, but also to tell them what we're doing ahead of time, and so they can see the big picture better. So we do the regional meetings, and I meet quarterly with members of Congress and you know, White House, et cetera. And I think that spelling it out is important, because I'm old, you know, I won't be here forever. And I want to make sure that the people that come after me do the same thing. And agencies change department heads, and they change secretaries. And I think this is an important thing to establish as sort of a baseline moving forward that we can utilize. And I like the examples, and I don't mind. I'm Gen X too, so I don't mind the use of online. I remember when that happened back in '95-ish. And I think that it's something that we can, you know, obviously work around. And if, you know, 20 years from now, there's something better that comes along, you know, we'll adapt. You will, I'll be gone, but.
Thank you, Judge. Ron.
Ron Cass, council member. I don't think I or anybody on the council had a deep commitment to this one way or the other. I do think that for agencies that have well-developed practices on this, those are going to be handed down at the agency level. They're not going to be affected by this report. This mostly is going to speak to agencies that don't have well-developed practices. I do think that flagging some of the considerations, as Cheryl did, is a helpful thing. And for me, it's more helpful than the specifics and the granularity. But I will just add one anecdote about the way technology changes, and it involves when I was a fairly young associate, and there was a senior partner who was there after hours, standing by the shredder, and with a handful of documents. And I asked if he needed any help. He said, yes, I don't know how to work this. And so I said, here, I'll do it. And after I put the documents in, he said, great, I'll take 6 copies. Just as an example of how you have to keep up with the times.
That's very.
And it's late in the day.
Very, very good. Thank you. Bill Funk.
Bill Funk,
Oh, wait a minute.
liaison.
Hold on, Bill. I'm sorry. On this last point, Sean has asked to be recognized. I'll get right back to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think one of the things that came through with our research was the impact that COVID had on agencies, and many agencies that perhaps were very good at forging connections with Congress and keeping up relationships and building those relationships fell away during COVID. And so it is possible for an agency that's doing a really good job at that to fall into some bad habits. And that may have been part of why we were pushing language like this.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
Bill Funk, liaison and a committee member. I want to speak in favor of keeping the original language in the granularity format, because although ACA's recommendations may last for many, many years or decades, their most immediate effect is immediate. And as having been a young lawyer in an agency to whom ACA's recommendations were shoveled to deal with, I know that getting a little bit more detail in what might be a good idea facilitated actually complying with it. Right? You give me these broad things, I don't know what to do. Now, sometimes giving a broad direction with a lot of high-level discretion to be exercised, but that's really not what's involved here. This is really sort of a checklist of what an agency could consider and do. And I think giving them that checklist is really a benefit.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on this? All right, let's then first move to vote on Cheryl's amendment to the council amendment. You want to withdraw it? Okay, well then council amendment up or down? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Sounds like
Nay.
they have it. And the original language stays in. Okay, the last council amendment is number 7. It's well, did we just do that one? Yeah. 8. Nope, that's it. We did 8 in the en bloc. You see how the en bloc saves a lot of time? It's really a good idea. All right, so that ends the pre-submitted amendments as well as the council amendments. We got no additional pre-submitted amendments. So we'll turn straight to any amendments from the floor. Yes, Jeff.
Jeff Lubbers, Special Counsel. This is recommendation 3 on line 97, where it says agencies should provide regular trainings for both new and experienced agency personnel. I don't know why you need to say both new and experienced, since that covers everybody. So I think you could just say for agency personnel. So you could either delete that. Now, if you have in mind some kind of tailored type of training, tailored for new and tailored for experienced, you could say that, but I just don't think it's necessary to it seems redundant to say that.
So, may I?
Eloise, yes, please.
So I think our concern was that if we didn't have that language in there, that the assumption would be it was just for when new people came on board, and that it was important, especially in light of the regularity of the, importance of the regularity of the context, that experienced agency personnel, especially as things change, right? We were talking about online, there were the new COVID procedures, et cetera, that kind of, there was a reason to try to draw in the experience as well.
Okay, so there might be a need for different types of trainings for new employees and experienced employees. So then I guess my suggestion there would be to sort of say, dash tailored for both new and experienced agency personnel dash.
Jeff, you may have to say that again.
Would one need the dashes, or could it be fine without the dashes?
You use commas, it's a lot of commas in already.
I take this to be friendly. I don't, yeah, I don't object. I don't know if anybody wants to put more commas around it or anything like that, but I think that would be committee on style. I personally have no substantive objection to this. I take this to be a friendly amendment. Sean, it seems, yeah, I think it captures the committee's intent just fine.
Okay, Jeff, we'll work you to fix that. Any other amendments from the floor that were not pre-submitted? Okay, seeing no hands. Here we go, Ellen.
Not to go back to paragraph 1. Not to go back to paragraph 1, but because I think we try to stay value neutral in what we're doing. I think the sentence on line 6 that says in most circumstances, the resolution of an individual's issue shouldn't require the assistance of the elected representative or a staff. I think that comes off as like making a judgment, and it comes off as almost saying that, you need the representative to come in and make something happen. So there's a couple of value statements going on there. One, that the agency won't do it unless the representative gets involved, or the senator, whomever. And 2, like the only reason that's happening is because of that, which then kind of makes it sound kind of shady. So I just cringe when I read this sentence, and I'm wondering if we delete it. And by deleting it, I realize it makes the second sentence next also now no longer kind of work. But I just wonder if anyone else just saw that as a cringe-worthy sentence that I just wasn't comfortable having in the report.
Eloise?
I wonder if Jack or Bernie is online and would like to come in. We had there was at one point we had the Jack set of words and the Bernie set. We were just sort of trying to get everything worded appropriately. So I don't know if there's committee members who want to weigh in on this. I do not think taking that sentence out would be consistent with the committee's deliberation. I also, however, do not want to provoke cringeworthy language. So, but I do think we are trying to impose some value or trying to express a value judgment, which is that most of the time the program should just run, right? Like you shouldn't need to have your congressperson call the Social Security agents.
Yeah, so then it starts making the value judgment that that was that need too. And sometimes there is like agencies are not always responsive, but often some of these things that are written in are not because the agency wasn't being responsive. And it's not capturing that, right? Like people can write into their congressperson or or senator for a variety of reasons. They're just not happy with the decision. They're not like it's not so always because the agency's not being responsive. There can be a lot of reasons. So I think we're already putting a value statement in there saying the way it's written. And it's not looking at the totality or the reasons why somebody could be writing it.
Okay, Ron, hold that thought. I want to go to Jack because he was on the committee. Jack?
Yeah, I'm actually not on the committee, but I participated
Oh,
in
you were
the,
there. You were there.
deliberation.
All right.
Yeah, Jack Bierman, Senior Fellow. I find everything in this report except that sentence cringeworthy. In the sense that it's a terrible feature of our government that people elected to represent us also have to often get into the nitty-gritty of administration. I have a paper called Congressional Administration on this. And I think that this was the most we could agree to state the value judgment. I mean, if we could go into a long discussion about why it's more inappropriate for members of Congress to weigh in on agency policy, because when they weigh in, they're not representing Congress or the will of the people. They're just representing their own interest, whether it's getting reelected or getting more campaign contributions. So I think this is the most, and I did participate in the drafting of it. I don't think I got exactly what I wanted, but I think this is the best sentence in the whole report, and I would urge keeping it.
Thank you, Ron. No, Ron can't top that, Jack. And Bernie is not with us today. So yeah, Jim.
I'm not sure what's wrong with the cringe. Society's made of a lot of cringes, and we made advances. So what's wrong with this one?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, Helen, do you want a separate vote on striking it, or you have an amendment?
I would just take it out. But if no one else is cringing on it, I will accept the cringe. I feel it's like unbalanced, and it's showing one side for why we do this, and it's not showing a more like holistic and unbalanced viewpoint on this too.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Ron, yeah. Oh, Mike. Yeah.
Ron Levin, Senior Fellow, recognizing the fragility of the compromise that was struck, I wonder if we could deal with this specific problem or question by changing should to will. That is, in most instances, resolution of an individual's issue will not require the assistance, or perhaps differently, will be resolved without the assistance of elected representatives, because then it becomes not a moral statement, but just a descriptive proposition, which seems more innocuous and maybe less cringeworthy on all sides without really departing from the thrust of what is being said here.
Eloise,
so compromise is fragile. I mean, so I don't know. Again, I would love to hear from folks who might be online, but I'll just say that there was a lot of objection to also the next sentence. However, these casework requests often appear to be helpful in ensuring appropriate agency action. I mean, that view was seen to be normatively, terrible in another direction. And so I actually thought this paragraph, we tried very hard to be reflective. Remember how at the beginning I said sort of people who thought this was a corrupt, practice, people who thought it was completely necessary, and people who thought it just was, and we should be coming up with. So I think this paragraph was sort of our best effort to kind of be sentences that make different people cringe in different ways, but trying to sort of capture both sides of the issue while also having some description there. So, I see the verb change that Ron is saying as neutral, but therefore not neutral to the goal of what the compromise was, which was to try to reflect that some people actually were leaning into the should, while others were leaning more into the however, and the people who had those views did not agree with each other.
Bill, on Zoom, you have a view on this?
Bill Funk, liaison, and was a committee member who supported the language that is in here. I actually I disagree with Eloise that this would upset the agreements that were made. I'd like it to be can be resolved rather than will be resolved. It doesn't say they won't be resolved without doing it, but it's talking about the ability to do it is there, which I think at least gets 90% of the way that I thought those of us who were pushing for this sentence is what we wanted. And I think in the second sentence that also was subject to the however sentence, it was also subject to great debate. And I agree that it should be kept the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Ron?
Ron Cass, council member. I actually didn't have the same reaction when I read that sentence. I read the sentence originally as saying, you know, maybe these would, even without going to your Congress person, you can get these resolved. They generally will work themselves out. Some of them may need intervention. Some people may just feel better going to ask someone in Congress. My view with technology is that it ought to be something that I can navigate. I find myself handing my phone to my daughter and saying, make this work. I should be able to use it, but I just didn't have the same reaction to that there. And I would, given what I heard about the negotiation on that particular piece, I would be relatively hesitant to change it at this point. But I don't have a particular dog in the fight on this. I would just caution against changing it because of how any one of us responds to a particular phrasing in that.
Kevin, did I see your hand? No. Anyone else? Yes.
Roxanne Rothschild, government fellow. Yeah, I cringe every time we get constituent inquiries by Congress. And I think this language accurately reflects that inherent cringe when we get them. So bravo on writing a cringeworthy paragraph.
Okay. Well, where can we start? Ron, how do you feel about the change from will to can?
Do we have a motion from anyone to do this?
No.
Okay, because I don't think we should do it. But anyway, if there is.
Yeah.
I didn't press the will, so I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who did that change come from? I thought it did you. Will be resolved without.
Did not. Vanilla was not receptive to it. I backed off, so it is not operative.
I see. Okay. All right. Bill, you can't make a motion, but will anyone make the motion on Bill's behalf? Bill, in terms of can be resolved without, if the original will be resolved without doesn't stand, are you still interested in the whole phrase?
I didn't take Bill to be suggesting that we should change it. I mean, Bill, don't let me put words into your mouth. But I thought you were just sort of commenting on the discussion based on the possibility of a motion being on the floor. But there isn't actually a motion on the floor right now to change the language.
I supported the original language, right? And still support it. I was merely saying that if you were going to make a change, then I thought can was better than will.
I see. Okay, Bill, thank you. And always thank you for helping with the clarification. All right. So Helen, I guess it's back to you.
Since everyone else seems to be okay with our value-laden language, I will not press the point, but I will go on the record that this makes us look like we're making judgments on values, so which we try not to do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Last minute, going once, twice, three times, amendments from the floor. All right, well, that wraps it up. We'll go to final passage of the recommendation. Do we have unanimous consent for adoption of the recommendation as amended? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Hearing no nays, the yays have it, and congratulations yet again. There's number 4. Okay, one more to go. And this is the model rules of representative conduct presentation, which comes to us from the working group that we established last year. Thank you to Judge Aaron Worth, chair of the working group, reporter and public member Lou Verrilli, staff counsel Matt Gluth for the excellent work getting this important project towards the finish line. You'll find the working group's draft for your consideration in the back of your plenary packets. And as I said, this is almost final. There'll be one last meeting in July to take care of the remaining details. We'll kick things off first by hearing from working group member George Cohen. Many of you will remember that George served as a consultant for the project that resulted in recommendation 2021-9, regulation of representatives and agency adjudicated proceedings. It was that recommendation that urged the chair to prepare the model rules that you have in your booklets, because in fact we did appoint that working group. So we will hear first from George, then from Matt, and then from Lou. And again, my thanks to Judge Worth for her leadership in the working group on these model rules. And as I explained this morning, she was unexpectedly unable to be here. George, let's start with you.
Great, thank you very much. Many federal agencies conduct adjudicative proceedings and permit parties or other interested persons to those proceedings to be represented by attorney or non-attorney practitioners. Almost 50 agencies currently have one or more rules regulating the participation and conduct of these representatives. The number of agencies with such rules has steadily increased from the time the first agencies adopted rules in the mid-20th century to the last 2 decades, during which more than a dozen agencies adopted new rules or modified existing ones. Agency rules governing representatives vary greatly, and agencies have largely acted independently of each other in adopting these rules. Over 40 years ago, in 1982, several American Bar Association committees proposed model rules of agency conduct, but the ABA rejected that proposal. Since then, there has been no serious proposal for model rules governing representatives in agency proceedings until today. The origins of the current proposal date back to 2016, when I published a law review article entitled "The Laws of Agency Lawyering." As a professional responsibility teacher and scholar, I was familiar with rules governing lawyers promulgated by several agencies, such as the SEC, IRS, and USPTO. But I was interested in what rules other federal agencies had adopted. That led to my research, which collected and summarized all the agency rules that I could find. No one had ever done this before. Although we academics are used to having most of our work ignored, perhaps for good reason, in this case, ACUS learned of the article and in 2021 selected me to draft a report examining the nature of agency rules governing representatives, to explore how they work in practice, and to make recommendations about how agencies might improve existing rules or whether to adopt new ones. After interviewing personnel from a number of agencies, I wrote the report documenting the great variety among agencies in the structure, style, content, and enforcement of their rules for representatives. Based on my report, on December 16th, 2021, ACUS adopted Recommendation 2021-9, Regulation of Representatives in Agency Adjudicative Proceedings. The recommendation stated that federal agencies, quote, should consider adopting rules governing the participation and conduct of representatives in adjudicative proceedings to promote the accessibility, fairness, integrity, and efficiency of adjudicative proceedings. In addition, ACUS proposed drafting model rules of conduct for all agencies to consider adopting. The recommendation states that these model rules, quote, should account for variation in agency practice and afford agencies the flexibility to determine which rules apply to their adjudicative proceedings. The recommendation went on to propose that agencies consider rules for representatives covering a variety of topics, and that the model rules address those topics. The topics included, 1, who can practice before agencies, focusing in particular on non-attorney representatives. 2, rules of conduct applicable to attorney and non-attorney representatives. 3, agency action in response to violations or alleged violations of the rules, that is, enforcement procedures and consequences, including referrals to other disciplinary agencies and reciprocal discipline. And 4, transparency, including codification of the rules in the Code of Federal Regulations and publication of the rules and disciplinary actions on agency web pages. The proposed model rules of representative conduct, which are being presented to you today, are the direct result of this recommendation, and in my view, faithfully and admirably implement its letter and spirit. It has been my honor and privilege to serve on the working group that developed these rules, ably led by the Honorable Aaron Worth, and whose reporter, Professor Louis Forelli, did a masterful job in drafting the rules and the accompanying comments. I thank ACUS for deciding to pursue this project and shepherding it to fruition. I wholeheartedly support these model rules, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, George. Matt, we'll hear from you now, please.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Andy, and good afternoon, everyone. As Erin was unable to be here today with us today, she passed along a few reflections on the efforts of the working group this past year and a half that she wanted me to share with all of you. First, and probably most importantly, she shared her profound appreciation for all the work Lou put into the model rules, from creating a thorough outline, the framework upon which the group built these rules. But he didn't stop there. He then gave us pretty much an entire first draft, which made the weight the whole group had to carry that much lighter. Second, she wanted to highlight the particular strengths brought about by the diversity in our group. You can see the names up on the screen behind me, from agency adjudicators and executives, to representatives, to advocates, to scholars. The group rallied as many perspectives as possible to craft model rules that would be applicable to as many agencies as possible. The goal was to facilitate, as George said, a wide range of representation in a broad array of agency proceedings, and these rules should help agencies accomplish that goal, which can only increase the availability of representation for participants in agency proceedings, which was also the goal. That was the message Erin wanted me to share with all of you. As you know, staff counsel are usually seen but not heard here at the plenary, but someone gave me a microphone, so I'm going to steal about 30 seconds more of your time. Primarily just a second, Erin's thoughts. I had a front row seat for the working group's efforts these past 18 months, first breaking out into subcommittees to tackle each of the sections you'll find in the model rules, from qualifications to conduct, to enforcement and transparency. Those subcommittees met half a dozen times over the first year on top of the initial organizational meeting, not to mention all the work done in between meetings, reviewing drafts and comments. And then this spring, the entire working group came together to define core terms, to solidify the scope of the rules, and to reconcile all the moving pieces, as well as to finally put to bed the many, many debates that had arisen over this time. Another 4 meetings. Finally, the Committee on Style met one last time to polish what you hold in your hands today. That's hours upon hours of work volunteered to this effort by everyone involved. And I think the working group can be rightfully proud of the results. I also think ACUS can rightfully feel proud of this resource. I trust and expect many agencies will find these rules useful as they work to expand representation for the people who come before them. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And Lou, will close with you.
I'll just very briefly add, first of all, it was an honor to be part of this. I really am grateful for the trust that ACUS put in me to take upon the task of being a reporter. I would say the challenge was that literally we started with a blank page, but not figuratively, right? Thanks to George's work in his report, his recommendation, and his expertise in the area, I had an awful lot to start with, and I'm really grateful for that. We managed to fill those pages over a period of time that was frankly less than I thought it would take, which is good news. And that's due to the working group, and that's due to Erin's leadership, Judge Worth's leadership. She was extraordinary, and it really is a shame she can't be here because she deserves a tremendous amount of credit. As usual, Andy and ACUS staff, and especially Matt, were extraordinary to work with. And again, it's an honor to be included. I always benefit from their expertise. I've been lucky to be on the dais twice now and have enjoyed both paths that took me here. But other than that, other than my gratitude, I will leave the rules to you all. And of course, we'll answer any questions that you may have. I think it's fair to say that we have a little bit of time for polishing. Is that right, Matt? You're in charge of the details there.
Right. The idea here is we will give you 2 weeks. I think Andy has the exact date in his script to review and provide us any suggestions, comments, edits that you might like to provide, and we will take it back to the full working group to discuss, consider, and make any edits as appropriate. But we're also happy to answer any questions you might have now.
Yeah, Matt, you're right on the nose there with the dates. 2 weeks, June 27th, 2 weeks from today. Any comments, feedback, or the rest? You know, again, the group was fantastic to work with, produced a fantastic product, and this stuff isn't easy, really. It's a lot of, using the popular word from the last recommendation, granular. There's a lot of granular stuff there. So we'll be happy to take any questions or comments from you all to the panel at this point. Okay. Did I see one? Here one? Yeah, John.
I'm just curious, in the sanctions section, do agencies have specific statutory authority to sanction people for violation of their rules of practice? Are there separate statutes, or is there this Agency Practice Act? I glanced at the Agency Practice Act, couldn't find a particular sanction authority. I know the APA has a provision, it often overlooked, that requires agencies to have not only jurisdiction over the matter, but also statutory authority to issue sanctions. I just wonder, you know, is there a theory for the sanctions or a general statute I could go and look at?
Well, I think the short answer is that the sanctions we're mostly referring to in the rules are sort of the ability to participate in the current or future proceedings, right? So it's either censure or suspension or recusal or removal from a proceeding, right? So there's no disciplinary, unless you consider censure as a form of disciplinary proceeding, I suppose, but the sanctions are relatively narrow. The last one says whatever else the agency deems appropriate, but that would obviously be governed by statutory authority for the agency to do that. So what we're really talking about are ways to sort of remedy improprieties or other problems in the proceeding raised by that person's conduct or future proceedings, sort of losing the privilege to be a representative. And the agencies do have authority to determine who's qualified to be representative outside of attorneys, right? So we were specific that sanctions for lawyer representatives can only be issued in the proceeding they are in, right? And that's consistent with the ABA recommendation to that effect. I think the first one was in 1982, and it's since been updated. So lawyer representatives are only sanctionable by removal from a proceeding, from that proceeding. And non-lawyer representatives are subject to a slightly wider range of sanctions, but they're still all geared at future service as a representative.
Okay, well, I'll have to look through the statutory authorities, because I think the APA has a general rule about sanctions, and I've always thought that kind of important, that to try and figure out where the statutory authority is for any kind of sanction. I mean, because the agency even disbars, says somebody can't, be a representative in future proceedings. That's agency action. And it's hard to not view that as a sanction. Even a reprimand, which is one of your sanctions, that can easily be viewed as a sanction. And some statutes actually authorize that type of sanction and some don't. And I'll have to look through this. I've never focused on the ethical rules before, even though the various agencies do have separate authorities. So I just curious about that, but maybe I'll look through the statutes and maybe chat with you offline in this period.
Okay, thank you, John. Anyone else? Any questions or comments? Yeah, in the back, please.
Hi, Ray Peeler, government member from EOC. Not that I'm disagreeing with where you guys came out on this, but I'm just curious to whether on the issue of consent to be represented, whether you looked at issues we sometimes face, particularly labor organizations claiming that as a matter of right, they can participate in a proceeding because the person in our adjudication is part of the collective bargaining agreement, even if that individual personally does not want to have the union representing them. And so I'm curious whether that was something that came up or was discussed at all. It's a sort of sticky wicket that we've been trying to deal with here and there.
I think it's fair to say not exactly, but I think the rules do not pretend to sort of interfere with legal, with sort of statutory other legal requirements, right? So if there's a legal right to represent, then the rules wouldn't interfere with that, right? Absent that legal right, then we would expect consent per Rule 201. Does that answer?
Okay, if there aren't any other questions or comments, let's thank the panelists and the working group. A year and a half of fantastic work. Okay, everyone. Well, we're going to get out a little early, but that is a wrap for this 81st plenary session of the Administrative Conference of the United States. Thank you to everyone for your work today and always. Special thanks to our staff. The staff here at ACUS is really excellent, and it's in addition to working with all of you, the people to work with, staff included, is just really the best part of my job. So our next plenary session has been tentatively scheduled for December 12th. So please mark that down, save the date way in advance. I hope to see you all then. I wish you the best for a pleasant summer and enjoyable one, and hopefully cool wherever you are. And so I then formally adjourn the 81st plenary session of ACUS.
Better.
Under the my partner. Yeah. Well, that's right. Well.
Yeah.
What?